to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Make their head drop.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most. And stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
is what it's like to love in stereo.
In the same industry? That's awesome, yeah.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Siggraph Day number 3, the last day of the show. Hello, everybody on the interwebs. Once again, I'm Paul from Maxon Computer, and we're sorry we don't have Matthias with here, but he's online monitoring the stream and answering questions as we're here. We're going to be kicking off the show with the incredible Steve Tokowski, creative director and founder of Sketchbot Studios. Yeah. And as I found out recently, someone who's been at Siggraph longer than me, which is a rare occurrence. 1987
Was my first year as student volunteer in Anaheim.
Student volunteer.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Look how far you can come after years.
Yeah.
I think my first was 93.
Nice.
93. So, yeah. And Steve, what are you going to be showing us today?
I'm going to do 3 project scenarios where I'm going to basically show how I take a character from 2D design into 3D and then out to 3D printing.
Awesome. Well, go at it.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
All right, you guys. First, I wanted to thank Maxon and Sense Labs for hooking me up together, and I'm going to be doing this demo on a Sense Labs tablet, which is silky smooth, and you guys should definitely check it out. We're doing demos at the Hypertech booth and AMD as well. So I'm going to basically just show 3 projects here. I have 2 files with me that I'll pop open into. But if you want to follow me on my socials, I'm on Twitter as my name, but also ArtStation is kind of where I actually have all my latest stuff. And the one project I wanted to show that it was a kind of early ZBrush usage was this Tiki bot. So I do a character called Sketchbot, and we were in Hawaii a couple years ago, and I was inspired by the Tiki culture, and I wanted to do a Tiki themed version of the Sketchbot. So this is what I came up with, and I did a version of it early on, and then I kind of revamped it for export into Substance Painter. So I repainted it and retextured it in Substance. But you can see here the amazing quality you can get. So it's a combination of the actual sculpting of all the wood grain in ZBrush, and then let me show you this Marmoset tool bag little viewer here, which if you guys haven't used this before, when you're looking through artwork on, especially like on ArtStation, it's very valuable to break down, see how they laid out their normal mapping and their UVs. I learned so much about what people can cheat with and get away with. So the really cool thing is you can actually take your model and move it through all the different quadrants here. As you can see, when you click on this quadrant, the topology is pretty simple. It's not overly complicated, but all that great detail is being showing through the normal map. So that's just a really good way to learn how all the stuff is implemented, and I highly recommend you guys do that. Whoops, I hit the wrong, there we go. So with this project, I used my DCC app at the time I used Maya to do the blocking, bring it in, and do all the deformation and sculpting in ZBrush. These were early KeySharp renders here. I was using KeySharp back in the day, and then I switched over to Redshift. And then here, as we get down further, I brought it back in and did some keying and sliding to take the pieces for 3D printing. And this was at ZBrush booth, I think around 2017 we showed this off, so I had these 2 printed up. But that was like one of the early success pieces. Here you can see how I'm actually kind of figuring out how to go through and what parts are going to be separated out for easy assembly after the fact. And also using, at the time, there's a new hollow out feature, so you can hollow out your geometry to save on printing costs. And this particular one, I ended up going to Shapeways online to get these printed up. I've since upgraded to a Frozen Sonic Mini 4K at home, which is great, and I'm doing all my prototypes and stuff at home now. So you guys can just go check out this page later. I have a lot of different examples, especially when I'm doing like I'm doing a lot of VR sculpting in Medium and Adobe Modeler now, and I'm using ZBrush also as like a quick way to zero mesh and get that topology into a clean state, so I can then take it into something like Substance Painter and then get it over to like Unreal Engine. So a couple of these projects here, I did this one for Adobe. This is kind of a fun little piece they commissioned me to do. but it was all done in Modeler, and then I separated all the pieces out in ZBrush. So ZBrush is like the great glue that I use. I've been using ZBrush for years, and I love it. It's probably the most fun application I will ever use, just because you get in there and you really can just start sculpting, and you know, it's really deep. You can, there's a ton of different ways to do things in ZBrush, and I just like to use it just basically to jump in and start just sculpting like a digital ball of clay. So with that being said, let me show you the next project, which was this really cool Dwarf character. So I've been doing a lot of freelancing for Monster City Studios. They're in Fresno, California, and they do these amazing, like, full-size pieces that show up on like at the state fairs, and they did some stuff for Disneyland, for the Galaxy's Edge. They do a lot of like stuff that's like printed up large on these huge mobile arms that carve stuff out of like styrofoam and milling and that kind of stuff. This project I got to work on is a Dungeons and Dragons themed bar that's going to be installed in some guy's backyard in Florida, and they're actually going to do an entire full container project housing with like 24 characters. It's just going to be an incredible job. So I got to help out and do one character right now. I'm going to probably jump on some other ones later. But what happened was we had some initial sketches to work from here. So I'll show you guys what we had. This was the basic idea for what they wanted, and we posed it first. So I rigged it up and modeled it in Maya because I knew that we were going to have to pose it in different scenarios. So the first one was him holding it, which you saw on that turntable, and then after we were deciding how they're going to use it, he's going to be leaning on a bar. So this character actually is going to be like 4.5 feet tall, and these are just some of my screenshots in ZBrush. I'll show you the model in a second, but you can see how I'm able to leverage polygroups and the noise deformation to really easily go in and pop it in. And then here is what it looked like in person. So I didn't know this was going to be on display. It was at the Monsterpalooza Museum a couple of weeks ago in Anaheim. So I got to see it actually life size for the first time. So there's a bartender next to him, and then this guy. So it's about, I think it was about 4 feet tall. But the detail came out really great. And one of the talented artists at Monster City has also then hand painted this and hand airbrushed it. So it turned out really nice. Apparently they use a newer 3D printer from China that has a very large vat, so you're able to print these larger pieces in segments. So that turned out really nice. And just to show you what the model looks like, let's go ahead and pause this. We'll pop into ZBrush. So here's the model, and just a couple little tips on how I ended up laying this out was everywhere you see a texture, there was I paid attention to the UV layout. So I made sure that everything had a corresponding texel density, so that way I can go into the noise pattern maker, and then actually go and grab different textures to use. So for example, you could just go through here. Let me cancel this out. You can actually go in through the Lightbox noise makers, and you can go through and pick defaults. So I think I picked one of these herringbone patterns and applied it. And then once you're in here, you can go in and then edit the noise. So you can like take your scales down. Right now, this cube doesn't have UVs on all sides. It was a default one that was in here, but you basically can do that, and then that is what will end up getting carried over for your subdivisions as you up the subdivision level. So what I will do is, let me just turn that off. We will go into, like, for example, this chainmail here, and I'll just like isolate this out. So you can see how this is a really, really good use case of how I had the UVs in a way where that when I applied this, I knew that I was going to get the chainmail to conform to the orientation of the cloth. And then once you have that done, so it's really, once you have your UV set, it's just a no-brainer to go in here. And you can see here the amount of detail here. If I drop this down, I've got about like 6 levels of decimation going on there. So again, this is about what, 3.1 million polys. The entire character was like just under 30 million polygons, but you can see ZBrush just handles it really nicely. For the hammer here, the hammerhead, again, we broke it up into pieces because I knew they were going to print out in different sections. So I'm able to, instead of trying to do everything in one one subtool, you kind of break out your project. And I think that's one thing, like when I was a beginner in ZBrush, I thought that everything was going to be done in like it's one solid piece, but you start learning about, you can break up all the stuff and control your subdivision levels as you go. This one I think it was decimated, so I don't have subdivision layers on this particular model. But then you can get really clean projections as you drag it out. And then what I'll do is I'll go through on this, and I use different brushes. So I use the Orb Cracks brush, which I don't have on this machine. But there's a couple little custom brushes you can download that I used to do the nicks and all the little edge wear. And then for the helmet, the same idea. But I like some of my favorite brushes are I use the flatten brush and kind of go through and just flatten up areas to give it that kind of hammered look. And that shows up perfectly in the 3D print. The data is all there. And let's see what else we got here. We'll show you it was kind of great because I really wanted to put a lot of texture on the character, so I tried everything that would have some type of a cloth or any other texture. It was a great candidate. Just okay, let's see what we can get going with that. So that's the dwarf character, and then the other character I wanted to show is this little robot that I'm doing called Skullbot, and I was inspired to do this character from last November. I attended the Dia de los Muertos Day of the Dead Festival at the Hollywood Cemetery in LA, and also I like the movie Coco, and I was like, I want to do my own Sugar Skull idea, and so I started doing a bunch of sketches. Let me show you that quickly. Go up to. So this will just show you. So this is a final render for this work in progress. This was done with Redshift, and so how I started this off was everything starts from sketching into design reference. So here I am just fooling around with some ideas, trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And at first I was just trying to design a skull. So I'm using Procreate on the iPad, and it's using it as my digital sketch pad and doodling around. I just use it all the time to crank out ideas. And then I went right into ZBrush, and this really is really simple. It's just basically, I use a sphere and a cylinder and the Boolean tools just to kind of give me some basic building blocks, just kind of put it together for the neck, head, and the muzzle, and the ears, and then I just started sculpting. And using ZBrush, I would go in and clean up the topology. So I have something really simple. It's not that complex, but I'm able to pull out some detail, and then just subdivide it a few times and get some really nice renders going here. And checking out my different angles. And then early on, I wanted to see how it was going to hold up for texturing, so I did a simple unwrap and then put it over into Substance Painter. And this is looking pretty good. Here's some renders right out of Substance. And then I took this view and used this as a departure to continue on developing the rest of the body. Oh, this is really quickly here. You can now put 3D models into Procreate and paint them there. So I was just testing it out to get that to work, which is pretty cool. I'm trying to go full screen here on this. So then the next thing is I'm in Procreate. I'm just designing how I want to produce this, if I maybe produce this as a toy down the road. So let me try thinking about the underlying skeleton and then putting some paneling on top of it, and then some fine detail. This is kind of a mix where I turn off the plate layer, and I have this. That has kind of cool look. I'm thinking maybe I would engrave some of this into the skeletal structure and then put the plates on top of it. So then it's the final drawing sketch where I just kind of went through and using that same lighting from the skull, I kind of try to carry throughout the sketch and figure out where I want to do some cut panels and how I want to break this up. And this is still a work in progress, but this is pretty close to kind of what I wanted to do. And here we are back in ZBrush. So this is one of the projects where I just said I'm going to do it all in ZBrush. I'm not going to do any pre-modeling or layout in any other DCC. I want to do it all in ZBrush. So it's really just call up a sphere, decimate it, work with Dynamesh, and just go to town and just start using trim tools, flatten tools, and just I'm using 3 brushes for this. I'm not really crazy, and I just kind of go through and start blocking out the pieces, and just set up the hierarchy and try to get a little test going here. And then after I do that, I took this. This is I actually didn't do any topology for this. I just sent these the raw data back over to Maya and applied some materials. And it's all using Redshift, which I love too because Redshift is really fast. And then this was right before DesignerCon last November, so I wanted to try to get something to print to show because I'm talking to some people about maybe how I might get this in the next production for a toy. So I'm using Lychee Slicer combined with the Sonic Mini 4K, which is a great little resin printer, and I can go through and set up my supports for this. And then we've got, I did another one where I'm doing 3 busts at once. And I also actually hollowed out the head so I would save on resin. And this is what it looks like out of the printer. I probably wouldn't do the whole figure again like this. I would key and slot the arms and the legs probably and break up a little bit. But I was just trying to get it done like the night before I was going to Designer Con, so I had to try to get something to work, and it did. And then for this kind of printer, I'm also using a wash and cure station, which is the thing is Elegoo. And so I'm using water washable resin, so it's a little less toxic, and I can just use water, and you do a little wash cycle with it, and then you take the water off, and you put it on, then you switch over to the UV light curing mode, and you do that for like about 5-10 minutes, and you get a nice solid, a dried print. And then these are just some of the examples where I just went out in the sun to see if I can get how detailed I can get on these. And you see there's a little bit of flash on some of the pieces where I was cutting off. One little tip is, especially with the water-based stuff, is it's easier to remove the supports if you do it before you cure. I think with these, I didn't do that at first. I just put it in the cure station to get it done. But if you take off the supports before you put it in the cure, it's a little easier to get them off, and you can also clean them off a little bit easier because they're still a little bit soft to do that. And then here it is, and I also wanted to compare the size to see how it was holding up to some other toys. So this is like the 1000 Toys character, which is a really great articulated character. And then there's my original sketch, but I just want to see how the size is holding up to that. And yeah, so that was another good test case for getting stuff into 3D print. So ZBrush is great for this kind of work, and they have a whole 3D print hub in ZBrush now where you can use it to convert between millimeters and centimeters and inches and go back and forth and figure out your destination to use and do all that output from there. And I think I forgot to show you guys really quick. I want to show you I had some quick renders for that dwarf that were done in Redshift. That's want to show you the power. These are really fast. So I'm doing it through Maya, but I'm using a cool tool called Zoo Tools, and he allows you to use 3 different renderers, and Redshift being one of them. And then they have a lot of like preset lighting templates that you could use. And so you can just go in really quickly, and you can see here this. We actually didn't end up using these columns. These were just me to try to show off the client, but because that's actually going to be like an edge of a bar stool. But it's really fast to kind of go in and get really quick lighting. And Redshift again is just super fast. And I'm using it right now, NVIDIA 3090 RTX, and if you just turn on the optics denoiser, which is built in, these things resolve like in seconds. So I can crank out these ideas really fast, generate turntables really fast, and get them out to the client. And I mean, they just they would just speak for themselves. So it's kind of fun to do that. So let's see here. That's 1025. I'm talking really fast, so I'm going through a lot of stuff here. One other thing. I was doing this demo yesterday, and I might as well just pop it up so we can talk about just doing something live. Oh, but really quickly, I'm sorry, I'm back and forth here. This was actually the model I wanted to show you guys. So this is how I laid out this character, and if we go here, I don't know if you guys have been using ZBrush lately, but they've added folders now, so we can actually go through and keep our hierarchies in order. So I have the cover plates are in one folder here. Everything right now it was still done with mirroring, so like all my pieces exist together on the same layer because I hadn't separated them out yet for articulation. But this allowed me to work really, really fast. And for example, just to give you an idea of how I might go through and kind of clean this up for further uses. If I go in here and show you, like for example, this piece. And you'll see here, this is just very basic Dynamesh. You can see this a little bit crunchy here where I'm putting this cut line, but it's just getting the idea of what the shape's going to look like. And again, I'm just using like 2 or 3 brushes here. I've got the flatten and the H-polish on my friends, where I can just go through in here and tighten up areas and kind of like fool around and just really treat this as like a piece of clay, digital clay, where I'm just kind of going through and I'm not too worried about doing the initial blocking out like I normally would do in Maya or another app. I just wanted to get in there and just start sculpting and see how this is looking. And then after that, I would go through and This would be kind of hard to capture the detail when you do ZBrush. So what I would do is go in here and then smooth it out first, and then I would apply a poly group to it, and then clean up those edges with a smooth group, and then go through and then do a retopology on top of that with ZBrush. And now I've got the ability to go in and use like edge loops and panel loops, and now this is more manageable. If I take it in, I can unwrap this, and I can actually turn this down so you can see that's the without the smoothing on. And then you can take that, and I would just go through all my pieces and clean everything up, so it's really easy to use. And then bring that over, unwrap that, and then bring it into like Substance Painter for painting. And another pipeline too would be, if I did want to not sculpt in this detail, for example, if I wanted to use it in the game engine and maybe really keep it low, I could retopology it just like this, and don't put a groove in it, but I could then bake the high res and the low res, and bake the normal information from the high res model, using either you can use like a displacement baking here in ZBrush if you're going to do it for rendering, or I can take it into Substance Painter and do the bake there, and it'll create all the PBR maps for me, and then I bring those over to Unreal Engine or Unity, whatever, and then everything's just layered up. So that's basically how I kind of broke that character down. It gets really simple. It's you know, it could be daunting at first when you're working on a full character, but I just try, like, you know, just jump in and start sculpting it and treating it like clay, and just build it up. Don't be afraid to, don't think that everything has to be you know, done with one subtool. And let me show really quickly. We've got this actually was kind of fun too. So when I was doing the skull, I was doing some other experimentations here, and this one actually I have the levels saved. So what I did was, for example, let me just pop this back. So a lot of times, like when I have some free time, or if like in between a client call or waiting for comments or something, I'll just like jump into ZBrush and just start sculpting. So, you know, this is, I was like coming up with ideas like to see what, you know, what that sugar skull idea would be like, and I just start sculpting. I think I'm just using like clay buildup and just screwing around here, and then start, you know, giving it some planar volume with the flatten and the H polish. But as I'm going, I'm kind of like exploring some ideas here to see how quickly I can pull out a form. And I'm just going to let it play here. And then after I get to this stage, then I'll turn this one on. And then we got, let's see, this one's a little heavy, so let me give it a second here to rewind. There we go. So then I kind of continue with that, and I start chopping up, getting rid of that large sphere. And I start chopping a little bit more, kind of going through and just like using the clay buildup to carve away, using the move tool to reposition, fill in some filler area. Yeah, and just like that, I'm just like exploring. And it's a heavy model, so let's see here. Come on. There we go. And that's like that was the final. So I can then, you know, go back into this. And the cool thing about I love using the move brush, because the move brush just really allows you to kind of go in and just start exploring different ideas. And obviously you can mask out too, so like I said, I don't want to affect like maybe this muzzle region here, and I can go back in and pull like just that. And then kind of go in here, maybe like get a little bit more planar. One trick I also do that I like to do for delineating form is if I'm using like the damn standard brush or the crease brush, I'll go in, and the default is when you push in form like this, but then I would do a combination of this, maybe add some detail, smooth it out, and then as I'm working, I can go in back with that damn standard brush, and I would hit Alt and pull out some detail, and then go back in with a flatten brush and use that to kind of crisp up an edge and then smooth out. So again, like I'm not using a ton of brushes. I just like keeping it simple. And also you'll probably notice my interface is a little bit different than the default. What I like to do is I do tend to put my favorite brushes down just on the bottom, and I have some commonly used commands up on the top here. So like except if I'm like doing if I need to do like mirror and weld and mirror, it's all right here. I have to like go and hunt and pick for it in the menus. Auto grouping is another useful one, and then like filling objects and backface masking and double sided are things I'm always checking to make sure that my normals are correct on the polygons. So this I'll show you really quickly here. This was the one I did at the booth. This demo head, and we'll go in here. So these were this was fun. I had no idea what I was going to do. I just like, let me just start noodling. So control. So you saw some multiple images there. For client work, if you guys want to just use ZBrush to show multiple images, here's how it's really quick to do. So you basically just would reposition your character, like say you want to do a grid of these, and we'll turn off the floor plane. So maybe I want like, side view here, and if you hold on Shift S and then just move over, then you basically stored that image. Shift S, I can go ahead and do a ton of views here if I need to show the client. And maybe like zoom in. The last one you put, see, it's kind of like that Z depth thing, so you're going to get some interpenetration, but you just like don't go that tight and you'll get it. And then if you do render, you'll render just the one, but then you go up here to render best, and then it will take everything that was stored in there, and it'll do a nice render for you. So I love doing this because then it's a really quick way of like, I don't have to do a render and pop it into Photoshop and put everything around. I can just like bang them out here, get them out. And again, it's just working fast, working efficient. Let me show you how this guy started off. This was me just like starting to talk to some people, and I was like, let me just like start something. So I was explaining to some woman how to do the Boolean. And can I get this backwards? Come on. Maybe I'm going too fast. There we go. Okay, cool. So I was showing how to, I can't remember what state this was saved in, but I was showing basically how easy it is to go in and take some primitives, pop them in there, and then I just started blocking out this weird face. But then as I'm moving forward, then I started getting into a groove. I think at this point here, I'm like, I gotta just like do something crazy. So I just kind of started pulling out this like interesting profile, and then I kind of like informed like what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this like kind of highly stylized character. And again, all I'm using is clay buildup, flatten, and damn standard, and some masking along the way. And you can see how as I'm going in, I'm starting to now introduce some really cool faceting on this character. For the lips, that's where I would just gently draw in with damn standard, and then flatten a little bit to kind of like get that form. So basically try to work from the general to the specific is always the good practice. So don't get too caught up in the details before you kind of lay your foundation. And then as I move forward here, I'm just like, giving it some more volume and faceting. And then at this point, I'm like, well, maybe the character should have like a shirt or something. And I started doing some hair. I might not want to do this going down. I might want to take the hair off and go back so I can actually, scrub back to where I wanted to and just, save from that point. So that is the benefit of saving your undo history. It's going to add to your file size, but sometimes it's good to kind of keep that in check. And then this here, the final, this is only like 1 million polygons, so this is nothing. So then what I did was I took this over to Maya, and then I just did a quick render. And demo head, and here we go. So there's the final render with some depth of field and just do some lighting and playing around. And then this was a render from right out of ZBrush when I was at the booth. So what time was it? 10:37. So that's basically all I have to show interactively. If you guys have any questions about techniques or some tips and tricks, you guys can ask me, and I'll be happy to answer. Yeah. Do I ever use layers in ZBrush? I don't. You know why? Because I'm lazy. But for example, layers are important, and I should probably be using them more. I'll show you really quickly here how to use them. You basically go in here, and you will... let me close that down. layers. You have to enable a layer, so you have to turn it on. Oh, I'm sorry. Highest subdivision has to be active, so I have to make sure I'm at the highest subdivision layer level, and now it works. Okay. So now I can go in here and continue sculpting. So for example, let's add some eyebrows to the character, right? So I'm just gonna, actually I don't like that. Let's do, or actually, let's do this. We'll turn off symmetry, and we'll do one side, and then we'll do the other. So if, say we'll do something like this. And I believe if I do the move tool, so I'll do something like this. Okay, now that's saved as one layer, and if I stop the recording, I have to go up here and click that off. Okay, now I can, you can see if you go negative, it goes in the reverse. So I have that stored as a layer, right? And then, so that's that one. Then we'll make a new layer. And on this layer, we're going to do the other side. So I can actually drop this down. And then on this layer, say I want to go in back in here. Maybe we're going to go in here and drop this eyebrow down. And then just something like that. And then we stop that record. So there we go. So that's, I'm sorry, I turned off the visibility of the record. There we go. Oh, wait, hold on. This is where it gets confusing. I think, I wasn't recording when I did that. Let's try it one more time. That's why I don't use that often. Let's try that, and then let's see if I can just move it down. Now if I stop record. Hold on, what am I doing wrong here? There's that one. And then this one. I don't know why the recording is not, let's see. One more time, let's try that. And it's now we hit stop record. I think that did it. There we go. Okay, so we got that one, and we have that one. So you can see you can layer the two together. But yeah, you can use it. I just don't. I like to kind of be like immediate with what I know I'm doing, and like sometimes I forget to turn off the record, or I forgot to turn it on, or how do I turn it on? I don't really need it that much. I'm just doing direct sculpting, but it is there, and it's useful, being used in the right way. So, any other questions? Anything from online? I don't know if we have any online questions. Yeah, see this whole drawing here is. I have to remember to turn off the layers. Hey, yes, sir.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
We did have a question.
Yes.
Actually, because you're using a tablet here.
Yes.
And a couple of artists, in fact, more than one person has asked me this recently about the ability to draw on a tablet versus a mouse. And if I were to ask you the question, drawing on a tablet versus mouse for ZBrush, there's an obvious answer.
Yeah, pressure sensitivity and using your hand like this instead of using your hand like this. You just have more control using a pen that's a natural drawing implement. Yeah. And it's pressure sensitive too.
Absolutely. And you're using a SenseLabs one, so
yes.
you've got the nice kind of curved, organic,
yes.
Ergonomic, that's the word.
Exactly, yeah. So I love the new tablet because my hand rests down here and it doesn't get cut off. It's just a nice gentle curve at the end of the tablet, and it works perfectly. Yeah.
So the follow-up question to that is, do you prefer working on tablet like that, or on a kind of a screen where you're got the actual see the image where your pen is?
Yes. So I was a tablet user first because screen technology wasn't out. So you kind of train your eye and you just get used to doing it from looking at a monitor, and you got your hand, you just get used to it. But then when you do get a chance to use screen display, then it's a little bit more direct as well. So I would say when I can use one, I like to use it because you can draw a little bit more with your whole arm.
Yep.
When you're on a tablet, you're going to do a little bit more with your wrist and local. But either way, you get more of an immediate response than using a mouse. I mean, you could use a mouse, but it's like, you can't mount. For the one thing, the mouse is not pressure sensitive, so
Yeah.
you kind of sculpting. It's like you're kind of at the mercy of like, okay, well, I could sort of try to do it, but like, yeah.
But it's the maximum pressure that you've got with the mouse.
Exactly,
you
yeah.
can't selectively lightly touch it and so on.
Yeah, like you got to really. Okay, hold on. So this is why I don't like working in layers because I always forget if they're on or off. Turn off Z add. Yes, hold on here, ZBrush. Please turn off the layers. There we go. Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna blow away these layers. I don't want them. Delete. There you go. Okay. So yeah, just you can see here. I can just have just a subtle to thin. And the nice thing about the SenseLab tablet too is they really paid attention to like user requests about how the curve sensitivity works. So they tune their drivers to really sample that ideal curve. Then you can go in and actually even sample even more. So I just love it. And it's like the surface and everything is just a really silky smooth response. And it's just like you're not even like noticing that you're not being drawn to the fact that you have to worry about that at all. It just works.
Fried Pixels on the chat is echoing your comments here.
Yeah.
ZBrush with pressure is a must.
And then, like I said, I just build up forms like clay build up, flatten brush, damn standard. And it's like you're just kind of going through and just adding your detail, pulling it out. Go back into flatten. It's just sublime working like this. And like you guys should like watch someone like Michael Pavlovich. He's like Pav Mike on YouTube. He's like a ZBrush master. He just flies, and obviously Paul Gabori from ZBrush. These are like every day. They know all the ins and outs. I still don't know all the ins and outs. I mean, like every time they introduce a new feature, I'm like, oh god, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna use it in my workflow. So there's like so many new things that I haven't even tried yet. I played with the cloth brushes, which are pretty cool. So if you guys haven't played with these yet. And basically, just you hit the comma to go, and then hit the C key. I'm sorry, I'm not in the brushes. Where's my brushes? And you can access all the different. Sorry, B, C, and then here's all the different cloth brushes here. So you got some really interesting ways of like cloth nudge. So you can kind of go in here and get a different result. Let's see, what's the one I was using the other day? I was trying out. Cloth hook. So you get some interesting looks there. There's also a wrinkle one. Let's see if I can remember what that one was. Nudge, cloth, inflate. It's a little too much. I can't find that. There was a sweet one that I found. Let's see here. Cloth slide, maybe, was it? I know, there we go. It's a little bit, I think it might be dependent on how much detail I have right now because it's not doing what I remember it doing. I have to admit, I haven't used the cloth brushes that much. So I found one sweet one that I was using the other day that hit the sweet spot. So please accept my apology for not showing off that correctly.
On the previous model, you were showing with the robots,
yes,
if you like. What is your approach between that and the more organic ones? Because that looks very much more like a hard body design versus a sculpted soft body design.
That is basically just a stylized choice. So if I want to do something organic, I'm not really worrying about volumes, like faceting the volumes too much. If it's organic, I just kind of keep it loose and sculptural. But I'm still thinking about sculptural forms on something like this robot. I'm just like, thinking about how I drew it out originally and like what panels I want to accentuate. So what helps with that is like doing these little cut lines. So I got the form here, and like I break up the form, but then it's like just starting adding these little indications of where these two pieces might connect helps give that more of a hard surface look. And then again, your friends are the flatten and the H-polish. So you go in here and say, for example, if I want to continue on this guy, I can just continue to sharpen those edges. And again, I'm not doing I'm not worrying right now. I don't have to worry about topology because I'm still treating it as it's a ball of clay. But because you're using the Dynamesh feature, you don't have to worry about it. You can reproject another grid of quads on there and just go to town. So for me, I think when I was first doing ZBrush early in the day, I was like, how am I supposed to get hard surface to work? But then it's like I started watching other people how they're working, and it's like, yeah, just think of it as, again, general to the specific, what's your form going to be, and then start slicing it up. You can also use like, I should show this really quickly, the clip curve. And now they have, now they have the new knife brush, which I should be even using more, which I was using it in the demo. But if you do like the knife curve, you can just kind of go through here and slice, and you can just like now cut. So this is a godsend because we didn't have this before. You can actually now just cut a plane. I'm sorry. Again, it's the graded version is what it cuts into. But now there's like before when you used to do the curved trim, it would push it, so you'd have the little fringe of polygons. This does a true cut, and there you go right there. So you can start chopping up your piece this way. And this is also cool because you can have a different material assigned. You can actually see what you're doing. It's like almost like peeling an orange or something. And
it's also a nice way of getting those hard, sharp, non-organic lines in it as well.
Yes, and then you can take this and you can go through and then ZBrush that. So we'll go over here really quickly to geometry, close that layer, and then we'll go and do a quick ZBrush on this. And I'll leave it. Sometimes if I'll take it really down low so I can get like just a very simplified polygon cage and then subdivide from that. But let's do like we'll do like 1,000. We'll try to project 1,000 polys, and this should go pretty fast. And we'll see how much detail we got for there. And there you go. And that's the new. And that's actually pretty nice edge flow there. I can continue working on that, and then it's like Control D. Continue on there, and then go back in, and I just use a flattened brush and continue on.
When you were talking about that highlight line that goes into the back of the robots,
yes.
So you're kind of accentuating it. You're hand drawing that, aren't you?
This was hand drawn, yes.
So how much do you need to worry about making sure that it like is almost a Bezier sweep, so as if you were designing it with a curve?
There are in the drawing. I don't use it too much. The stroke, you can turn on lazy mouse, and you can get an even smoother. Let me go into like the damage now. You can get an even smoother. Actually, it's not showing up because this is. There we go. Let's see. Why is that not showing up? I don't know why that. Let me see. There you go. So you can use lazy mouse to basically, just slow your cursor, but it's just this is another advocate for using the tablet. You can just get more control with your hand versus with the mouse.
Absolutely, and that's an answer to Landon in the chat, who was then talking about mouse versus tablet, who's got a follow-up question.
Yeah.
This might be an easy one for you to answer.
Yeah.
Landon is saying, what's a great tablet for modeling? Because there's slightly different, and perhaps you could just cover this, the difference between modeling and sculpting.
The SenseLab tablet is good for both. The only difference is you're just learning how to map what you do in a mouse with the stylus. So you've got your right mouse, middle mouse, and left clicks all on your stylus already. So I actually trained myself to use Maya years ago when another colleague man was using a tablet. I'm like, how are you? Because I was a mouse guy. I'm like, how are you using? And when he showed me what he did, all he did is like, yeah, just map this to like middle mouse click, and you're good to go. So I did that, and I was like, oh my god, all these years I've been just using the mouse, and I was only using the tablet for like Photoshop. And I'm like, duh, it's like I should be using it for everything. And so now I can't live without a tablet. I use the tablet daily. You just have to use it.
Do you map the tablet to the whole screen, or do you prefer to work in smaller areas?
No, I map to the full screen, and then typically I have like a second monitor, and so they actually the drivers of the SenseLab actually work nice too, because it's a nice the way the aspect ratio is designed. It works really nice, so it doesn't feel like when you're dragging over to the other monitor, it's kind of like overshooting. It's just a nice transition between the two. Yeah.
What if you're on a really high resolution monitor?
Like a 4K?
Yeah. Does it matter when you're making small movements on the tablets and actually it's moving the cursor at larger areas?
I haven't noticed that. I think it just maps it. There might be something in the driver that's handling it, but it knows. This is some that would be a good question to ask them. But I think that if it detects that you're on a 4K system, it's sampling it a little bit differently, and you can still zoom in and get the same precision. I personally have not noticed a difference. And I've tried both the 4K system and just a regular monitor as well.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm just checking out last little questions here, and we did have a UV question. I know we're just about out of time, so we're going to wrap up. But Tom is asking about demoing the UV unwrapping for then to take it to a substance workflow, and if you could show that.
Yeah. So really quickly here, so we'll just use this one here. So for example, there's only one polygroup on here, and what I like to do is I like to go in and separate my polygroups. So let's go to like level 1, and I'm just going to delete the higher to do this really quick. So say for example, using the lasso select, I will click on here in edge here, and I separate out, like say for example this, and then we'll go ahead and let me just hide that. Oops, sorry. Let me just do it the easy way. We'll just go ahead and click on this to isolate, and then get rid of that. I'm standing up here, so I'm kind of like, hold on, let me just, get in here. Let's delete a couple more of these edge loops. And then we'll delete this, or not delete, just hide it. And then I'll Control W, okay, to get a different polygroup, and then say that'll be the 2 different pieces that I want to separate. I could probably do a third, but I'll just do these just to show really quickly. Then once you have this set up, you can go over to UV Master, and we'll keep symmetry on to see how this looks, and then we'll say use polygroups, and then unwrap. And it just did it, and then you can hit flatten, and you can see how it basically just took those 2 islands and flattens them out. And that's pretty clean layout right there. You can take that now and just like export this as an FBX file, have your low res and your high res with all the detail, and then bake them. Or you can bake displacement maps here in ZBrush as well, if you want to do that, and then bring that displacement into your renderer and do that as well.
Fantastic, excellent. So Steve, this has been amazing. Thank you for taking us through this workflow and showing all those tips. If people want to find out more about you or follow your other things, where can they go?
They can follow me on my ArtStation. So it's just my name, and I post a lot of my projects here on ArtStation. And then also on my Instagram, I am doing a lot of cool work with Midjourney and AI. So
interesting.
Let me just show you really quickly here. I just have a couple up recently. I can type today. And then you'll see some of these here. So I've been really kind of having some fun doing these Midjourney ideas. I have to log in to show. But if you go to my Instagram, you'll see it. You follow me on Instagram. And I'm just having some fun where I'm actually, and my prompts are really simple, but then I'm actually now starting to take my ideas and then like add my own stuff to them and try to model some of them in my style.
That's really interesting. There's a whole conversation I'd like to have with you about that and the artistic side of using Midjourney and so on. Perhaps we can do that on another session.
I would love to, yeah.
Excellent.
That'd be great.
So don't forget, Steve's details are also on 3dmotionshow.com, and you can link directly to his content. And also on 3D Motion Show, you can sign up to get notifications for these presentations, including the next time Steve's coming on, which we just booked live on show.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Steve, for this. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks for having me on board, guys. Thanks.
And stay around, because in just a few minutes' time, Winbush is going to be up showing you how to do more stuff connecting Cinema 4D with Unreal Engine. So stay for that, please.
stereo.
Make their head drop.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're delighted again to welcome back the amazing Winbush to do part 2 of his journey from cinema and to Unreal and incorporating elements. And so if you were here yesterday, or if you saw the stream yesterday, then Winbush ran through that first part. So this is the connecting piece, as I understand it. So like taking it to the next step.
Part 2.
Fantastic. Yes. Excellent. So please take it away.
Thank you, Simon. So I'm gonna give everybody a second in case they want to take down my social medias here. But yeah, what up? Winbush here, and I'm excited to bring you guys part 2 of my presentation that I started yesterday. For those that don't know me real quick, my name is Jonathan Winbush. I'm a motion graphics artist based out of Southern California. I've worked with Marvel, DC, Warner Brothers. Started off my journey interning under Adam Sandler over at Happy Madison, working on like House Buddy, Mocap, all those fun things over there. I've done a couple of video games, Lego Batman 2, Lego Harry Potter, and then a lot of XR stuff with VR and AR as well. And so if you want to follow me on social media, I'm most known for my YouTube channel, which I will pull up right now. And so my YouTube channel is youtube.com/Jonathan Winbush, where I did like maybe 3 to 4 years worth of free tutorials. I do tutorials every single week. I cover programs such as the Red Giant Suite, Cinema 4D, Unreal Engine, After Effects, Photoshop, etc. Basically anything that has to do with motion graphics. That's what I've been covering weekly on my channel. And most recently, I teamed up with EJ, aka iDesign, and we're actually running a contest that's going to end on September 1st, September 1st. You can find the details on my YouTube channel as well. And EJ is going to come up afterwards because he comes on directly after me, and we're just going to talk a little bit about it. So I don't want to get too much into that. I'm going to get into the presentation right now. So if you guys missed yesterday, I'm just going to do like a quick recap of what we were building. And so actually, let me pull open my scene instead of Unreal Engine 5 real quick. I should have actually pulled that up first, but I can show you guys in cinema while that is loading. And so the whole premise of this demonstration was we were building out like a fantasy scene, like for those that are fans of video games like The Legend of Zelda, Borderlands. We were creating like this fantasy video game type scene using like cell shading and other techniques, first building it inside of Cinema 4D and then bringing it into Unreal Engine, where we're going to do further polish. We're going to do foliage. We're going to have reactive water. We're going to have dynamic lighting happening in Unreal Engine as well. And then I'm going to build out a larger landscape inside of Cinema 4D, which we're going to transfer over using a technique that I've recently come up with using height maps. You can bake height maps out of Cinema 4D and also bring those into Unreal Engine. But this is the scene that we are building out. This is something that I built out last week, but we've been building this from scratch starting yesterday. So if I actually pull into my camera here and just play my scene through, you can see that we have like some really cool sketching tune going on all in real time here. We pull up to like the Power Stone. We have Link's sword sitting inside the stone. And it's just a really, really simple scene. But today, what we're going to do, like I built out my hero scene here, and today I'm going to show you guys how we could do like this interactive water. We have dynamic trees moving with the wind and everything. We have dynamic grass moving as well. And then we have like this giant landscape back here, which we're going to build that inside of Cinema 4D. And so I'm going to get started by, actually, I'm going to close that down. And let's get started inside of Cinema 4D building out the height map, since that's what we were just talking about. So I'm going to start a brand new scene here. And what I'm going to do is actually bring in the terrain again. Like I said yesterday, I really love using the landscape terrains inside of Cinema 4D. It gives me some really cool procedural landscapes that I could just bring into Unreal very, very easy. I'm not going to worry about the size here. What I'm going to do is actually come down to here where it says border at sea level, and I'm going to click that off just so we get like some really bumpy terrain in here and everything. And I'm going to bring up my segments maybe to like 400 by 400, because the more polygons we have, the better whenever we bring this into Unreal. We could probably smooth this out with the fine furrows. I'll bring this down to like 0. And then maybe for rough furrows, we'll do something simple like this. And so this is basically what I'm going to bring in using only the height map data. It's not going to be a FBX or a model or anything. I'm just going to bake out a height map PNG here. So I'm actually going to come over to my landscape, hit C, make that editable, and let's get this started to bake it out. And so in order to bake it out, I'm going to come down here inside of my materials browser. I'm just going to double click with my left mouse, and then that's going to make a material in here. And the only thing that I want to have check marked on is my luminance channel, in which I have right here. And so inside this texture palette right here, I'm going to click the down arrow, and I'm going to come over here to gradient, and that's going to bring up our gradient inside of our luminance channel here, in which I'm going to add the material to my landscape right now, so we can start seeing the stuff as it's happening as I'm starting to manipulate this. And so next, what I'm going to do is actually right here, right where it says the texture, you have like this little down arrow that's kind of hidden here. I'm going to left click and bring that down. And then down here where it says type, instead of 2D-U, I'm going to go to 2D-V, just like that. And then right here, I want to do some more stuff with this gradient. There's another arrow right here. I'm going to left click, bring this down, and I actually want to change out the interpolation here. But you can see if it's grayed out, it's as easy as just coming back over to your gradient, kind of just like click on this and drag it over a little bit. And then that's going to activate everything in here, in which for my interpolation, I actually want to bring it down to linear. And all this stuff is going to make sense here in a moment as I keep going through this. And so what I'm going to do now is actually hit Control D on my keyboard. And down here in the lower right hand corner, you can see this attributes window popped up with the project. And what I'm going to do here is come down here to where it says color management, linear workflow. I'm going to click that off. And that changed out my color space here a little bit. Let me check my notes real quick. So luminance, cycles off. That's what I wanted to do. So come over here, scroll down here to cycles. And I want to click this one off as well. And then 2D, interpolation, linear. And I want to do projection right here. So I'm going to click back on my material, and where it says projection, instead of UVW mapping, I'm going to come down here and do projection flat, I believe. There we go. So now you can see inside the crevices and stuff like that, we're starting to pull in some height data. And so the white areas will be like the peak of the landscape. And then like the further black it gets, that's going down below sea level. But I don't have anything in here that is too low. So you're starting to see it a little bit gray in here. Actually, let me hit Control D, go back to linear workflow. Yeah, okay, so the landscape isn't that deep. But this is basically the height data that we're going to pull out of here from Cinema 4D. And so what I want to do now is come over to landscapes. Then I want to come over to tags. I'm going to come down here to material tags, and I'm going to click on this one that says bake material. And then from here, I'm just going to probably just bake it to like my desktop or something. So where it says file name, I clicked on a folder, come over here to desktop and click on save. And then for my format, I'm going to come down here to PNG. Like so. And then for my color depth, I'm going to do the highest I could do right now, which is 16-bit. And for width and height, I'm just going to make this 4K. So 4096 by 4096. And this is going to bake out a 4K texture for us. And then if I come over here to options, we have some different parameters down here with these boxes. The only one I want to check on is luminance, because that's the only parameter that we have inside our material that we're going to bake out. And so down here at the very bottom, we can actually hit preview, and it's going to give us a preview of what our height map is going to look like. And I mean, that looks pretty decent right there. So if you're happy with how it's going to look, all you basically have to do is hit bake, and you can see it working down here inside this little material preview box. But then if I go over to my desktop here, it should have baked it out, in which, there we go. So now I have a height map in here. Yeah, let's see how it looks inside of Unreal. I'm just doing this all off the cuff. And so what we're going to do is actually use this to create like the background landscape, because right now all we have is like our hero here, our hero hill inside of here, and we have nothing going on in the backdrop. So this is going to be strictly for backdrop imagery, just so we don't have like infinite plane going on. And so right here inside of Unreal Engine 5, I'm going to click on select mode, and then I'm going to come down here to landscape. And then right here, I'm going to click import the file, and this is where we're going to actually be able to bring in that height data. And so I know there's different ways of making terrains. Like I know some people like using Gaia because that's node based. One of my favorites is World Creator. That's a really good one for making terrains. But if you want something quick and dirty, this is an easy way to do it right out of Cinema 4D. And it's super simple, as I showed you there. And so I'm actually going to bring in this landscape luminance channel, which is our height map. And I'm going to hit fit the data just to see what it does. And so if you look here, you can actually see like a wireframe of what this terrain is actually going to look like. And instead of doing 255 quadrants, because we're kind of making like a cinematic scene, we're not making a game level, so I don't need that many polygons. This is just going to be for backdrop imagery. And so for my section size, I'm actually going to bring this down to 31 quads because we don't need that much geometry. For me, whenever I'm working on cinematics, I always say less is more. You don't really need hyper detailed stuff that's only going to be for a backdrop. And so now what I'm going to do is actually just click import and give us a second to import our hill. And there we go. So now that height map data that I did inside of Cinema 4D, now it just made like this massive terrain that we have inside of Unreal. We you see like a bunch of polygon big blocks there, and that's because I did 31 quadrants. Again, I'm only using this for background imagery, so I'm actually going to populate this for like trees and grass and things of that nature. So all this is going to get completely covered. I only basically used it for shape and geometry, but you can see it's kind of clipping like my little hero scene that I have right here. So I'm going to come over to some of my sculpting tools, much like Steve showed you in ZBrush there. We have sculpting tools for our terrain and everything. So I actually like using this one. Where's erosion at? I'm going to click on erosion, and I'm just going to wipe some of this away, but I'm actually going to make my brush maybe a little bit smaller. So let's see, brush size. I'm going to bring this down like so. And I'm just going to start clipping away at some of my terrain here, just so it's not overpopulating my scene there. So something like that should be good. And then I think that's going to be it for the terrain there. So now that I have my terrain, I have my backdrop, everything in here, I think the next thing I'm going to show you guys will be vertex painting, in which I'm going to go back into Cinema 4D because there's a way that we have to export this out to be able to do vertex painting on it. So if you guys followed along yesterday, this hillside that we have in here, this was built with the landscape, much like how I just showed you right now, but this was brought over with the Datasmith plugin. And so the Datasmith plugin brought in everything that I did inside of Cinema 4D yesterday, in which, let me go back here to landscape. I didn't see that, it was clipping my bridge here, so just going to paint this down like so. Okay, there we go. So back to what I was saying. So yeah, when we brought in our entire scene yesterday, everything was brought in with the Datasmith plugin, but just in my experimentation, I found out like whenever you want to do like just like painting on top of your geometry inside of Unreal Engine 5, it has to come in as an FBX. Like it doesn't work with this landscape that I just showed you. It doesn't work with importing Datasmith. You have to export it out as an FBX. And so what I'm going to do is actually just replace this green hillside that I made right here with an FBX that I'm going to export out as Cinema 4D. So I'm going to go back to like my original scene that I built yesterday inside of Cinema, and I don't have to like delete anything in here. I basically just have to select my hillside here. So let me make sure that I have my hill selected here, which would be landscape. I'm going to hit C just to make it editable, just so we have the UV maps that's going to come over as well. And so from here, I'm going to come over to File and come down to Export. I'm going to come down to Export FBX. And this is really important here because I have an entire scene here, but the only thing I want to export out is the landscape. And so we do have a selection inside our attributes box here that says selection only. So as long as you have that check marked on, the stuff that you have selected in your outliner here on the right hand side will be the only stuff that will export out as an FBX, which is really cool. And then another thing that's important too is right here under animation, I want to make sure I have tracks clicked off because I don't have any animation. I'm just bringing over a single geometry. And so everything else looks up to par. I'm just going to click OK. And then let's say I want to name this one Siggraph Hill version 2. So that exported out at FBX, in which I could bring back into Unreal Engine. So I might actually just make a separate folder for it. I'm going to right click down here inside of my content drawer, make a new folder. And I'm just going to name this folder FBX just to keep things organized. Double click on that. And then if I come over to my Windows Explorer, let me find where I just recently created that FBX data. So I believe it's in this folder. Look by date. Yep, there we go. It's Siggraph Hill version 2. I'm going to click and drag that into here. And then it's going to bring up our FBX import options. And so right now, like with the new Unreal Engine 5, you can bring in FBXs and have it automatically convert over to nanite, which is the new thing. too much to get into for this demonstration. Like nanite's like its whole different talk in itself, but make sure you don't have nanite clicked on, because then the vertex painting won't work if you make this into a nanite geometry. So I would just leave everything as the default here and just click import all and give us a second to import here. Okay, so it looks like my hill is imported. So I'm actually going to use this hill to get rid of this hill right here. So I can actually delete this hill, and then I'm just going to click and drag that FBX into my scene. And then I don't even have to try to like place it or anything. It should automatically just zero out at the coordinates, because if you're following along yesterday, that was a big proponent of something I was showing yesterday. Like, as long as you work in coordinates of 0, everything will line back up once you bring it into Unreal. And it looks like maybe some of my steps kind of got out of place too. Then I see a little bit of clipping here as well. And the cool thing is, like, we built these steps inside of Cinema 4D using the cloner right here. So if you guys remember, I used this cloner object to bring over all the steps into Unreal, but like there's no cloner or anything inside of Unreal Engine 5. And so what it does whenever it starts translating and bringing everything into Unreal, it brings it into as its own separate piece of geometry, which we could go further in and manipulate like so. So if you have any type of clipping or anything like that, you could just manually come in here and start manipulating your geometry, which I just saw there was like a little bit of clipping happening here. So I just want to move that over a little bit. And then maybe these steps that seem to be floating right here, maybe I'll just pull these down a little bit. Not sure why they started floating. And plus I could just cover this with some geometry, but I'm just going to move some of these down like so in the meantime. And then I'm going to go over the mega scans, and I'm going to start populating my scene here with some grass from mega scans and some cobblestones as well, in which we're going to do all just painting in. That's what I was getting prepped for. But first I just want to move these steps down. So let me move these down. Just a couple more here. Almost finished. And there we go. So I'm just going to move these down just so they're clipping inside of our hillside a little bit, because we're going to cover this with grass. But first, let's come over and do some Megascan materials. So I'm going to come down here to my content drawer, and I have some materials already downloaded. So you can see here, I have a Megascans folder. I downloaded some surfaces as 4K materials just because I didn't want to do that while we're here doing a demonstration. It looks like since I pulled them off my drive, we're not seeing what they are right here, but they should still work. And so what I'm going to do is actually right here under search, I want to type in INST, and that's going to pull up all the instances of the materials that I have here, in which the instances is what we downloaded from the Megascans library. Well, which I downloaded, but I did that previously just because I wasn't sure how the internet was going to be working. But I know what these materials are. Like, this is going to be like my grass patch that has some clovers in it. And then I have like a stone floor that has a little bit of grass in between it. And I'm going to mix these two together by painting them. And so you want to do this one in order of operation of the, like your base layer, you want to select first. And then you hold down the control. Whatever you want to paint on top of it, you want to select that 1 second. So I'm going to hold down the control, left click, and select that. Oh, it looks like it's starting to pop in a little bit here. And then I have a third material, but I don't think I'm going to use that because I'm going to paint in mud puddles instead, which I'll show you how to set that up. So I'm going to stick with just selecting these two materials right here. And then in order to get this to paint onto my hillside, I have to come up here where we have like this little cube with the plus symbol. I'm going to come down here to where it says Quixel Bridge. And Quixel Bridge is how we access all of our Megascans and everything. And so I already have my Megascans downloaded. Let me make sure I make this full screen so you can see it. And so in order to get to like the Megascans blending, it's a little bit weird, but you have to make sure you select like a material, which this is the grass patch that I previously downloaded. But you select the material just so you can get access to this little box down here. The icon might be a little bit hard to see, but we have like 3 lines with 3 little circles on there. You want to select that, and that's going to bring up this Megascans attribute window, which is going to create our blend material. And so everything that we had selected inside of our content browser there, make sure you have that still selected. You just want to click create material blend, and it's going to do all the background node work for us, and we don't have to go into do any type of blueprints or anything like that because Megascans is going to handle that for us. So if I come back down here now to my content drawer, we should have a folder that says blend materials, which we do right here. And I'm just going to click and drag this onto my hillside, and then we're going to go in and do some manipulation on this. But first, let me save my scene, because it's always good to save just in case. So I'm going to save selected. And I'm just going to name this one Sig 22. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is actually double click on this material, and I'm going to attempt to show you guys what's happening in the viewport while doing it inside of my materials attribute here. This is where like dual monitors really helps out, because I want to show you guys what's like happening with our materials in here in real time as I'm manipulating it. But first, what I'm going to do is come over here to where it says blend materials. I'm going to select the top layer and the base layer. And then right here where it says global, actually, let me make this full screen so it's easier to see. I'm going to come right here and select the base layer and middle layer. I don't have a top layer because I only did 2 materials, but I'm going to do a puddle layer because we can also like paint on like different weight or wet attributes onto our scene to make like mud puddles or just make it look a little bit more wet, which is really cool. And so I'm going to come down here and first do the tiling of my base layer, which if I look down here, we have base layer tiling offset. I'm going to select this, and then okay, so now let me try to do this by showing you guys here in the viewport. So for my tiling, let's say we start by 10 by 10, which that's not looking too bad right there. Maybe let's try 15 by 15. There we go. So something like that is looking pretty cool. And you guys notice like I'm using like a photoreal material, and I'm going to show you guys how we can make this into like a toon shading look after we get everything finished. But since I have that on there, I'm going to come over here to mode selected, and I'm going to come down here to mesh paint, and then right here where I have my path of these stones, I'm going to paint like some dirt cobblestones underneath this just to give it a little bit more like realism, I guess you would say in there, because usually if you have like stones here, you're going to have a little bit of debris and a little bit of grunge happening under there. So what I'm going to do is click on my paintbrush, and then down here we have these color painting channels, in which the red channel will be our middle layer. Like yeah, I think the red channel is our middle layer, and then right here where it says paint color, you want to make sure that this is black. So I'm just going to click this to invert it, because if you have it as white, that's going to erase, but if you have it as black, that's how you paint on. And so it's as easy as making sure I have my thing selected. Actually, I think I should have had my hillside selected first. So let me go back to selection, select my hillside, come back here under mesh paint, come here under paint. So now you can see I'm just painting on that texture like so. And it's a little bit hard on the sides, but we can easily go through my attributes window, and I can start to just start making that blend here on the sides so everything looks a little bit more coherent. And plus that texture is extremely large, so I'm going to have to go through and do some tiling on that one as well. So I'm going to go back to my blend material here, come down here to where it says middle layer, and then right here where it says middle tiling, let's make this one tiling of X and Y at 15 by 15 as well. You can start seeing we have some of our cobblestones in here, which maybe let's make them a tad bit smaller. See, 20 by 20. Let's go 30 by 30. Something like that should be suffice. And then you can see we have some really hard edges in here. I'm going to manipulate maybe some of the fall off just to kind of make this blend a little bit better. So come over here into my attributes window. Let me see if I remember where it's at here. So I have my tiling control. Yep, it's going to be this one right here. So where it says blend amount, maybe let's start with 5. I guess it didn't like that one, so maybe it was the other one. So let me do base. There we go. All right, so it was, if I go to my base, my middle, and I actually do blend contrast, let me start with 3. And we can see that we're starting to get some of our fall off from our bottom material onto our cobblestones, just so we're starting to just kind of blend it in a little bit better. Maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe if I do like 2.5, somewhere around there, blend them out 3. So we're starting to see some of our grass patches starting to blend through our material here. So you can really go in here and start really fine-tuning this how you see fit. The more blend contrast we have, the more it's starting to blend between our stones here and everything, which I always thought was really cool, because now we could get like a more detailed, finite look for the look that we're going for. And so let's say that we're happy with that for right now. I'm just going to click on save, and we're actually going to paint some foliage on here with our foliage brush. And so maybe let's start with some grass, because we want to start having some grass just kind of fill all this in, so we're not strictly relying on the texture here. Plus the wind is going to be wind dynamic, and so it's going to be moving with the wind and the breeze and everything. And so I do have some grass that's already pre-made that I can start using with the foliage tool here. So if I come down to my stylized forest pack, if I come down here to mesh, and actually let me exit that out. Let's see, we have plants. So I'm going to use these this grass right here. But first, I have to come up here to select mode, come down here to foliage, and I like calling this my Bob Ross tool, because this is how I can paint in on my happy little trees and all that stuff of that nature. So show you guys here in a minute what I'm talking about. I'm just going to grab and drag the foliage in here that I want to start painting on here. And let me make the brush size a little bit smaller, because you can see like it's engulfing our entire hill right here, but I want to be a little bit more precise. So everything that we have inside of this big sphere here is going to paint onto our landscape there. So let me come down here and manipulate some of these attributes first. So maybe for density, let's do like 1,000. And I want to change the brush size. Maybe let's start with 30, something like that. And then I will also want to make sure that I change my normals so that, yeah, so right here where it says align to normal, like let me show you, if I paint on like this curvature of my hillside right now, it's going to make it look unnatural, because it's actually going to be tilting with the curvature of my landscape there. But if I come over here and hit align to normal, it's going to be going straight up and down. And that's how foliage is in nature. Like, I don't know if you guys notice, like even on hillsides, trees always grow straight up and down vertical, same with plants and everything there. And so you want to make sure we have this looking as natural as possible. But I believe when I was painting this on, it looked like it was hovering above my geometry. So I could probably even make it sink into my geometry a tad bit more. So let me look for where I have like my Z, my Z offset. So I'm not going to go too crazy, maybe like -1. Let me paint it in there. So that's looking pretty good right there. Maybe I could have some variety inside of my plant tools and everything here. So I don't want this scale to be even all the way. If I come over here to where it says scale X, maybe let's do like 0.6, and then max we could do 0.8, and that should give us a little bit of variety inside of the sizing of our grass, because it's all going to be randomized in here when you're out in nature. And let's say I want to maybe have the density be a little bit more, because I want to engulf this entire area here. So I'm going to move my paint density instead of 0.5 up to 1. And let's start painting this entire hillside right here. So after I'm done just kind of finite painting on my grass in here, I'm actually going to add some trees in here as well. And then we're going to go in and we're going to add some water. And then we're going to go back into Cinema 4D and probably add a character in here as well. If we have enough time, I'll show you guys how we can bring camera, or not camera, but character animation from Cinema 4D into Unreal Engine 5. I'm probably only going to paint grass on the front hillside, because we're not going to see the back again, but this is only a cinematic. And so if this was like an actual game level that I was building out, I would make sure that I paint like my entire terrain, because you know the player would be going through everything in the scene. But for cinematics, you pretty much only want to worry about what you're going to see in camera. At least that's the way that I like to work, because I don't think you unnecessarily want to put a bunch of geometry in your scene. So something like that I think should be suffice. And so now let's add some trees into our scene as well, in which I'm going to go down here and I have a tree pack in here as well. So I'm going to probably select 3 trees, because you can actually paint on as many different objects that you have in there as well. Like, it's not only foliage, you can do objects as well. So let me select like these trees. It's called the foliage tool because people usually use it to paint foliage, but I mean, you can paint on anything you want, much like the scatter tool inside of Cinema 4D. But I'm going to come down here and just manipulate some of these attributes. I don't want to have as many trees. I just want to kind of add some just to kind of hide some of the backdrop in here, and then give us some cool dynamic lighting once we get into the lighting portion of it. But let me see. I want to change my X scale. Let's say to like 0.5. Let's do 0.8 again. For my Z offset, I'll do 0.1. And then again, my line of normal, make sure I click that off so the trees are upright. And that might be a little bit too many trees, so my paint density, maybe let's change this down to 0.5. Let's do a 0.2 maybe. So I don't want to have them really bunched up. I just wanted them to be a little bit sporadic, so I may change this density down to like 30 maybe. There we go. So it's giving us not as many trees. Okay, so last one. Let's try 50. Because I really just want to paint. All right, so it's acting up now. Oh, I did 650, so that's why it's giving us so much. So, okay, cool. So do something like that. And I'm going to go up really high. Maybe just come over here to the back end and paint some trees back here. I really just want to kind of blend this all together and hide some of that backdrop. Even though I did add a landscape back there, I think it looks cooler when you see it kind of going through the trees and everything. And if you look, all my trees are already set up to be working dynamically with the wind, and they're working in unison with my grass down here as well, which I think is really cool. So something like this might be suffice. So yeah, I think I'm going to leave it like this in the time being. And then also, maybe if I look through my camera that I animated inside of Cinema, let's see what it's looking like instead of our viewport. It's always good just to kind of get a reference of how your scene's looking. So it's like we're coming over the bridge, we're getting some cool dynamic shadows and everything. And so I know at this point, maybe I want to put some trees over here just to cover some of this stuff up as well. So I'm actually going to select my background here. Come back over here to Foliage. And I'm just going to place like a tree or two, because then I'm going to go back into my overhead and start painting them in. But I want to just give myself a point of reference of where I want to start painting trees at. So let's say I want to do trees back here as well, because I just really want to make it seem like there's like a vast forest, but also cover all this through. So I'm going to go back out on my camera. And the reason I'm doing this, because the foliage tool doesn't always work correctly when you're looking at like a camera perspective, but especially when you bring in the camera from like another DCC. So I kind of just use it as like a point of reference, and then I go and just start painting my stuff in like so. So now let's look back through my camera here. It's something like that. Looks pretty good. So actually, let me add a material to my landscape as well. I did make a generic grass material, a Cinema 4D here, that I'm just going to drag and drop. It's just like the basic green material. So I think I have it under my C4D scene, geometry. Yeah, there we go. So grass, I'm just going to drag and drop that into here. Make sure I'm on select mode. I might have to do it inside my world outliner. So let me see. I'm going to dock this. Make sure I have my landscape selected. Start scrolling down. Okay, so landscape material. There we go. So I was going to do water, but just looking at the time, I think I'm going to go back into Cinema 4D and do some of the mocap stuff instead, because I know that's a big question that I get a lot from the community. A lot of people always ask me, like, how do you bring in mocap data, especially when you're using like Mixamo and stuff like that from Cinema 4D into Unreal Engine. It's real easy to set up. So let me get back into Cinema 4D and do this one instead. So I'm going to start a new section here and make sure I hit Control D, because I'm going to make sure my FPS is at 24. I'm going to come up here, make sure my FPS is at 24. And since I'm going to be exporting out FBX data, it doesn't really matter what resolution I'm working in. I just want to make sure my frame rate is concise. And so I'm going to pull in this generic night character that we had gotten from Mixamo, actually. So he's all rigged up and everything with Mixamo already. He kind of just fits the scene because he's already a night. We're building like a night scene in there. The materials look a little bit muddy. Let me actually double click on my material. Come down here to viewport. Let me see. So I usually copy and paste Hit yes. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to come down here to my viewport, and then where it says texture preview size, instead of default, let's hit 4K. That should make everything look a lot more sharp inside of Cinema 4D here, and which it does. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, like, I have my Mixamo skeleton here at the top, and then I have all the geometry here as well. I'm just going to select it top to bottom, hold down the shift key, left click, select everything, right click, and then I'm just going to group my object here, and I'm just going to name it night. And then from here, I'm actually going to come over to tags, and we have some rigging tags here, which is going to pull the Mixamo skeleton data out, and so we don't have to do any type of like white painting or anything like that. Basically, I'm just going to match the joints and everything to the mocap data that's already inside the asset browser inside of Cinema 4D. And in order to do that, we want to come over here to where it says character definition. I'm going to click on this, and let me drag this up so we can see it better. And I'm going to click open manager, and then I just want to extract the skeleton. And you can see like it added all the joints and everything already. So this is a reason why I like using Mixamo skeletal systems, because it's already set up inside of Cinema 4D to extract the skeleton. There's no guesswork. Like if you do it from other programs, sometimes you have to go in here and manually, like where it says hip, you'd have to go find like the hip joint and drag it in. I mean, it's possible, but when you use a Mixamo, it makes it extremely easy. And so what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to go to the asset browser and actually pull some motion capture data from Cinema 4D and align it to my character. I know a lot of people, at least I don't think they know, that there's actually a big motion capture library inside of Cinema 4D. Like I often see a lot of people using the same Mixamo dances and stuff like that, but you do have like a whole plethora of different mocap data that's already inside of Cinema. Like you have it already kind of organized in different folders. You have like clapping animations, you have climbing, crawling, you even have like dying and stuff like that. So you see like this little arrow here. Like if you wanted to grab this mocap data, you would just download it from the server there, and then you could just double click it and drag it into your character. So what I'm going to do is actually use the stretching one, because I already have it downloaded. I'm just going to double click on it, and you can see a skeletal system popped into my scene right here. He's a little bit smaller than my character, but that's okay, because we're only going to be translating the joint data from the mocap data to my character Mixamo skeletal rig there. So if I go back to object here, you can see that we already have a character definition tag on that mocap data. So everything's already done for us. The only thing we have to do is click and drag it, drop it basically onto our knight. But to do that, I'm going to click on the character definition on my knight, come down here to where it says create solver. I'm going to select this, and then right here where it says source character, I want to make sure that I keep this selected here. So I'm going to left click and hold right where it says stretching. I'm going to grab that tag, drag it down here, and then now we should have the mocap data on our character there, which I'm not sure how long this information is. Let me go into my animation tab. So it's about, I say like 195 frames. So I'm going to make my scene 195 frames. Click standard. And we're just going to play it through. So now you can see we have the Cinema 4D motion capture like working on a character, and it was easy as that. So it's basically pulling in just all the positional data from the joints and putting it onto our character there, which is really simple and easy to use. Like if anybody's watched my mocap channel or my YouTube channel, I do a lot of mocap with like Rococo and Xscenes and stuff, and that's my workflow for doing it there. But if you want some quick and dirty and easy mocap that you just want to kind of put on your character, you have a whole plethora of stuff inside your asset library. So let's say we want to bring this into Unreal Engine. I'm going to select only my knight. So this is going to be like how I did with the FBX before. You want to make sure that you only select what you want to output. I don't want to select this up here, only my knight geometry. So I want to click on my knight node that I made right here. I'm going to come over to File, come down here to Export, and I'm going to export out FBX. And so again, you want to make sure that you have selection only selected right here. And I want to make sure that I have animation, because I do have an animation track now. So I want to do animation tracks. I don't have to do bound by joints only. I'm not sure what that does, but usually when I just select this one, it's usually fine. So file format version 7.7, which is 2019. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to save this. I'm going to just name this one, let's say stretch. And I'm going to click save. And I exported it out quick and easy. So now I'm going to go over to Unreal. And I'm going to come over here. And I'm actually going to make another folder. So let me drag this up. I got like a lot of folders going on in here. I'm going to right click, come over here to new folder. And I'm just going to name this one maybe character, because I'm bringing in a character. Double click on that. And then I could go to my Windows Explorer, find where I have my FBX that I just exported out of Cinema 4D, left click and drag it into my content browser. And that's going to bring up another FBX window, but this one is different because we're actually going to bring in a skeletal mesh on this one. And so for here, the most important thing that you want to do is click on import animation, which I'm going to select that. And then for animation length, I'm just going to do exported time, which should be fine. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I needed to select there. And I think we're pretty good. So yeah, that was the most important thing. You want to make sure that you import the animation, or else it's just going to come in as a T-pose. So I'm going to leave everything else as default. I'm going to click import all. Give us a second. Then I'm going to exit this window. And now we have our night down here. It's going to take a second to prepare the shaders, but I believe it's going to be this one that I drag into my scene. So I'm going to click and drag the night into my scene now. Let me make this window a little bit smaller. And I think I'm looking through my camera. Let me get out of my camera view. And there we go. So now I have my night in my scene, and we're going to have to do one more step to get this to animate, because right now he's just in his beginning position. But if I had actually, go through my timeline, you can see he's actually not animated, and that's because we have to tell Unreal to pull in that animation data that we just exported out of Cinema 4D. So I'm going to just maybe have him standing at like the foot of the bridge, maybe something like this. So he should be in a good position right there. And so I'm going to actually I'm going to come over to my world outliner, take the character here, left click, drag it into my sequencer, which is the timeline. And then I'm going to make sure I'm on my first frame. And right here where it says animation, you want to click on the plus symbol, animation. And this is going to bring in our animation sequence from Cinema 4D. So I'm going to click on this. And then you can see he kind of disappeared. I'm not sure why it always does this. Like, it usually drops them down to like a 90-degree angle whenever you bring them in with that information. But all you have to do is come over here to rotation, and I believe bring this one up 90 degrees on the red. And so now when I play through, okay, and so now we have a character animation inside of Cinema 4D, brought over all the animation, all the deformation, all the textures and everything. So now if I look through my camera, just let this play out. Now you can see we have our scene going over the bridge. We have the night there. He's stretching out. Then he disappeared because we didn't have that much in there. So I can actually drag this out. You see, so just let it keep playing. Let this one play out. And yeah, so that's how we bring character information into Cinema 4 or into Unreal Engine from Cinema 4D. And yeah, I think that's going to be it. I guess we could do one more thing to bring in the toon shading. I know I promised water, but we don't have enough time for that. So what I'm going to do is actually show you guys just quick and easy how we could do some toon shading. So I'm going to come over here to my content browser. This is actually a cool plugin. I wish I remembered the guy's name. I should have asked him what his name was, but I'm going to actually, no. What I'm going to do, I forgot Magic Bullet looks, right? All right, let's do some Magic Bullet looks instead. So a lot of people don't realize that we have Magic Bullet inside of Unreal Engine, in which, courtesy of Simon, I went and figured it out last night how to bring this in. So I will show you guys how to bring Magic Bullet looks into Unreal Engine 5, and then I think we'll call it a day. And so what I'm going to do is basically, let me show you how to activate it first. So I'm going to come up here to edit, come down here to plugins. And if you're inside your plugins window, all you have to do is type in, it should be Magic. There we go. I don't know why I put MBL, but yeah, so Magic, you're going to see that we have Magic Bullet Looks version 16, which is the latest suite number. And so I already have it activated. And the cool thing is, what I noticed was if I type in C4D and I actually activate the Datasmith C4D importer, it automatically activated Magic Bullet looks with it. So it's kind of one of those 2-for-1 punches. And now from here, all I have to do, I'm going to come down here to where it says Place Actors Panel, because that's going to bring up a search panel here on the side, which makes it a little bit easier to search for some of the volume stuff. So I'm going to type in Magic, and that brings in our Magic Bullet looks volume, in which I could click and drag into my scene here. And let me get rid of that. And let me zero out my Magic Bullet so I can find it. There we go. So we have a volume block. Now the cool thing about like a Magic Bullet volume block is, especially for like gaming and stuff like that, like this volume will encapsulate everything that you do inside a Magic Bullet. So let's say like I did a live stream with Maxon last year where I showed like a video game level that I made, and once I went inside the volume, it completely changed the look and feel of the road and everything using the LUTs from the Magic Bullet pack. But let me just show you quickly how to activate it, because I know we're running out of time here. So I'm actually going to make this larger just so it engulfs our entire scene. And then I still have my Magic Bullets volume selected. If I scroll down here, we should have a button to activate Magic Bullet looks, which I do. I have right here. So it's going to say open Magic Bullet looks. Give us a second to open up. Okay, so it's pulling it through. I think maybe because I'm doing live streaming from my laptop and I have a bunch of stuff open. Usually what you're going to see inside of here is going to work just like Magic Bullet looks inside of like Premiere or After Effects or Cinema 4D. Like you would see your scene inside your viewport. Again, I think it's because I'm streaming. Maybe it's just an overload on my laptop here, but it just still works. So maybe I'll just pull one of my favorite LUTs from Magic Bullet and you guys can see it happening inside of Unreal. So let me see. I usually like, what is it? Blockbuster, cool. Let's do Classic Invasion. So normally you would see your scene in here and then you would just click check mark. And that's going to change your scene based on that Magic Bullet selection that you have. So now you can see it could plane or it changed the complete outlook of my scene there. And I'll probably cover this more on my YouTube channel, just a little bit more in depth, and you guys can see exactly how I would use it. But yeah, that was just a quick and dirty, easy way of showing you guys how you can use Magic Bullet looks live in real time inside of Unreal Engine 5. And I think that's going to do it. Yeah. No, I could talk all day, but
that's fantastic stuff, Winbush. It's interesting on Magic Bullet that we were having a chat about that yesterday, about why would you do that, and then you were saying it saves so much time, so you don't have, if you want to change the color of an environment that your character walks into, you don't have to code it. You just set up the volume and just change the color. Yeah, no blueprinting or anything. Like I know in the past, especially like game developers, like one of my favorite games is like Far Cry, and there's this scene where you're burning down like a weed field, basically. And when you're burning down the weed field, everything gets hazy. And the way they built that was with the volume. Like, as soon as you burn down the weed field, it activated the volume to make everything hazy. But with, like, Magic Bullet, you can actually just go in there, no blueprint or anything, and you can still get that type of reaction out of there. So fantastic. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Saving on setup, getting multiple iterations, trying different things out in the games. So you could use it for development as well as playback. That's interesting. Yeah, and cinematic renders as well. So if there's some type of thing, like if I were to set up like a cave scene in here, and we go and move the camera into the scene, as soon as the camera crosses that volume, we could change the complete outlook of how the inside of the scene or inside the cave looks. Fantastic. I used to know those as cut scenes, 20 years ago. Yeah. Cinematic renders is the new one. Absolutely. We don't do cut scenes no more. So that's right. We just make it happen. We did have a couple of questions about the kit, inevitably. So you were talking about working with Unreal, and Manuel was asking what sort of laptop would you recommend, and then that led on to a couple of other comments about GPUs, for working with Unreal. Yeah, like I don't want to get specific laptops because nobody's sponsoring me right now. So, but no, I mean any like mid-level gaming laptop or PC, you should be suffice to run it. I know like on my home system, I'm still using like a 2080 Ti, which is a couple generations back. And then actually I have another computer where I'm using an AMD.
it's like an AMD graphics card from like 4 years ago, and it still runs on there as well. So like Unreal will work on, you know, AMD and NVIDIA, which is really dope.
Does the frames per second make a difference? Because I think you set it up on 24, didn't you?
Yeah.
But would it make a difference if you're doing on 60, say?
I mean, I particularly like working at 60, but I know that's the big argument, like 60 for gaming, 24 for like making it look more theatrical and cinematic. So that's why I did 24 here, but yeah, I use 60 all day.
Okay, fantastic.
So, yeah, it just depends on your preference of what you want to work in. Yeah.
Cool, excellent. So we are fast approaching the time, but what's interesting is you mentioned something at the beginning of your presentation about working with EJ, and we have EJ right here. Oh, he's run off, but he's up next. He's up next in a couple of minutes. Oh, he's hiding behind the scenes here. Yeah. So what we're going to do is that we'll have a short break, and then EJ is going to come on and do his presentation, but he's asked you to guest with him for a couple of minutes at the start because they want to talk about your special competition.
Yes.
So stick around for that, please. And
can I pull up my card real quick? Because I want everybody to follow me on YouTube. I know I over-prepared for this, so I didn't get exactly to get through everything, but I will cover the rest of the stuff as soon as I land back in the States here. So youtube.com/Jonathan Winbush. I'll do a continuation. Actually, I'll do it from scratch. I'll build everything out, start to finish, and yeah, promise what I delivered. So.
Absolutely recommend looking at those things because Winbush is such an amazing educator and just making this real because it's no pun intended, but the connection between these different technologies is something that isn't absolutely obvious. And even as you were pulling out here, some key things to look out for when you're doing it, something which might be a gotcha, but like, hey, here's how to do it, fix it, especially the zeroing and the axis work. So that's amazing stuff. So yeah, make sure you follow Winbush on these channels. And thank you again for amazing presentation. Once again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. See you in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Make their head drop.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us again, and we are delighted that EJ has come back to continue his journey through cloth and rope dynamics in the new features in Cinema 4D version 26. So welcome, EJ.
Thank you for having me.
And yes, I think you have an interesting thing. Do you have a competition to talk about?
Do have a thing, and there. Hey, sir, over there. Come
Winbush.
over here. Random person on the street. What's your name?
Oh.
Yeah, just before I started my presentation, for those of you who don't know Winbush, I mean, come on. He's like the king of Unreal Engine, and we had this idea to do a Unreal challenge where we did this tutorial. It's like 2 hours long, where we just sat, we were like fired up Discord and like, all right, Winbush, teach me Unreal. And so we recorded this big long tutorial. And it's basically like I'm learning Unreal alongside all the viewers, and Winbush is teaching me. And we decided to do a whole challenge with it, where you can also join and have some incentives to learn Unreal as well. So let me just play. I know we're here physically, but we're going to play a video of us talking about it.
A preface it is
I've teamed up with
it's
Unreal.
based around Cinema 4D artists too, because we're both C4D artists, and so we get a lot of questions from C4D artists that are interested in real time, and so this is just our idea to kind of help bridge the gap between the two platforms.
Yeah. I've teamed up with Unreal Engine guru Jonathan Winbush.
What up? What up? Winbush here.
To create this tutorial that's actually a little bit more like a visual podcast. So in this video, Winbush is going to be walking me through. Oh wait, this is the wrong video. This forest. That's the wrong video. Where is the actual? Is it this one? No, that's like that one.
That one, yeah.
Where is it? This one?
Well, that one's like 5 minutes long.
Well,
what up? Winbush here.
All right, let's just play a little
couple
bit.
Of years, you've been hearing me talk
Let
about
me-
the prizes.
Yeah, let's go to the prizes. Let's go to the important part. And to give you some incentive to join this challenge, we have an amazing lineup of prizes with a pretty epic grand prize.
Starting off with third place, we're actually going to have a Loom Pad, which is by Leia. It's a holographic display tablet. I've showcased it in several tutorials on my YouTube channel. And with this, you can actually take 2D or even 3D different renders and everything and have it display in a holographic form, which is really dope. And this could be absolutely yours if you get third prize.
And for second place, they're going to be getting a 1-year subscription to Maxon One. Now, if you know me, you know I love Maxon. And Maxon's always been a huge supporters of creatives all over the world, and we're super proud to have them as part of this challenge. Now, Maxon makes powerful yet approachable software solutions for content creatives working in 2D and 3D design, motion graphics, visual effects, and visualization. Maxon's product line has exploded in the past few years and includes my favorite 3D app, Cinema 4D, also Redshift Render, Red Giant, Forger, and most recently ZBrush, the industry standard digital sculpting and painting solution. And for our grand prize first place winner, they're gonna get a brand new shiny NVIDIA 3090. This thing is so massive, can you see it there? Yeah,
you're going to get EJ's 3090. Already used.
I wasn't going to bring that in person because that is hulking. But yeah, those are the prizes we have with Puget Systems helping us sponsor Leia, and then also Maxon. So
we also had the Pixel Labs just jumped on too. So
yes, we actually have new prizes.
The Pixel Labs jumped on. So some people, I guess, some kids, they have Redshift material packs, they have VDB packs, they have kit bashing packs, they have a whole plethora of different stuff. And then we officially have Epic Games on as well, which are giving us $1,000 worth of marketplace credits that we're going to distribute out through first through third. So we have a bunch of prizes, but at the end of the day, it's just about being creative and learning together. So yeah, it was really cool to put together, and we've seen some submissions are like somebody's walking around with their iPad. And
we just saw some submissions here on the show floor. It's really
cool. Not done until September 1st, but enough about Unreal. They want to see some dynamic cloths. That's what the people came for.
Get out of here. What are you doing? I don't know. Oh yeah, but if you want to learn more about the challenge and all that stuff and all the things, go to pugforestchallenge.myportfolio.com and you'll see all that information there. All right, enough about that. Let's talk about me. Who the heck am I? I didn't even introduce myself yet. My name is EJ Hassenfratz. I'm creative director at School of Motion, the best online school for learning anything motion design. I have 2 classes there. One is a very intro level Cinema 4D course called Cinema 4D Basecamp. So if you're at this booth and you're checking this out, you're watching this online, you're like, wow, the Cinema 4D stuff, pretty awesome. I want to learn that. Come check out my course there. And then also have like an intermediate course called Ascent, where you can kind of continue your learning. Now, for those of you who were here on, when was that? Tuesday, when I was presenting the first part of my presentation, we're covering the new cloth and rope dynamics, and I've been having a lot of fun learning it, and it's like mind-blowingly impressive what you can do with the new cloth and rope sims. I had this fun game while I was making materials for this presentation. I was trying to see if I could trick people online to seeing if it was a different software than Cinema 4D, and I got quite a few people saying like, oh wow, I need to learn that software now, or like, wow, here, check out this course and you can learn Houdini and all this other stuff. I put this little alt text thing, and I always recommend that before you fall for a joke, like click on the alt text, because it says it's not Houdini, it's new C4D cloth. So it's really, really impressive results that I've been getting. And today I'm just going to break down some of these bits and pieces of like what you can do with the new cloth, because I think it's really inspiring what you can do, and it's really easy to get up and running with this new setup. So if you want to learn how I did this, that was in my last presentation on Tuesday, but I'm going to show a lot more stuff here today. So let me start out by showing like a reel of all of the different types of things that I'll be breaking down either today or that I broke down on Tuesday. Let's see, I think this is it. There we go. So there's that. Like, I'm gonna hopefully break down all of those scenes by the end of this presentation. So let's just dive into it, jump into Cinema 4D, and here is that initial scene that I showed you right off the top. Well, that's not that one, it's this one. Let's go here. This one right here. And I just want to show you, like, I got 2 plane objects with the cloth tag applied to it, and I'm going to hit play right now because I got pretty high segments. Like, this is a pretty high segment a plane object. And you can see that this is running pretty dang fast in my viewport. The machine I'm currently on is a single 3090. And the nice thing about the new cloth and rope dynamics is you can either use GPU or CPU. So this is now multi-threaded, which means that this is going to be a lot faster. And so I have these 2 planes that are interacting with each other, and we got this really nice flowing motion, like very like watery type of look. And this is incredible because using the old cloth system, not to throw shade on it, but this probably at frame 1 or 2 would have just exploded polygons out everywhere and probably crashed your scene. But now we got something looking like this. And you see this is kind of janky, but that's exactly when we would throw on like a subdivision surface to smooth that out. And I threw some really nice substance materials on this. And if I have some time, I'd love to break down how to use substance materials in Redshift and show some workflows like that. But let me check out the Redshift render view of this scene, just so you can see how nice this cloth looks. Wait for it. By the way, I actually came out with a new substance painter tutorial on my YouTube channel today, so if you want to go and check out that. We got progressive rendering going. And if you ever have, this is a nice little tip, if you ever have like, it's really taken a long time to like preview your render, you can always go up, there it is. So really nice cloth.
And here's the thing I like to do as well. If you're ever working in Redshift and you don't want the progressive rendering to go, let's see, by default, the Redshift progressive render is doing 1024 progressive passes. Sometimes you don't need all those passes, so I like to bring this down to like 72 or whatever. So it's going to take a lot. It's not going to be calculating in the background all the time as much. Another thing I like to do is, you saw how that kind of lagged a little bit before it kind of popped up our render. If you want to see an undersampled version of it, so you get to see an image faster in your viewport, go to View, IPR undersampling, and bring that to 5, and you'll see that you get that like pixelated version, and then it will resolve. So you'll get that pixelated version, so at least you can see something a little bit faster. And then if I, let me get out of my camera here. Let's go, click out of the camera. There we go. And so if I move around here, this should update a lot quicker with the IPR undersampling here. Got that going. Yep, there it is. So you got that IPR undersampling. Really nice looking cloth. Let's close out of that. Let's get out of my Redshift tangent that I was on right there. But yeah, just to get really nice looking cloth, it's super easy. So let me just give you a crash course in cloth in case you didn't see my presentation on Tuesday. So we're going to get some pretty dense geometry here. One thing that you always want to be aware of is the size of your objects. You always want to build things with real world scale in mind. So I always like to get my little figure guy, Bob. That's where I called him Bob. And Bob, and let's see, we got the reverse orbit thing going on here, and that's really bugging me. Let me see if I can reduce reverse orbit. Yeah, check that off. Ah, yes. So much better. Okay. So yeah, you always want to build things to scale. So if you're creating a giant flag, make the flag like super big like this. But if you're like wanting to do a simulation of like a paper napkin, this is a massive paper napkin. Like you'll want to like scale that down to be the size of like a towel or whatever the cloth is that you're trying to sim, because all those real world values that you'll be using, not only for your materials, but the simulation is going to come into play here. Okay. So thank you, Bob. We don't need you anymore. Bob, the figure object. And let's go ahead and let's just go and apply a cloth tag to it. So cloth, and I'll just leave the default settings. The one thing I'll do is go into the global settings. So Command or Control D. And if I go to simulation, you can see this is actually how you would access the old bullet dynamics global settings. It's where you could change your gravity, all that kind of stuff. There's this new simulation tab that is the new dynamic simulation, and this new this new simulation is actually particle based, so exactly like Houdini. So it's trying to kind of work that similar way, or like X Particles has particle based cloth and all that kind of stuff. And what I'm going to do is just turn off the gravity here, and I'll leave everything else the same. And if I hit play, you can see that nothing's going to happen. Because the most important thing you need to realize about cloth is that it's all dependent on the forces in your scene. Like if you had a cloth sitting in a vacuum with no wind or no nothing, it would just sit there as well. So what we want to do is start introducing some forces. And to find the forces, you're going to go up to Simulate Forces. And one of the forces I use a ton with this kind of stuff is turbulence. And so let's just bring the strength up and the scale, make it a little tiny here. And you can see that is basically like turbulence is basically just like a turbulent noise, and the speed in which it's kind of undulating. Let me give myself a few more frames here. Is that frequency? So if we want a slower undulation, we can just bring the frequency, which is basically like the speed of the noise, and we can adjust the scale here, and you can see you get a totally different look. And then we can go and let's maybe it was increasing the strength, not the scale. Let's bring up the scale. And you can see this is way more flowy. Look at those awesome wrinkles going on. And this is like a massive noise deforming this and affecting this. So that's a little bit too big. But this is just incredible what you can do with, this is default settings. I haven't even like messed with anything yet. And I go way more in depth on what each of these settings do in my first presentation, so definitely check that out. But you can see we don't even like have many intersections here as well. And again, if I was doing this on the old cloth system and we had intersections, you would have had spiky polygons exploding all over the place. And again, your scene probably would have crashed. So let's do a second plane and move this up. Maybe rotate this. So now we can have these two planes interacting with each other. And so now we'll have all these nice collisions going on. If we want more wrinkles, that's controlled by bendiness. So I'll crank up the bendiness to like 50. Let's go to another thing that controls the amount of floppiness or bendiness is the substeps, which is pretty much the same as in the expert tab, the steps per frame. So it's basically how many calculations per frame is running in your simulation. So I'll bring that to like 10. And let's see what this looks like. We should have a lot more wrinkles going on. Oh yeah. Look at all those nice wrinkles. And this is running so fast, like in the viewport. And it's not crashing, and it's not intersecting. But if it was intersecting, that's where you would use these like collision passes. And what that's going to do is each frame have even more calculations that are calculating the collisions. But you can see no exploding at all. Like it's so stinking stable. Okay, so that's kind of the basics of cloth. You, just like the old system, you can create colliders. So I'll create a sphere real quick, and we'll go back into the same simulation menu here. Whoop. So right click, go to simulation, and we'll designate the sphere as a collider. And then we will hit play. And then I can go boop and start hitting the cloth. Whee. And this is where Cinema 4D turns into a video game kind of thing. Where you're just playing around at work, like just like what kind of weird stuff can you get going on here? And you can see some intersections starting to happen here. And intersections will happen a lot more if you have fast-moving objects near each other. So again, that's where you'd want to up those global settings like the collision passes, all that kind of stuff. Okay, so crash course in cloth. Let's move on to, okay, you know how cloth works to some extent. What cool stuff can we do with it? Let's see. So I just showed you very like detailed cloth. What I want to do now is show you how you can get like more of this. Let me go and show my video again. Stop. More, something like this. Let me turn off the audio here. But how can you get this like nice flowy ribbon that doesn't have wrinkles but is like piling up on itself? So that is actually super, super simple. And the key to that is all within like the subdivisions on your object. So if I hit N and then B to go to garage shading with lines, you can see that I purposefully made on my ribbons more height segments than, actually more width segments than height segments. And that is going to be the key, because the less detail we have horizontally here, or actually it would be vertically here, the more it's not going to fold on itself, okay? So we can go into our tag here, and if you want to apply a cloth tag to a cloner, instead of, you would think like, oh, I'll just place the cloth tags on these individual objects, you don't do that. To get cloth working on cloned objects, you'll just apply that cloth tag to this cloner object here. So let's go, and I just cloned these objects using a step effector, and I clone, let's see, we got 9 of these clones, just kind of offset it a little bit. And then what I'm going to do, let me make sure, yep, these are all the default settings, and I'll just hit play. And you can see that this is not looking very great at all. So let's go and change some of these settings here. Number 1, let's add more width segments. And let's go into our dynamic settings here, the global settings, by hitting Control or Command D. And we are going to turn the substeps pretty far down because we want things to calculate a little bit faster. And then what we're going to do as well, that's going to really sell this effect, is create a lot of friction. So I'm going to go and bring up friction to 10. And then for the bendiness, that's how much like folding your cloth will do. I don't want it to actually fold all that much like we just saw. So I will go and just make this like, let's do like 0.1 to start. And then let's really crank up the width segments here. And we'll just do one height segment. So we won't even have any segments vertically anymore. Let's bring this up even more. And now let's see what we have. So now you can see all of this kind of mess. So this is where like things are moving fast. The default settings we have for our global settings are not going to work because we need more calculations for the collisions and all that kind of stuff. So I talked about the substeps. Those are the calculations per frame. Iterations is using a different algorithm to also make a more accurate simulation. And then smoothie iterations is, that was one of the common things that would happen in a dynamic simulation in the old system, where it's like you'd have this nice simulation and then things would just randomly pop all over the place. And it would be such a pain to try to like figure out how to fix that. To fix the popping in this dynamic simulation system, the smoothing iterations will take care of that. So you can see all of this popping happening all over the place. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to throw 40 smoothing iterations at this. And in the past, in the old system, if you threw like big numbers at this thing, it would really slow down. But with the new simulation, you can throw big numbers and it will actually be pretty nice. Now, we want this to be a little bit more, so you can see this is looking a little bit better. We're still getting some intersections here, but we're getting a different type of simulation because we're using those smoothing iterations to smooth out all the popping. Basically, it's particles are driving our geometry, right? So it's smoothing out those popping. Now, another thing we can do to make everything look a little bit more silky smooth in our dynamic simulation is upping the damping. Now, I would always call this like dampening, but it's not dampening, it's just damping. And damping is basically, it's the rate at which the particle energy is lost in your scene. So if you really bring this up, it's going to make everything look like it's underwater. So if I hit play now, you can see that thing's slowing down and everything's more graceful. And you can see now we're getting a completely different simulation than what we had before. All with this dampening. And I think that's a little bit too much, because you bring this up too much and it looks like everything's kind of underwater. And then you can still see the intersections happening. So that's where we will tack that issue with these different settings here. So what are all these things? We got collision passes, we got post-collision passes, and we have polish iterations. So collision passes is using a certain algorithm to detect collisions. So let's up that a little bit. And let's see what's going on. So we're still seeing some intersections, all right? So what we're gonna do is, okay, well, the collision passes, we can up this some, or what we can do is we can use this post-collision passes, which will calculate collisions after the fact and try to clean things up. So if you're upping this collision passes value and you're still seeing collisions, always try the next setting down, which is this post-collision passes. So I'm going to bring that up to 3 as well. And let's see if we have any more collisions. So there is, yep, just a little bit of collision right there. So at this point, let's try this polish iterations, which I'm not entirely sure what the polish iteration does. It's just yet another algorithm that can be used to try to detect intersections. Now, another thing to keep in mind, too, is, and I'll show this in an example at the end as well, but as a Cinema 4D artist using the old dynamic systems, what you would want to do is try to use as little, as less a dense a mesh as possible, because the more geometry you had, the more subdivisions, the slower it would run. Well, actually, it's the opposite here, where the calculations with the particle calculations will actually be more accurate and run faster because it will resolve the simulation faster because it got so many point data from all the extra subdivisions. So You could always try to make it a little bit more easier. Like I just brought up the segments, 50 more segments, and it's still running pretty smooth. Let's bring that, I just brought it up to 276, and you can see that still going pretty good. But as you add more segments, we're getting a little bit more intersection here. So another thing you can do here is in the settings on the cloth is up the thickness, and this is kind of like a force field barrier around your object. So you can always see if you want to, like, let's bring the thickness down to maybe 5, because we don't want that much space between each ribbon. And let's bring, let's see, I think all those are good. Let's hit play. And you can see that is looking pretty awesome. We got this nice ribbon floating on top. Now let's see what this looks like with a higher bendiness value. Actually, let's do 0 bendiness and see what this looks like first. So you saw what that looked like with a 0.1 bendiness. Let me go into the global settings here. And another thing that can change the amount of bendiness is the substeps. So if I raise this substeps to 20, it's actually going to make the simulation look a little bit stiffer. So you can see that these like arcs are a little bit bigger. And if I bring the substeps down to say 5, you're going to see this is like way flatter. So that's something I covered in the first presentation, but I think it's important to reiterate again that there's this interplay between the substeps and the bendiness value as far as like how bendy things are, okay? So let me go back to 15 and let's go and adjust the bendiness to, let's try 2. And again, we'll get something completely different. Bendiness of 0, that's where we'll get those nice arcs. And then, of course, if we add more damping, we're going to get even bigger swaths of these big arcs. So there's so much art directable control over the new dynamic system to get these kind of stylized looks here. Okay, so let's move on and go to. Oh, okay. So similar setup where again the key was just adding the subdivisions where you needed it. So here's this nice little like roller system, and I just basically created. If I let's solo this, I basically created a spline, which you can see right here. Where's the spline? Yeah, right here. There's that spline, and I did a spline wrap on this plane object here. So let's hide this. So plane object, spline wrapping around this spline here. Let's hide that. Let's turn this back on. And then I just added the little cylinders here. Oh, I still got solo on. That's why everything's all weird. There we go. And so I have all these little tubes and stuff. And these have collider tags on them. And you can up the friction if you want. So it's going to like catch the like big ribbon or whatever, the roller ribbon here, the belt on the roller system here. So if I hit play, you can see we got this nice like roller system where the cloth is, you know, rolling down the belt and all this stuff. So pretty cool. And I have a tutorial on how I did this on the old system, and like it was so unstable. It's so much more stable now to be able to get this kind of like conveyor belt type of setup. And then you can even like go in here and like move all these rollers around too. See what that looks like. Like whoop, whoop. And still pretty stable. Like it's still running, still doing its thing. Cool. So some ideas of what you can do with the cloth. So you can get super detailed cloth. You can get super like thick ribbon kind of conveyor belty type of looks as well. Let's go and I'll break down how I did the. Let's see here. Show you how I did this bit right here. Super simple. It's like you just let the awesome cloth simulation like look good by itself. There's not a whole lot that I did other than like applying some decent textures to it. So what I have here is I got my cloth, which is it's a plane object. You can see that the width segment's fairly high, height segment's fairly high, and then I have two poles here. So my left pole and my right pole, just some simple cylinders. And this workflow that I'm going to show is very similar to the old system where you can belt cloth to different objects. So for the belt to work, you're going to make the cloth editable. You're also going to make the collector or the connector objects editable as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on the cloth, go to simulation tag cloth, and I'm going to right click and then also go to simulation cloth belt. And then what you're going to define with this cloth belt is what you want to belt this onto and what are the points you want to belt onto another object. So I'm going to go to point mode, hit 0 for my rectangular selection tool, and I'm just going to select these points right here. And actually, it would be better to go in my front view to see exactly what I'm selecting. So just selecting these points here. So I got those points selected. I'm going to go to that belt tag. I'm going to say, okay, what do I want to belt those points to? I want to belt it to the left cylinder or the left pole. So I'll drag and drop that into our the belt tag here, and then I'll hit set. And you'll see that that worked because we have all of our points turned yellow. And we're going to do the same exact thing. So we're going to right click, add another belt. So simulation tag, cloth belt. And then for this, we're going to belt the points on the other side to the other cylinder. So we'll grab these. Let's go full view here. And then I'm going to belt this onto the right pole or the right cylinder here. Hit set. You'll see yellow there as well. And now you can see, if I hit play, I think nothing happens because let's see. Yeah, I have, let's see, got that. Let's add some turbulence. Oh, I had to get out of point mode or you're not going to see anything. Okay, so very important. Get in object mode here, or model mode, and then you can see everything's just kind of stretching down. Let's make this a little bit less bendy. So let's go to our cloth tag. Let's bring down the bendiness. Let's make this a little stretchy, and let's up the friction here as well. And let's give it a little bit more mass. Now, as far as the global settings, this is too much gravity, so let's just give it like negative 100 centimeters or something like that, and let's see how much that kind of drags. So that's still too much. Let's do like -5. So something like that looks pretty good. So we got this nice flowing, and again, all that flowing is coming from that turbulence. The moment I turn that off, looks very boring. So it's really, really important the forces you have in your scene to get the type of folding and the cloth movement that you want. As far as the substeps, we can probably go lower with this. So this will make this even more flowy there. Do have some intersections that we can go ahead and mitigate with, again, going to these cloth or the collision settings here. So maybe let's get the post-collision passes, bring that to 4, and let's see if that solves the intersections. Yeah, I mean, that kind of did it. Don't got any more intersections there. A little bit there, so maybe 3, and maybe the damping, maybe bring that up to 3, just to kind of smooth everything out. And so that's basically it. Is like you're playing with the value, seeing what is working, what's not, smoothing iterations, and there we go. So we got one ribbon looking pretty good. Let's go and create a bunch more. So this is ribbon 1. And what I'm going to do at this point is just group this together. So Alt-G to group, and this is ribbon 1. And I'm going to duplicate this 3 times. I'll move this up. Duplicate this again. Move this down. And so I got, let's move ribbon 1. This is actually ribbon 1. This is the top ribbon. I want to keep everything straight. So ribbon 1, ribbon 2, and this is ribbon 3 on the bottom. Now what I want to do is take all the right poles and all the left poles and group those together. So I'm going to pull all these right poles out, Alt-G to group them under a null. So this will be right pole group. And then do the same thing with the left pole. Alt-G. Left pole group. And then at this point, I can like rotate each side. So the left pole, let's go and let's set a keyframe by hitting the keyframe stuff down here. And let's go to the end of the animation here and let's rotate this a whole bunch. So let's go like 180 degrees. Set some keyframes. Let's make sure. Yep. And actually, we don't need any of this. So we'll remove those keyframes by clicking the Control and Shift key down and just removing those keyframes altogether. Doop. So we just need the rotation P. And then we'll do the same thing with the right. So I'll just set a keyframe of rotation in the pitch. And we'll rotate the opposite direction. So negative 180, or close to it. Set a keyframe. So now we got both these starting at the beginning. And for the simulation to play, let me get out of our garage shading with lines, hitting NA. Let's see, do I have other materials? Yeah, I got other textures in here, so we can throw different textures on this. We can see all the nice colors. Let's get that purple on there instead. And let's hit play and see what we got. So what we're going to see is we got those the cloth belted on. Each ribbon is belted onto a single cloth, and then we got this really nice, if we zoom in here, this really nice rotation happening, and we're like kind of tying this cool knot. And we have like very dense meshes here too, and this is running fairly nicely in the viewport. So NB, see how dense that is? Running really nice in the viewport. And then to add smoothness, we can either do one of two things. We can go and throw all these objects in a subdivision surface, or if you have Redshift, you can actually subdivide at render time using a Redshift render tag. So let's go to ribbon, let's go to let's see, render tags, whoop, render tags, Redshift object, go to geometry, override, and this is basically like the Redshift version of subdivision surface, but it happens at render time. So if I go and let's bring up Redshift render view. There we go. You can see how this like low poly it looks in the viewport, but nice. This looks really, really nice in our render now. It's nice and smooth, and this is all because it's subdividing at render through Redshift. So this is a great way to be able to like keep your scene relatively light and low poly and be able to subdivide at render time. Another great thing to do as well is if you want to add thickness to your ribbon, what you'll want to do is use the cloth surface. And what you can do is add an object to the cloth surface. And let's see, we can go in here. And instead of subdividing it, we'll just make this a little thicker. And you can see this gray cloth is going to be just a little bit thicker. So you're not going to have like just, 0 centimeter thickness on an object. And basically you can do this and add a cloth object to all of these. If I hold the Alt key down when I release my mouse, you can actually just automatically add an object as a parent of the selected object. So hold the Alt key down, cloth surface, and for these we'll do the same thing. Subdivisions of 0 and just up the thickness. And now we got really just a little bit of thickness there, so maybe it's like, a little bit thicker rubber or whatever you want to do. And again, we could also throw on subdivision surfaces on these as well. So let's go, hold the Alt key down, and now everything looks nice and smooth in our viewport. So, but to actually see this play back in our viewport, I'll just turn all those things off so this runs a little faster. And at this point, it's like, all right, well, do we have any intersections? No, Cool. All of our global settings are doing exactly the thing that it should. We got the collision passes, post-collision passes doing their thing, and this is looking really, really nice. And let me show the end result of this. This one. So same setup. This is just really, I just lit this nicely, and let's turn off the subdivision surface and cloth surface. And you can just see everything kind of going in the viewport. And let's see, let's go to Redshift. Render view. Another nice thing when you're like getting really zoomed in on some cloth is to throw a hair object on something to like give it like little fuzzies and stuff. And this is pretty subtle. I don't even know if you can see it. Let me try to zoom in here. So there's some little hairs there. And I got a low depth of field, so you can kind of see some of the little fuzzies in here. And how I did that was just literally, let's see, I think it's this cloth object here. Yep. Let me just remove the hair here. I got that cloth object that I want to throw hair on. Go to Simulate, Hair Objects, Add Hair. And now you can see all these guides. And so on this hair object, I'm going to bring the length way down. Because again, real world values. It's always important to use real world values so that we got like a length of 1 centimeter and we have way too much count. And then everything's just kind of creating a root or a piece of hair at every polygon vertex. To make this a little bit more randomized, we can use UV grid. And let's reduce the count. And let's go to the hair here and use UV guide as well. And here's where you can like offset how things are working here. Let's see, and bring the count way down like 1,000. And here's where you can go in and adjust like your hair material and all that kind of stuff. But this isn't a hair tutorial, this is cloth. But just so you know how you can start to add hair to things, to add little fuzzy details. Let's go on to... So just like I showed you that you can belt objects onto other objects using the belt tag, with the new simulation system in R26, there's also a really cool thing called dynamic connectors, and they allow you to connect objects to other dynamic objects without using belt tags or making things editable at all, which is massive because taking the time to belt things and selecting points and like that's a lot, you know. So let's go ahead. I just got a disk object here. I got some ribbons with different colors on them. You can see that we have pretty high height segments, pretty low width segments, so I don't have like the folding happening a lot on horizontally here, or actually vertically here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clone a whole bunch of these little ribbons onto an object, and that object will be this disk object here. And I'm just going to offset this a little bit. So let's see, how long are these? So height of 450, we're going to want to half that, so 225. And actually, I did 225 perfectly, so negative 225. So we got all of these ribbons right there. Let's push the cloth system, because that's where you get the most amazing results, is where you really try to push how many clones and stuff you got there. You can even go here, just so we don't have any intersections right off the bat at the start of our simulation, we can go and we can grab a push apart effector, and that's way too high of a radius. So just want to push apart just a little bit so there's no ribbons intersecting each other at the start. So if cloth is intersecting itself at the get-go, it's like going to get stuck to each other. So you want to prevent that. And then what we could do is let's add a good old random effector here as well. And let's just randomize the rotation. I always get it wrong every time, which direction the rotation you should do. So we got some random rotation here. And let's make sure that actually we are doing order of operation. So let's have the randomization happen first and then the push apart. So everything effector-wise works from top to bottom, just like Effects, Stacks, and After Effects. So now what we can do is let's apply cloth to this. And remember, if you're cloning something and you want to apply cloth to those cloned objects, you need to apply the cloth tag to the cloner. So simulation cloth. And I cheated here, so I'm just going to follow these things here. So I want it to be super bendy, a little bit stretchy, so I'll put a value of 2. And then friction, I just want a little bit of friction, so when a cloth hits another cloth, it kind of helps stick to it a little bit. And then the thickness is fine. And then the mass, let's make this a little bit less of a mass there. And now what we can do is let's go to our dynamic tag. Let's turn off gravity, and let's just throw in my turbulence that I absolutely love, turbulence objects. And let's hit play. So we got like what, 70 different ribbons here, and you can start to see turbulence doing its thing, pushing everything apart, and you can see how things are kind of grasping onto each other. And this in itself is really cool. And here's where we can kind of like, let's look and see if we got intersections going, because at that point you can up some of the collision passes, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and so I think that's looking pretty good. Let's maybe make everything look like it's underwater a little bit too. But we don't have this, we don't have all of these ribbons, all 70 ribbons attached to anything. So how can we get all these ribbons attached to this cylinder? Now, I sure as heck am not going to go into each individual of the, 70 things and select all the points. No, you don't have to do that, because what we can end up doing is we can make this disk object a cloth object as well. So let's go to simulation cloth. And I want this to stay in place. So one easy way to be able to do this, to make an object stay in place, is just make the mass like massive. So let's put 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So this is going to be a very dense object that the turbulence is not going to be able to knock it. So it's going to hopefully stay in place. And when we have two dynamic objects, we can use dynamic connectors to connect them together. So let's go, and I'm going to right-click on the cloner, go to Simulation Tag, Connector. And what this is going to do is, if I up the search radius here, this is how far it's going to be. And let's do Always Draw. This is how far it's going to search. And if I hit create, you can see all these little points here. And if I do update live, you can see all these connections that are being drawn between the cylinder, the dynamic disk, and the dynamic ribbons that are cloned here. So I don't have to do a belt tag or nothing at all. This dynamic connector is going to connect everything together for me. And then you can choose the max amount of connectors, which is basically like what's the max number of connections a single point can have to another point. So you can, really up that if you want to, but I think 3 should work for right now. And yeah, so let's see what this looks like now. Hopefully, if we have any luck, everything should be belted or connected to this, again, very dense disk. And you can see that flowing kind of like that. Now, one way to prevent, let's actually go to this disk object here, and you can see that it's bending. The disk object's bending a lot. Well, we don't want that, so let's bring the bending down to 0. And hopefully this should be a little bit stiffer. Let's hit play. You can see, okay, it's a little bit stiffer, but this is getting dragged a little bit by all the ribbons. So what we can do is we can actually get this turbulence object and restrict it from only affecting everything from, say, this point and to the right using a linear field. So on that turbulence object, I'm going to grab a linear field. Where is it? There it is. And then let's have this go positive Z. So you can see this arrow. That means that from this point back, we're going to have 0% influence of this turbulence object. And then from this point to this point, we'll have a ramp from 0% to 100% effect and strength of this turbulence object. So what I can do is just move this into place. And if I do this right, we should just have the turbulence affecting everything from here and to the right. And there you go. Got some stuff blown away really quickly, and that's probably because we have some objects that are intersecting each other. So what we can do is go back to our push apart and just make the push apart radius a little bit wider. And so I just want to make sure that our connectors are still working. So since our object's a little bit further away from our disk, we can go back to our connector and just up the search radius a little bit more, because this one's going to fly out by itself. So there we go. I think we're getting some connectors. Let's add some more connectors here. Okay, so now you can start to see all the connections being made, and this should work a lot better. Hit play. And now we got these nice ribbons blowing all over the place. Let's adjust the scale. So we got some really nice ribbons. Let's grab a sphere again. And let's go and right click. And let's do, and actually it's going to be important the way our sphere is, because again, remember this is a particle-based effect. So we want to have even particles being generated across our object. So for a sphere, let's use something like let's do an icosahedron. So this is going to be an evenly subdivided sphere. So something like that. And let's make this a collider by going simulation collider. And now let's go back, hit play. You're going to see, because I have this intersection with this one. Oh, yeah, I actually just blew away. So now I can go and have this interact with all these ribbons here. Now, a really cool thing, and like I'm not even going to get into this aspect of it. I think actually I hear Chris Schmidt back here, but Chris Schmidt at Rocket Lasso, he does some amazing stuff with the new dynamics and field forces. Like this new system's so deep that I'm like just scratching the surface. But one of the cool things that I like to use field forces for is to have dynamic objects be attracted to another object. So let's grab a field force real quick. And what I'm going to do is drag and drop this sphere into this field force area here.
No pressure.
How much time?
We're overtime.
Overtime. Man, we're in extra time, as they say in the UK, yes, playing the Premier League. Yes. Okay, I'll wrap up just 2 more minutes. All right. So I got my field force. I'm going to use this sphere as an attractor. So what that means is we want a negative strength because we want things to get sucked into this object. And then if I click on this sphere, I can basically like how much of a radius should outside of this sphere should that force affect. So I want to have this the force be onto the surface, and you can see those little lines. And those lines are going to attract these ribbons, hopefully. So if we got, yeah, I think that's good, like a negative 185. Let's hit play. And you can start to see these little ribbons like, trying to get to the sphere. And now as I bring this closer, and let's go and do this like negative 500. So now you really start to see like, okay, now these ribbons are like, I'm going to get you, sphere, going to get you. So we have this like object that's an attractor. And if you let this play enough, and let's actually turn off the display box here. There we go. So you can start to see all of those ribbons are sticking and being attracted to this object. So you can do this with any object by just dragging and dropping that object into the field force area. And again, there's so many things, so many possibilities here. And holy cow, I didn't even get to rope, which is fine because there are so many cool things you can do with the new cloth and everything like that. And rest assured, anything I didn't cover here, let me just show you one of the rope things really quickly before they yank me off stage. But one of the things that I thought was really cool and is really easy to do was tie a knot. So this setup, let me delete all this. So this setup is basically a null that has the rope belted to it, and we have this null following an aligned spline path here. And if I hit play, you can see that this little rope is whoop, and it just like went right in there. So I have this aligned spline controlling this little null here, and as it's going through, it's dragging the ribbon or dragging the rope right through it, and you tie a knot. Let's tie another knot here too. Let's do this. Yep, sure. So I just like made, I went into like, how do you tie different knots? And there's like 1,000 different boat knots and rope knots that you can tie. So I just like drew the rope in the diagram thing I found on Google, and then I'm like, all right, I'm just going to attach these to some nulls and have the nulls just tighten everything up, and zoop, we got a knot. So pretty cool what you can do. And yeah, anything here's to finish the nice grand finale. I have an emitter, I have a plane object, very small like confetti, and we're just gonna end it with a nice confetti party, emitting some nice confetti. Everything's, because you have to have a Roman bust, because you cannot have a render. You every like 30 renders you do, you have to have one with a Roman bust that's like dramatically lit, and then post it to Instagram. It's what everyone is doing, so make sure you do that. But yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. Again, I'm gonna be doing a lot more tutorials on this stuff on my own YouTube channel, and let me just finish with showing some other, like get my end card here. Where's my end card? Nope, that's not that. There we go. There we go. Oh, so resources, if you want to learn a lot about cloth, Vincent Schwenk, he's got some tutorials on Cineversity. Motion Punk Thanos, killing it on Twitter, posting really cool cloth tests. Subframe Studio actually released, he's got a free pack of like rope textures that are really, really good to use with the rope dynamics. And of course, Rocket Lasso Chris Schmidt. I think he's presenting later today. No, I lied. He was yesterday. But yeah, follow him online anyways. And then of course, Cineversity Maxon training team, who we have one of the lovely trainers here today. But yeah, thank you so much. Again, I'm going to be, like, I have so many dynamic tutorials that I did in the past on my YouTube channel. You can bet your butt that I'm going to be updating all those with the new dynamic systems. We do have Noseman is going to be, I would definitely stay tuned to Noseman's tutorial, because I hear he's got some very exciting things to show that's also cloth and new dynamics related. So that's all I'll say about that, but definitely tune in. But yes, thank you so much.
Thanks, EJ. I have a personal question.
Oh, no.
So the aligned spline rope, how
Yes.
long did it take you for it to actually tie the knot?
Oh, so that's funny.
I want to know, how many iterations of you tweaking that spline?
Well, that's kind of the nice thing about using the aligned to spline tag, because where's my thing here?
If you tell me it was first time,
It was not the
I
first
don't think I'll believe
time.
you.
It was not the first time. Well, because the nice thing is that because you have the aligned to spline tag here, that like, okay, here's the rope path. The rope path is just a spline. We got connectors on. So if it's like off, like the path is off. So let's go. Whoop. Well, actually, we gotta turn this off. We gotta turn gravity off. Turn this off. So it's like, nope, didn't go. So you're just like, okay, let's do this, but make this spline path go like this, and see if it goes there. No. Hey, got it. And then you got to just, up the collision passes so it's more accurate.
So it's like 3D software and it's a game all
exactly.
in one.
So it's like, did you thread the rope? And of course you need to make the radius the same size as the radius there, so just do that. And yeah, but that's the benefit of using the aligned to spline tag, because you're not dealing with like a motion path in your viewport, you're just dealing with a spline, and you can adjust the Bezier handles, all that kind of stuff.
Cool. There's a couple of quick questions.
I think it took about 10 tries.
Yeah? Okay. 10 or 20. So Dennis was wondering, the steps you're doing with the cloth, do they still apply to rope dynamics?
Yes, exactly. So yeah, there instead of like a cloth belt, there are the rope belt tag. Same thing where I just had like a null as the object, and you just set the points. And you actually did a really great on the Cineversity, great rope tutorial, and then at the last last NAB.
It was my question, really, so
yeah,
you'd say
I
that.
know, so I could say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just teasing the compliments out. Yeah,
Just like teed it up for you.
yeah, right.
Last one, quick one from Benjamin. Cool presentation. Very true, very
Thank
cool.
you, thank you.
Is there an easy way to loop cloth dynamics? This may not be a quick answer, but...
Ooh, that's a good question for Noseman to maybe show later on today, because
Yeah.
I think at this point there is not, because there's some settings from the old cloth in dynamic systems that aren't quite added yet in R26. So this is like the first iteration. So one thing that like I used in all my tutorials in the past was the rest length, and right now there is no rest length option, because of course this system is still in development. So hopefully, crossing my fingers, that we'll see rest length and all of like the cloth dresser and all those things. Those are still haven't been updated yet. So I think there's so many things you can do with the cloth as is, and it's still missing some of the features that we had in the old version.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's hopefully it's coming, and there will be a possibility to loop dynamics. And if I find that out, I'll definitely do a tutorial on it.
Perfect. Cool. Well, yeah, thanks so much. That was, I'm going to steal that hair. The hair to create the fuzziness, by the way. Yeah,
yes.
I'm taking
I don't have
that.
much hair to steal, so yeah, have fun with that.
Well, yeah, thanks so much. I
Thank
really
you
enjoyed
very
that
much.
presentation.
Yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by.
Don't forget to sign up to the 3D Motion Show for notifications for upcoming shows. And up next is the amazing Tony Barry. So stay tuned. Cheers, EJ.
Cheers.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community, 24/7.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and I'm delighted to be introducing Anthony Barry, who is a filmmaker, documentary maker, post-production expert. Do you grind the lenses as well and create
Sometimes,
those?
yeah. Sometimes.
So Tony's got some fantastic techniques to help make your footage pop and to make it entertaining or just jump out at the audience.
Add some flair.
And I love your title here, Promotional Videos with a Flair. And also, you may know that we do simulation tools across the Maxon range, but we also make simulation tools in the Red Giant range too. So this is what Tony's going to be talking about. So
Absolutely.
Over to you, Tony.
Thank you. All right. So, first of all, hello, Canada. Hello, world. Hello, Siggraph. Hello, Ellie. Yay. All right. So, we're going to talk today. This is a 1.5 version of yesterday, so we'll go through a couple of things. The LensFlare simulation, which is a pretty amazing tool, and we'll talk about how you can get these natural looking lens flares, and you can even use them to relight your shots. So my little animated slide here. So we're going to talk about lens flares, but this is not necessarily for just live action video. This is also can be used in different ways because the main host is Adobe After Effects, and you have the gateway through After Effects to Adobe Premiere. So just keep that in mind. I might be showcasing flat video, but it's not necessarily flat when you're working on it. So as soon as it goes into After Effects or Adobe Premiere, you can apply these lens flares to give a little bit of dynamic to your footage, whatever your footage may be. And then we'll talk a little bit about overlight, and that is available inside of Adobe Premiere, Adobe After Effects, and DaVinci Resolve. So I'll show a couple of real examples, and then I'll show how you can actually accentuate. All right, you can accentuate what's already existing in your footage. This is a procedural lens flare simulator, okay? So it's not just based on sprites. It's not just a bunch of little pixels sitting there on the screen. This is actually a simulated lens flare based on the actual breakdown of a lens, and you'll see the actual breakdown of a lens inside of the plugin itself. It's pretty amazing. So we're gonna create some beautiful controllable flares, which is something that makes anybody on the finishing end of a film, of a show, of a project, the colorist, makes them really happy because they don't have to kind of tweak little things around a big giant flare. So you can just add it in later on. So some other uses for this, you can use it to relight your scene, mock up the sun, create some light leaks and some glows, and then you can even just kind of add the little tail bit and pretend that you shot in IMAX, even though you shot with a $1,000 camera versus something that costs, way more than $1,000. So besides that, you can actually use it as a way to create depth in your scene. So it's kind of like a measuring tape. You can have this lens flare kind of come out from the window and just kind of drag across your frame, and then you're going to see a little bit of depth in your frame. And then also, if you know your lens, you know your sensor, you know your camera that everything was shot with, or the mock-up of what things were supposed to be, you can actually, build to your specific build of your lens mathematically if you really want to dial in. So anybody that loves math and loves science and just wants to break down a lens and even down to the coding, and I'll show you. So it gets pretty technical, but you can also keep things on the surface, and I'm going to break down the anatomy of what this effect can do. It's pretty large and amazing. So you can shape your flares, you can add, you can adjust each element of your flare separately, and even just showcase one at a time if you'd like. And the good part about it is a lot of the elements are keyframeable, they're trackable, you can dream, you can customize, you can mimic a camera used already, and again, like I said, you can adjust your sensor size so it seems a little bit more like the footage it was shot on. Or you can dream and pretend, you might have shot it with something like your phone, and then add something that looks like it came from an Arri Alexa 65. So let's see some actual examples here, okay? This is not an example, that's just my motion slide here. So this right here is, I like to shoot straight into the sun, especially if I have any cinema lenses. So if I know that I can point my camera right in the sun and get a nice flare, I'll try it, I'll do it. Most of the time, you know, the rule of thumb is if you're shooting for yourself, you can do all this. When you start shooting with the client, they want you to do if this is just the bonus material. So not everybody loves flares the way that I might love flares or the way that you might love flares. So keep that in mind. So this right here is what happens when you have a smudge or something on your lens. You get what's called the stick. And I'll show you that, and we can emulate this. But this is actual footage that I shot, and that's just that little streak of light right here is known as the stick. And then you'll see another one here. Like I said, I just kind of like to shoot straight into the sun. And you can see kind of the faint, you know, the greens and the blues from the tail end of that flare. And, you know, the good part about it is, like, it's natural, it blends right in. This was shot with raw, in-camera raw. So I like to pull that out, and I usually like to dip it down so I can, like, accentuate the flare. But in this case, this is all baked into a ProRes, so it's kind of sitting exactly where it needs to be at this moment. So let's just hop in here, and I'll show you how to apply this effect. So first, this is a shot. This is basically shot like just before, just right after sunset. So all that beautiful glow and everything is kind of, you can see just a little bit of it on his cheek, but it's kind of gone by now, and it's really hard to kind of get around and shoot a little bit of this and a little bit of that before the sun goes down, because the best moments are literally just before the sun comes down. So I was able to warm that shot up, and I'll show you that in just a moment, but you can warm that shot up and mimic the sun and give you this nice warm glow. And then even shot to shot, when you go in closer, now you get something a little bit warmer. So you can apply the LensFlare just to kind of add, it's called what's called a glow ball. So let me go ahead and let's just go to this After Effects project, and I'll go to Edit Original. And inside of here, there's a few things to know. And actually, let me just quickly organize this. I'll drag this and put it here, and I'll drag that third flare, and I will put it right there. Okay, so to apply the real lens effect, all right, let's just look it up right here. And it's in the VFX, the Red Giant VFX suite, okay? And then when you apply it, let me just show you. And before I even get to this, this is like warming up my scene. But let's just talk about the basic setup so I can show you what it actually looks like. So I'll make a solid, or you can actually just do an adjustment layer, but I'm just going to call this black solid 4 flare. Okay? Make sure it's comp size. Make sure it's absolute black. Drag it all the way down. Okay? So we're going to use this in screen mode. Is basically the idea is that we want to take that and kind of let it sit on a transparent layer. All right, so you can do it like that. Yes, you can apply it through the adjustment layer as well if you'd like. And yes, you can apply it right on your footage. It's not optimized to be just thrown right on your footage, so you might not get the exact results you want. The best way to do it, from what I know, is to apply it to a black solid. So for right now, I'll apply this to a black solid, real lens, flares, throw that on top of that black solid, and here is our default. Okay, so with this default, you have a couple things. You have the halos, you have this starburst, and you have what's called a glow ball, and this is your reflection. So you can actually break this whole thing down, and you can use only the parts that you want. So let me just show you. There is the designer, and then you have some of your features are right inside of this panel right here when you go to your effect controls, right? The key ones are in here, okay? Like the light source and the size of that light. So I can kind of bring that up, and that's like emulating the sun, all right? And then I can adjust this brightness here. And I can kind of pump this up. You'll see it does get a little heavy. So there is different modes, by the way. You can change it from fast. When I'm working in it, fast would probably be ideal. If you wanted to, you can switch it to production. All right, or best. I would not go extreme or best until you're absolutely ready to render. Just go to fast I'm going to work in fast for right now, and it's still not too bad, but you'll see that if you actually want to see the best possible view of it for working, I'll try to work in production. So just keep in mind, if you do have a computer that's a little bit older and it seems to lag a little bit, you can switch your quality over right here, not just inside of your composition window here. So let's open up the designer, and here's where things get fun. So just like all the other Red Giant products, you have all these lovely presets, and you can kind of shop through a menu of presets. But just to break this actual effect down so you can build one from scratch by yourself, you can see here there are different elements to this effect. So right here is my reflections. This is the spike. Sorry, I was calling it stick earlier. So single spike, right? So that's the spike. That's like if you had like a smudge on your lens, right? This right here is the halo. And if you crank it up and you crank up, you know, you'll start to see kind of different colorization and all kinds of interesting things. And it just kind of gives you a little bit of texture to the actual glow ball. So I'll show you that, and we'll I'll isolate each piece of this effect so you can see how it works. So the glow ball, this is kind of like, I would say this is the core of it. You know, the glow ball or the starburst. And the starburst is controlled by a couple of different things. So if I go here, you can change the amount of blades. So let's just go here, and I'm gonna turn some things off. You can also delete them and just go to one thing at a time. So let's just pay attention to just the starburst. I'm gonna bring this right to the center here, and then you're gonna see, when I click on the starburst, you'll see it's controlled by my aperture, just like if you stop down your lens, and then you can adjust the amount of blades, right? So you can even use this, honestly, you can make a very interesting like gobo or looping background out of this if you wanted to. There's an evolution or the angle, right? You can keyframe this angle and just go at the start of your timeline, hit the stopwatch at 0, and go to the end of your timeline and say however many iterations, and then you create this perfect loop. So if you wanted to spin this around, you could spin that around and kind of make just an interesting like looping gobo if you wanted to. Like I said, there's so many uses for this that's not just a flare on your screen. So if you did want to make kind of a mock-up of a gobo, you could do so and just go to the tail end and just say like, you know, angle times 10. And then it's a perfect loop because it's going to end up at 0 degrees. So that's one way. Again, I can bring this down. Let's bring this down to like 5. And now you can see you have a different look to your lens. You can adjust the curvature too. And when you do that, everything is so subtle. So, you know, if I bring this back, let's drag it back this way, and you can see there's kind of a split. So as I adjust that curvature, you'll see that all the spikes kind of get close to each other. So let me turn this one off. Let's go over here. And this right here is our glow ball. So inside of the glow ball, this is kind of like if I was mocking up the sun, I would be adjusting the glow ball. This is something that could be placed just off, you know, just off camera, and then you can kind of allow for the rays to kind of come into your shot, and you can even adjust the rays and adjust the angle of the rays. So if you were to adjust that, you can kind of make it dance, right? So you can just pick like I said, with the evolution, just start at 0 and then go all the way to the tail end, and however many iterations you make, that's how fast this will be. So if you just want a little bit of shimmer or something on somebody's skin in a close-up shot, add some texture, you can use this effect. And you can adjust the size of this glow ball here, right? And then you'll start to see, right? And of course, you know, I'm in production quality, but if I were to be in like best quality or extreme, you know, just understand your computer will be working a little bit harder. So if I put this just off screen, you'll see that I can use this kind of subtle texture, and it just puts this nice warm gradient on your subject, or just a nice warm wash. So if I were like shooting into the sun, majority of the landscape will be like have this nice warm wash, and that's how you can tell. It kind of like depending on the lens that you're shooting with. So, and it also kind of like breathes life into your image. It gives you like somewhat of a volumetric lighting situation. So, but that's the halo, right? And yes, you can actually adjust the color of this. So I can go here and I can make this more blue, right? you can kind of drag that down so it doesn't have to be so synthetic blue. It can be just a little bit blue. All right, so that's the glow ball. Go straight from the glow ball. Here's the halo. So this right here, just to show you, this is like if you have any imperfections or if there's like, you can actually adjust these rings. Let's put these two together so you can just see how the two complement one another. So put this on here. First of all, I'll size this down. Actually, the exposure too. And you can see this halo situation. If I click on the halo, bring this up, and it can give you a little bit of moire if you're familiar with moire. When somebody wears very thin stripes on their shirt or anything like that, it kind of breaks up the image with the color, and it gives you like buzzing. Not necessarily something that you want, but it is inherent in some cameras. So you can use this. I'll just turn this off, and I think personally it gives you this like look of like dish soap. Like if you were to pour dish soap on top of your lens, right? Kind of gives you that, you know, before, like if you were making bubbles, you know, you'll see this different colors here. So if you wanted to apply that kind of texture, you don't have to have this on, but again, it's kind of like, gives you a little bit more grit and texture on your lens. And then right here, this is what, like I mentioned before, if you had grease on your lens, you can adjust this. You can make this a little bit bigger and more prominent, kind of like move exactly where it is, and then adjust the actual size of it and the exposure of it. Oh, I'm highlighting the wrong thing. There it is. So adjust this exposure, and then you can adjust the angle of it, and you can even like move the position of it as a whole, and then adjust the angle of that spike and just how much it spreads. So if I wanted to dial that back, so you can get some interesting results with that. And this chromicity right here that you see, this one right here, you can actually adjust just how many colors are in there, and it gives you like almost a rainbow full of colors, and that's kind of breaking things up and just giving you like imperfections, but like, you know, something that mocks up real life, because not every single lens is made exactly perfectly the same way. That's the beauty of some of these lenses, and people will pay more money to get older lenses that have these imperfections. So now you have a way to kind of make things imperfect right here on the screen using this lens simulator. So that's just kind of the anatomy of it. Let's take a little step back from that, and then let's go here to just jump into our presets here. So if I click on this preset, and now you can see like these are like stylized presets. Then here's the lens simulations. So based on some Canon lenses, Heliar, here's the Leica lenses, Nikon. You have a few of them here. The list will be growing. You know, you have, if you wanted to dial it in yourself, you know, feel free. You can actually, this is the next part that I was going to show you. So you can click on any of these elements here. All right, click on any of these elements, and now you have sliders. And whenever you see any blue text allows for you to adjust. So if this is in a fixed position, that's going to be grayed out or white. But if it's blue, you can adjust the coating, you can adjust the thickness, you can adjust the rear coating and the rear coating thickness. Like, you have a lot that you can work with at every element of this lens. So, like I said, have fun dialing it in. You know, if this right here, if you have that extra time, like, play around with this and try it out. There's so much you can get from just messing around with the coating, the thickness. And then if you go in here, this is your aperture. The best part about it, if you look and you just want to pay attention to the simple things, you're going to see this is my light source, right? Looks like the sun. There's the aperture symbol right there. And then in here, this is my film plane, AKA the sensor, right? And in here, I can pick, like if I knew this was shot with a full frame camera, I can pick a full frame 35 millimeter, give it a second to update, and then this will actually give you a look of a 35 millimeter. If I wanted it to look like an IMAX camera, that would be a whole different look. It actually flattens out. If you see my reflections here, they're very subtle. Let me just bring them up so you can see them. So changes that pattern every time I change the film plane. takes a minute. There it is. So depending on what your sensor is or what you're mocking up, when you do click on that, then you're going to see a different result based on your film plane. So Micro Four Thirds, Super 35, a lot of cameras, cinema cameras in the sub $10,000 range are Super 35 sensors. So you have that option here. Yes, you can dial this into whatever you want, but the presets do the math for you. Makes life a little bit easier. If you did have an Airy, right, Alexa or Alexa 65 or Dragon, 6K, you have these options in here. The list will grow, I'm sure. And besides that, let's just go down here to stylize or even core projections, right? Just a glow ball or even like a streak on the screen, right? An anamorphic streak. There are no mock-ups at this time of anamorphic lenses, but you can make what looks like an anamorphic streak across the screen, right? And then you also have, like, here's the glow ball, just a spiky glow ball, warm white, distant sun, and all these composite just straight over your footage. So you can just hop around here and just maybe even find this as a nice starting point and then just adjust however you'd like. And then this button right here that says new will allow for you to either you can make a new category, right? And once I'll call this, today. And then this is Big Blue. Hit save. Now, inside of here, it pops up as Big Blue. Put a star next to it if you like it, all right? And it just becomes it pops up in your favorites, all right? And you can see all of your custom folders at one time, or you can go into a specific folder and then things will live in Big Blue. Things will live in today. So you can categorize that. You can categorize it by client. You can categorize it by project, however you like. And then you can trade these off and you can have these presets. It's very similar to what you see in other Red Giant software. So let me just click here. And the one thing I want to note, and it says it inside of here, is your light source position is just a preview. So inside of the designer here, when I'm doing this, when I click confirm, that's not going to live in your After Effects comp in the exact same place. This just gives you a chance to kind of work with it, mold it to the way you want, and then you can place it wherever you want on the screen. So if I put it here and then I hit confirm, it's still going to live in the same place, but all the other adjustments outside of the position itself have already been adjusted inside of the designer. But if you want to do things outside of the designer, you can just go in here and pop this up, adjust the size, move things over. Click here, drag that slightly over, and then kind of pop it into the corner of the screen. Or, you can keyframe this, or use it as a texture, use it to relight, or just kind of like even beyond below. Before like some text, you can have this nice glowing halo behind it, and you can give it some shimmer by using the noise evolution. So just drag that slider across and you'll see it slowly update. But these are all the subtleties. So let me just turn these on and I'll show you one by one. So if I go here, turn that off. And let's go here to flare reflections. So in the flare reflections, this is like just the tail, just all the little bits at the edge of the screen. So if you already shot into the sun and you just didn't get these flares, that happens. I'll show you one prime example. So if I click over here, so here I'm literally just doing a flare only. So if I turn off the background, it's just this flare right here, because I did have a nice sun light leak situation, right? So there's a nice light leak situation here, and then I just added that flare just for texture And the beauty of it is it's not over your talent's face. It's not getting in the way. You can move it when needed. You can keyframe it and make it, you know, if your shot moves, you can keyframe it, use an expression to keyframe it if you wanted to make a null object and kind of push it across the screen with a controller. But the idea is, like, I can use just the tail of that flare if I want. And then if I go back over here, here's another example. I'm just going to hop through a couple of these examples so I can show you some light leaks, and I might be able to preview some of the Magic Bullet suite. So in here we have just a subtle little light coming out of the corner here, and that's just a flare. Also, I applied this on an adjustment layer, and I apply this over a black solid. So you can use either one, and you'll see it's right there. It's very subtle, but it just adds a little bit of texture to it, especially if there's this like steam flowing through. So you can use it and apply it with different blend modes if you want. You don't have to just do screen. There's also, just to show you, in my render settings, there's an option here for video screen or HDR. All right, HDR meaning it just puts it in add mode, and the way that it blends with your footage, it's a little bit different and it makes things pop, and it might add a little bit of contrast and a little bit more dimension, and you'll be able to see. If you look at the difference actually with HDR or this in add mode, you can actually see the flare itself. You can see the reflections of the flare itself. And then when I switch this back to screen mode, just give it a moment for that blue bar to populate. You'll see that things changed a little bit. This gets a little bit more subtle, but it's just a difference of, like, does it blend with your footage and does it pop a little bit more? So HDR mode, depending on the type of footage that you have, you can get some interesting results. And we'll just go here.
This is your 5 minutes.
Sounds great. I'm ready. Okay, so let's just jump across. I'll show you another example here. And again, you don't have to use presets. Presets just get you to a good spot. So use the presets like a menu item. Let's hop over here to Premiere. And I'll just jump over here, and you'll see here are my controlled flares. Here's another set of flares. And then also, you know, what I would recommend is maybe you grade your footage and you add it afterward, and you can either marry it with the color correction, or you can just do it independently, and that's where you can add a little bit of a blue or an orange tint to it, and you can just have fun with it. So, you know, this one right here is independently of the actual, like, color grade. So another thing you can do, here's an example of if we track it. So you can take it, and here's a shot. When it loads, here's a shot of it actually tracking whenever it feels like loading. Let me just flip over to After Effects, and I'll show it to you in After Effects. Okay, there it is. So if I were, let me just bring this down to auto, see where it wants to be. I'm going to listen to what the computer says instead of vice versa. So now track from here, and you'll see as the camera moves, that flare will move with it, and you can change the flavor of that flare. It doesn't have to be so giant and prominent, but this kind of makes it look like, you know, you shot it with a particular lens. And it just adds a little bit of a texture, and you don't have to do the same exact thing. You know, you can adjust this and kind of make something that's a little bit smaller and less prominent inside of your frame. But you can track this and just kind of like adjust the position to the track itself. So many different ways to use this. Again, just to break it down, you don't have to use every ounce of it. You can use just the starburst, just the glow and the halo, or just a general little flare on the screen if you like, and you can make it as subtle as you possibly want. You can take that brightness all the way down to where it's next to nothing, or even not the brightness itself, but even just the size of it. Just make it really wide and not so bright. And you can put this on different layers and adjust your your transfer mode. So just to hop back here in Premiere, there's another, and you can also use it in your motion graphics or any compositing. See, here's your like subtle texture motion to mock up the sun, sun rays. And this is a little bit stylized, but the idea is that it pokes through. It's in an HDR mode, so you get a little bit of a blend right there, and it just kind of gives you this subtle texture. So you don't have to use it for exactly what it says it is. You can use it for the texture, and you can use it to kind of just spin something on the screen and pretend it's some kind of a gobo, a shadow or a cookie, right? So there's another. Let me just show you overlight, which is one of my favorite effects. So if I click here, I'm gonna highlight these, and this is gonna bring us right to the tail end. So I'll keep it honest, and I'll go here to my effect controls, effects. They're in here. Okay, so I'll highlight this one. Here's my effect controls, universe light, turn it on and off, right? And then you can actually do really simple things like that side sparkle, or I can change this over to horizontal or vertical. But I would want to mock up where the actual light's coming from so it looks more like an actual light leak. And you can actually adjust the flicker as well and the hue, and I can change this and kind of make this more orange if I want to. And it's pretty subtle. So hue intensity. So if you're not ready to jump into the LensFlare, overlight just adds some really nice texture. From the corners of the frame, you can see this little bit of spill on the clip. So turn that on, turn that off, and it just kind of like sets things up to where it's mocking up the sun. You get a little bit of light leak, and it gives you kind of a cinema camera look. So if you're doing this with a phone or something like that, and it even pumps up your image if you don't have specifically enough light and you want to just kind of blast your image with light, like all these headlights are just blasting into your camera. So I think this takes me to the end here. And then let me, I'll put this up on the screen. Oh, I don't think, what's that? There you go, that's my card. Not really, here's my real card. So, but if you do like Midjourney, it's amazing. But I'm not a Midjourney artist. I just type words in. I'm a video artist.
Great stuff, Tony. That's
you.
really interesting about how you're adding value to the shots, even if they weren't quite capturing that on set or out in the open, because you can't control the environment. Or especially in a documentary, because you don't have the luxury of time to set up those shots and position them, because your subject is
another
on
good
the move,
example.
I imagine.
Another good example, since you mentioned that, if you're doing a promo for something that's a little bit more fixed, and it's a TV show, and you can't do all these flares, but you have to do some promo that's 15 seconds, and you want to make it look great. When you have these show rips, then you take it back, you repurpose it, then you add the light, then you add the texture, then you add the lens flares. So you take something that may look just very general and very simple, and now you're adding dimension by adding light flares and adding light leaks.
All the things that would get you fired as a cinematographer 100 years ago.
Absolutely. The things that people love now.
But these are the things that ground it in reality and then take people into the story, or take them out of the story, I should say, doing the opposite of that. And it's interesting about the, you can also, because you're doing this in Premiere, you can embed those in a Mogat as well. So you can give them to
Indeed
the
you can.
editorial team.
Yes, and you can, when you do that, you're really kind of controlling how much they can author your effect. Maybe they can just spin it or size it up and down. That's it.
And another thing was interesting in there is the presets you were talking about for the real world lenses. And fun fact, they're part of the development at Maxon. We have this amazing artist, Dr. Sassy, who has got this massive collection of lenses, and he worked with a production team to make sure that these were technically accurate. So those things you were talking about, if you knew that you want to replicate that particular lens, these are the sort of lights that, or the flares elements that you will get from it.
Indeed. Email Dr. Sassy and ask him to make you some some mock-ups of lenses.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Cool. And also, there were a couple of questions on the chat about can you track the flare?
Yes,
And
I did one example of it, but you can indeed track the 2D position, do your track, take the tracking data, and then do a pick whip to your tracking position. I mean, to your 2D position. You can track it across if you want to, yeah.
Absolutely. And also, as mentioned in the chat, that there's a slight overlap with Null Light Factory where you can actually track the location of it, but the Null Light Factory elements aren't technically as accurate as these ones.
The major difference is those are based on sprites. These are based on, this is lens simulation, so these are procedural elements. So you will get a little bit more dimension out of these. These are based on real lenses. Null Light Factory has been around for quite some time. So they're two separate products. There is overlap, but use them independently and see what you come up with.
So the difference is that the sprites won't change over time, but the elements in real lens flares will change as you animate the lens point, won't they?
Indeed. And I love how you answer the question. Because I didn't, so it's perfect.
Just the prompt.
Yes.
So, this is available on M1. So
yes, so if you have an M1 Mac like myself, and you want to get an M1 Ultra or whatever you want to get, the LensFlare effect can be a little heavy at times. So if you do have an M1, it's optimized for the M1. On the PC side, I think you can just kind of go to town and build your own PC.
Yeah.
If you have a Threadripper at home, that's, yay tall, I think you'll be just fine. So,
because you use your main machine is an M1 Studio, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or do you just chuck in a backpack and then you're off?
Exactly. It's my new, really expensive, not really easy to use laptop. Bring it to the coffee shop.
Excellent stuff. So, Tony, you're also doing more content with us because next Monday you're doing another session of
Indeed.
the demystifying webinars that we do every Monday. So what are you covering on Monday?
On Monday, we're covering what it is inside of the edit. We've been covering the planning, the shooting. We're breaking down a whole project that we shot for Maxon and the idea of where the story comes out. It's not just in the planning, it's not just in the shooting and the intent, in which you can actually drag out of it and use it as, you want to use it as it's like your yield, and you get as many puzzle pieces as you can. So we're gonna have fun inside of the edit on Monday, and then on Thursday, Maxon color.
Absolutely. So if you don't know about these and you haven't seen the ones in this series already, you can go to the Maxon training team on YouTube and you can watch those recordings. Yay, Maxon training team. And also, I'm sure that the team are going to put that link into the chat, and also you can could you put the link into that chat for registering for the live webinar on Monday. And the fun thing is, if you come to the live webinar, you can ask questions and then we'll answer them live. So
live.
That's the whole point. Just like today.
Don't go to the recording and ask questions.
Yeah. Well, we answer those as well.
We do.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
It's better to do it live.
So fantastic. Thanks so much, Tony, for generously sharing your knowledge for these things. We really appreciate it. And also stick around because we got Eric Say up next, who is going to be, you don't want to miss that. He's going to show you some nice things in cinema. So thank you again, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
All right.
This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Welcome back. I'm delighted to be also welcoming back Eric Say, who's going to be showing us some interesting things to make your workflows better and also more creativity, more iterations when you're working with renders and multipasses and all those things in AOVs that you should be using.
Absolutely. No, that's it. That's it. The whole presentation. I'm done here. Yeah, we got it all done.
Cool. So, yes, great. Over to you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Excited to be back. If you caught me the first day, we're going to be going over the same thing, but, you know, I had a chance to think about it a little, and I remember some stuff I forgot to say, so hopefully there's some good nuggets of information. Hello. Good to be here. Excited to be talking. For those of you who don't know me, I am Eric Say. I'm the owner and creative director at Game Day Creative. We're a sports broadcast motion graphics creative agency. We make stuff for television, in particular with an emphasis on sports graphics. I'll play the demo reel. That does a really good job of showing what we do. I'll unmute the demo reel.
Give me that chillin', getting Rico. Big bunny rolls like burritos. Give me that hot sauce, no pico. Give me that, give me that. Give me that.
Cool. So as you can see, lots of broadcasts, lots of sports, lots of versions, lots of iteration, and I think by nature of what we build, we like to say that we create design systems. So the kind of designs we make aren't the sort of thing where you render them once and you're done. We'll make stuff for player interstitials, headshots, different opens that need to be changed a million times and reworked. We swap out the players, we swap out the teams. By virtue of that, efficiency is a really important part of our workflow, so that's definitely going to tie into what I'm talking about today. But before I get into that, I just love the opportunity anytime I get to talk to fellow creatives to do a little update on at least what's true for us at the status quo of the motion graphics industry. And this is at least through the lens of a broadcast production house. So we're not a VFX company, we definitely do broadcasts. We're not at the, we're not doing hyper simulations for Marvel. But a couple things that's true for us is one, it is a very good time to be a 3D artist. It is a great time to know how to use cinema. Artists are very much in demand. It's a buyer's market. There's so much work out there. There's so much demand for digital video content. Menu boards at restaurants are videos now. Your tickets on your phone load with an animation now. The whole world is animation now. And we're here at Siggraph, and there's all these booths about AR and VR, and where we see that in my world is virtual sets. physical sets just aren't getting built anymore. It's way more economic to build it in a virtual space and texture it and move it. But with that, we're also starting to break some of the paradigms. Like old sets didn't move and animate. They were just built once and they were rigid. And now as 3D artists, as we start to design these AR and VR worlds that are going to be the future, we got to be the architects of that future. And I think that is really exciting. I also like that it's kind of the Wild West. We're going to figure out what some of these new virtual spaces are. Engineers and architects of the past had to worry about things like gravity and structural integrity. And when we go to build these virtual worlds, that doesn't matter. And that's really exciting and fun. So not only are you incredibly employable if you know how to use 3D software, in addition to that, I think it's a really exciting time. A couple other trends is inside of that vein that we notice is texture and asset libraries are really taking over. It's becoming less economical and less efficient to build your stuff from scratch. You're absolutely going to need to know how to get into customize those assets and manipulate them. You're going to have to know how to navigate the node editors, how to get the look you want, and how to bend them to your will. But as a starting point, and to iterate and to test things and to find your look and develop your look, asset libraries are king. Another thing that is creeping up, and I'll just, it's been mentioned before. My team was talking about it all day today. AI-generated art is a thing, and that, if you don't know about it, Google it, look into it. You should at least be familiar with it. I think at this point it's great for making mood boards, and it's a very wonderful tool. It will unemploy all of us in the future. That's fine. No, I think it's an incredible tool, but I personally think it's very exciting. If you're not familiar with it, look it up. And then one last thing I want to touch on is sort of trends, and this is visual trends, particularly in my industry, which is sports graphics. And there's sort of been this trend for large, this is a project we collaborated on, large 3D scenes combined with really good typography and 2D graphics equals sports graphics. And I think the fact that we can identify this trend, that we know what this formula is, probably means that that trend is on the way out. And it's good of us as a company to keep an eye on where we think that trend is heading. And if I was a betting man, I think we're heading towards hyper-realistic simulations. Like, when I say hyper-realistic, beyond reality. This is a package that was done for ESPN. The team there made it, but like just stuff like this, where it's this photo reel and there's fog and stuff rolling. So cool. And I think that sort of like simulation graphics are going to be the future. And I think some of that is because the barrier to entry into simulation is coming down. As EJ was showing cloth simulations and really cool dynamic engines. They start to become available for broadcast packages, not just for Marvel movies. So if you want to stay ahead of the curve in graphic trends, I highly recommend you maybe hit rewind on the roadshow and see what EJ had to say about cloth and physics dynamics. I think that's a really good skill to have. And also it's a very cool visual. Okay, so that's sort of my maybe catch up on where I think the industry's at. I just also I find it fun trying to predict trends, but some of that is probably important for the job as well. So let's get into what I was going to talk about today, which is compositing and AOV passes. We're going to talk about C4D to After Effects and how those two programs talk to each other, with a huge emphasis on efficiency and look development. And again, in my industry, or my niche of the industry, efficiency is king, both because we have to make these design systems that have thousands of iterations. But in addition to that, I also think it improves your creativity. The more iterations you have, the more ideas you can explore, the more avenues, the more stones you can turn over, the better your final product's going to be. So I think efficiency isn't good for just meeting deadlines. It's also important for getting a higher quality product. So we're going to talk about C4D into After Effects with an emphasis on efficiency, which means we're going to be talking a lot about multi-passes. Multi-passes are incredibly powerful. You get a lot of information out of your renders. We're going to go through the AOVs, show you how to use them, show what kind of information comes out of them, which means we're also going to be talking quite a bit about compositing. So I'm going to show you how I take those multi-passes, pull them into After Effects, what I do with them when I get them there, and how to manipulate them. So with that, let's dive into it. So the project I'm going to be showing this through the lens of is this one right here. So this is and we don't have to watch this whole reel, but it's a sports motion graphics package for Telemundo. It's the road to the World Cups, the tournament leading up to the World Cup. It's a full broadcast graphics package, so we have a lot of things like these matchup interstitials where we show the teams that are playing. There's opens, there's monitors, and one thing I'll just go over the style and some of the decisions made with this this package real quick. As we were developing the look, we knew we wanted to be true to the look and true to the sport. So we wanted to capture some of the essence of football, as it were. And we originally started by doing some hexagon-based designs, and the deeper we got into that, the more we realized that hexagons haven't been what soccer balls have looked like for well over a decade. Every tournament has a very unique design to it now. All the balls are unique, but they all kind of have some similar shapes. And if I really had to get granular about what those shapes are, they're kind of this, they're like smooth, flowing curves that then hit right angles. And we found we could create geometry that captured the essence of those balls and transform that into a rigid element. And we got a lot of mileage out of that. The other large component of this package is cloth, which worked for a couple reasons. One, it has a precedence in sports. You know, there's jerseys, but it particularly is applicable when they are multinational sports because flags are how we visually denote nationality. So there was a huge potential here to leverage cloth. Also, it has rich texture and has some very good implied movement. So there's just a lot to love about cloth as a support. So anyway, this actually frame is the one we're going to be talking about. I think captures the idea well. You'll see this rigid geometry that's based off these soccer ball forms, complemented by cloth. So we kind of knew the look we wanted to achieve, and then we actually had to make it. And I'll get into kind of how we had to make it. And our first idea is we wanted it to look really high production value and use real displacements. But the more we got into our pipeline and we realized we had to make 32 of these matchups at 4K, 60 frames a second, and render hundreds of these, that we couldn't use a full 3D pipeline. We had to get it into After Effects where we could update this displacement in After Effects. So I'll get into that later. But for now, let's start with just kind of the cloth build out and how we got there and what that looks like. So a lot of AOVs were used for this, which is definitely a big part of it. Fire up Cinema here. Booting. And actually here, I can show you here's the scene. So one thing, we did this whole project in Redshift, and as I was thinking about this talk today, years previously, we'd always kind of include some standard render stuff. At this point, back to the status quo of the industry, at this point, if we go to interview a freelancer and they say, oh, I use standard render and physical render, it's kind of a red flag for us. GPU renders are definitely the future. They look beautiful, they're fast, they're efficient, so it's a long way of saying if you haven't picked up one of the additional renders, learn it. We still use standard render, and there's still a time and place for it, and actually we're going to show some of the features of it today, but you gotta learn the other as well. So let's turn on Redshift and we can take a look at this scene. So the way we build these is we render both countries at once and split it in After Effects to make all the different possible combinations for a matchup. And if I zoom in here, we decided to do real cloth displacement for our first iteration of this. And I really do like how that looks. And better visual, based on the viewing distance and what we wanted to achieve, it looked good. And you can see we had some tessellation issues here, but that kind of looked like scrunched up embroidery to us. So we actually liked the visual of that. So we didn't even bother going in and trying to clean that up, again, from the viewing distance we were at. But one thing that I really think was successful about this, and is just a good, I think, benchmark for graphics. I love if you look at a graphic and you know what it would feel like if you were to touch it. I feel like that's a good level marker of success for a 3D graphic, as far as like texturing detail and lighting and stuff goes. So anyway, I thought we had a really nice tactile cloth here. So I'm going to show you just real quick how we built that cloth, and then inside of this I'll show you some of the AOV techniques that help us composite that. So this is our Redshift shader tree for this this cloth pattern. So that whole cloth is done with one shader tree. So you can see it's pretty complicated here, but I'll kind of walk through it. It's not actually that complicated when we look at the steps. I can show you how it's built, and then there's one particular AOV thing I want to get into that I think is particularly powerful. So at the very top of the shader tree there is a Fresnel, and a Fresnel I think is an incredibly powerful stylization tool. It also has some real-world physics potential, but we like to use it to stylize our renders. So actually here, let me pull up the final render of this matchup. What a Fresnel is it's reflectivity based on viewing angle. And the analogy I love to use is if you're looking at a pet store and there's a puppy in the window and you're staring straight at that window, you can see the puppy just fine. If you were to walk next to that window and lay your head against the glass and look along the length of the glass, you would just see reflection. And as you straighten back out to the window, you can again see the puppy. And that's what a Fresnel simulates. It's in this case, it spits out a luminance channel based on viewing angle. What that means for our graphics is up here, when the cloth starts to bellow and is curved, it creates a highlight on that curve, or it amplifies that curve, which helps simulate like fuzz or like the kind of rough nature of cloth, and it adds a little extra highlight that emphasizes those curves. It's just a cool stylization technique to make any of your materials show off their curves a little better. I like to put it into everything. So we ported this into a ramp, and that's so we can just adjust the strength of it really easily without going in here and adjusting the values. It's like a more visual way. And then that goes into this cloth texture. This cloth texture then gets fed into a color correction, which added some contrast, and then into a color mix where we add the blue to it. This then gets fed into the base color of our redshift material. Also going to this base color is some roughness for reflection and a normals map to give it that nice bump in displacement. Well, not displacement, just bump. That then gets fed into this material blender. What this material blender is doing is it's taking the color from the United States flag texture and cutting it out based on a matte that's being ported into it. And this puts the USA color just where the United States is. These mattes are also being fed into a displacement channel, which go into displacement blenders, which makes the country displaced and the outline of the country displaced even more. Now, all this is getting ported into a store AOV to color, which is a very powerful AOV tool. What this node does is it takes whatever you're porting into it and creates a custom AOV out of it. So in this situation, it's taking the country fill, which is this white, and making an AOV. And if I come back to my render view, I can show that a little better. Switch this to bucket mode and show the country fill AOV. Give that a second to render, and we'll see what that does. So once that populates, you'll see that anywhere on this texture channel where the country is, it creates an AOV for that. But what's really powerful about the store color node is you can put any part of the tree in there. Anywhere along the line. So I can store the scratch information, I can store just the bump information, and I can kind of show you here once this renders enough that we can tell what's going on. So if I switch to beauty, you can get, I should have probably zoomed out at rendering all those details as asking a lot of it, but you can see it only shows up where that's being bumped, and that's why that's cool, is like it captures the displacement accurately. Like it'd be tough to create, you couldn't create an object buffer that otherwise identifies the amount, it's only the areas that are being displaced. But if I was to port something else in here, so I'm just going to grab this khaki texture and drop it into this AOV. The odds of me being able to nail that. Got it. And then we refresh this. You'll see that it just spits out that khaki texture with none of the other compositing, none of the color correction added to it, because I did that before it in the shader tree. So it's a really great part of stealing any part of your shader tree and getting a custom AOV out of it. It's also really easy to set up. You just go to the utilities, AOV, store AOV to color, drop this node. The beauty pass is just a pass-through, so that's where you would put your main material in, and then you connect that to the output. And then you just drag whatever you want into here, attach it to this AOV, and you go add new custom AOV, Maxon, AOV manager, and it just adds that to the AOV, and it's set up. So I guess, let's see if I can nail this on the shader tree. Come here, node. Cool, AOV input 1. So now this would render another AOV with that color channel in it. So it's really easy to set up, and you get some really cool results. So I just like that as a workflow, but it's a nice segue to the AOV manager in general. So this is going to be the meat of what we're talking about. You see there's a bunch of puzzle mats in here, and that's because this project was made like a year ago, and these are super outdated. We don't do puzzle mats anymore. We do Cryptomats. Cryptomats are the future. I'm going to keep talking about those for the next 2 years until every artist on the planet knows about Cryptomats. They're so good. I'll come back to those. AOVs are your multipass. So these are all the information you can spit out of the render. I pretty much, when we're generating a project, especially when we're in look development, throw every AOV I can into this queue. Sometimes I don't know what kind of information I'm going to get out of the AOVs, and there's some exploration there, but there's some that I always find to be useful. So at the very least, shadows, specular lighting, the beauty pass, emissions if I have an emissive material, always, and reflections. That's kind of the baseline, but I'll show you there's a couple extra ones, like this bump normal, that we got some really interesting information out of that we ended up using in our composite. We didn't know that was the information we were going to get out of it. It wasn't until we started looking at the output of these AOVs that we found some really cool stuff in them. So our workflow for look dev, when we're just trying to figure out what the final frame is going to be, is to spit out all the AOVs and just, you have them. They're in your toolbox. Once I go to do the final render, I usually turn off the AOVs I'm not actually using, just for file management purposes and file size. So with that, let me open up the accompanying composite file for this. And I can kind of show you how those AOVs come. So, you know, all the AOVs are in here. There's, you know, the buffers, and then there's the reflections and all that. And I can get into the full build of this. So the way that this is set up, this is the final pass. This layer, give it a second to load all those layers. So it's split down the middle, right? And this is just composite, so we just build one side at a time, and then again split it in After Effects. And if I come inside of here, this is the comp where we add all the type and all the little graphic bits and the depth of field blur. But if I come even one further, this is our color correction, and this is where we do all the compositing. So I was going to start this from scratch. I'm going to solo from the bottom up and just kind of show you how I build this. So I guess I could start by just flipping between the final color correction and the raw render. Not a huge change, but we increased the contrast. We shifted the colors to a darker, more burnt color scheme. Increased the shadows and tried to add a little more depth to it, or a little more dimension to it. So when you start compositing, one of my favorite compositing tricks, and probably what does the most compositing lifting for me, is to take my beauty pass, just duplicate it, and then set it to an overlay mode. Not always an overlay mode, I explore different blending modes, but just duplicate the beauty pass and then use a blending mode back on top of itself. So this actually, you can see a pretty huge difference, and it really increases the contrast. So what overlay does is it makes your darks darker, your whites whiter, and your colors more saturated. So I'll switch this to a blending mode, and then I'll just scrub the opacity. And I just kind of do this to figure out where I want to take this and the overall look I want to achieve. One thing that actually I'm a really big fan of, as a final color correction pass, I'll just come up to the very final comp, duplicate the very, very final layer, and set it to an overlay mode again. And this is kind of like a final contrast pass. I find this a little better than like tweaking levels because of how it also manipulates the colors. Anyway, I just think it's really, really powerful. Back to this one. So in addition, there's some other really good blending modes for compositing when duplicating a beauty pass on top of itself. Add mode gives you some really nice blooms and light thing up. Help if I had these turned on so we can see what I'm doing. Screen also increases brightness, but without causing it to bloom. Multiply is really good for darkening. Actually, multiply on this one gives a pretty cool result. Those are kind of the main ones I use. Of course, I kind of explore all the others as I go. There's sometimes I just click through all of them to see the results. So anyway, for this particular project, we actually use screen to brighten it a little. And then the next pass in our composite is exposure, which is actually, I think if I open up the effects tab here, the exposure is turned off. It's actually just levels. We're just removing this top white so it doesn't clip anymore, but we add that detail back in with other passes later. The next layer is shadow. And this is a shadow pass out of C4D. And I'm going to delete this mask, but I'm going to put it back on in a second. Shadow passes are really great for getting your bump detail, right? They always do a really good job of amplifying your bump. So especially when you're working with something like a cloth render, it's a really good way of getting all that texture information back in, or amplifying it. However, for this particular shadow pass, we just masked it in this gutter. And the idea is to increase this shadow in the middle here. If I turn that on and off, you can see. And this is one of my favorite compositing techniques. It seems so simple, but it's masking. It would take forever to position area lights to cast shadows into this gutter with this level of delicacy, where I can just drop this in, draw a mask in just a couple minutes, and a couple seconds really, and start to figure out the result I want. Also, if this is animating a mask is not murder. It's not possible. So I think people really sleep on feathered mask as compositing techniques, especially when you're using different AOVs, because you can pull out. It's just adding like shadow. It's not affecting the highlight of that gutter there. It's just affecting the shadow. So definitely a big fan of masking. It's on a multiply mode, so it darkens. The next one is a global shadow pass. This one's set to soft light, which means it's amplifying both the highlight. Soft light's a cousin of overlay. It's making the brights brighter and the darks darker. You can see we rated the opacity down 50%, so it's not coming in full power, but it just increases the shadows a little. The next layer is this bump normals, and what this does is it increases these highlights on these wrinkles. And again, you could come into Cinema and position a light and spend forever positioning a light to pick up all these wrinkles and highlight them, or you can do it in post. And it gives you a lot more control over it. But this one in particular I wanted to show because we stumbled across this. This is probably not how bump normals are intended to be used, but we kicked out this AOV and we looked at the information that was stored in it, and we noticed that because of camera angles, we were getting some pretty cool, this green channel was doing a pretty good job of highlighting these wrinkles. And we're like, well, let's emphasize that. That's a cool part of the cloth. It shows off the shape and form. So let's pull that information out. So we took this AOV, didn't use that as intended, did a shift channels to get the green to just be white. Did that for the red channel and the blue channel, composited those all together to kind of create our own custom matte, and then brought that into to here, set it to a classic color dodge, added some levels, and added a glow. One thing that in particular the glow does, so if I just solo this layer entirely, actually here, I'll come into it, it's easier to see here. It's black and white, so the glow is just gonna glow these whites and make them a little softer. But with a lot of AOVs, especially when you get into these like really sort of narrow channels, they get a little grainy and they're not as like anti-A-list, I guess, as you want them to be. And we find with compositing, softening the passes usually makes things look a little more realistic. Sometimes those really hard edges or that anti-A-listing or the noise, it starts to make it's kind of a clue that this element is a CGI. So the glow just softens that by adding a little bit of like white bloom to the channel. We also do that with like a fast box blur set to 1. So it's just frequently when we go to composite these, we'll blend in a channel with a blur. I wanted to show this. We didn't actually use this effect, but it's kind of the opposite of that. So it's a really cool effect called the unsharpened mask, and it does exactly the opposite of what is. I'm going to solo these just so we don't have this top layers on top. But what it does is it increases the amount of grain and detail. So you can see if I dial this way up, it really, really pulls out the bump and the texture. And this is really great if you have a render and you're just like, that sand doesn't look rough enough, or I want this cloth to have a little more detail to it. You can dial that up. In this case, we thought we had enough. We were pretty happy with the balance, so we didn't end up using it. But it is a really cool effect just for increasing your texture. The next channel here is a shadow pass that we're using as a color correction pass. And the reason being is we like the data in it, right? We only wanted to color correct the highlights, not the shadows, which is kind of the inverse. You can see we achieved that by applying a tint to the shadow pass, so all the whites became orange and the black stayed black. And that's the inverse of like a photo filter effect, which I think is another really just strong compositing technique that I'm going to talk about just a little. So photo filters are for tinting shadows. So you can see this photo filter is turned all the way up to 100%. It's way too hot, but the dark areas are getting blue and the white areas are staying white. This is really powerful when you're trying to combine CGI with live action, because when you shoot something on camera, there's going to be some kind of color temperature to your shot. So your shadows are not going to be pure black values. And you see this all the time in like the sci-fi original movies, especially if you turn up the gamma on your TV. The black like halo and shadow of the creature is pure black. They didn't tint its color to match the scene, so that halo shows up and you can see that they're not composited. It's a really good way of blending a CG element or multiple CG elements together, or CG and live action, where they don't all have the same like color temperature and shadow values. A good rule of thumb is if it's nighttime, put a cooling photo filter on it. If it's daytime, put a warming photo filter on it. Usually the default value is like 25%, which does a lot better with the subtlety. And actually you can kind of just see like the shift between that. It makes that whole scene feel a little warmer and a little more burnt. Again, we didn't use it on this one, but I actually think it's a really good way, if you aren't rendering everything from one scene, to kind of blend it together so it feels like it was all part of the same shot. Photo filters are good. The next layer we have is reflections. These are pretty straightforward. These two reflection passes just have these highlights. You know, they pick up the color of the cloth really well, and we just really wanted to amplify that highlight. I think it looks particularly good on here. So, you know, we added the reflection passes back in. Pretty subtle change. There's a film grain here. This much like adding a 1% blur to things. just adds a little bit of realness. We felt like this cloth texture had enough visual noise to it as it was that we didn't need to use it on this particular composite. But it's a good way if you have a lot of hard surfaces to, again, add just a little bit of that real world camera grit and grain. I would say both with the photo filter and the film grain, like less is more. Do it with a subtle touch. I feel like if you look at something and say, that's grainy, you added too much grain. But if you don't notice it, you probably did it right. So anyway, that's kind of our color correction build. And this is, I would say, a pretty standard compositing stack for us. We pull in all the multi-channels. We see what values they have. We kind of have in our mind a look we want to achieve with them. We look at our beauty pass. We're like, okay, that beauty pass is a little flat. We want a little more dimensionality. We want to highlight the curves a little more contrast, and then we use the multi-passes to get us there. So with that, we'll take this color correction pass and we do a few more things of compositing. So we almost always do post-production depth of field blur. In-camera depth of field looks better, almost always, but comes with basically no flexibility. Once that render is baked in, that depth of field is there. And in addition, you can't add things like player photos or player names and have it get blurred with the in-camera. So we almost always use post depth of field. We use Frischlift, which is a paid program. It's worth the money. Does a very good job. There is a camera lens blur by default in After Effects that does it's terrible. So Frischlift does a really good job to add a depth of field. And the way that it works is it pulls off a depth map, so which is another AOV that's spit out. So I'll open up my, see it's referencing a depth layer here. And actually here I'm going to, well, I'll come in here and do it this way. So a depth map is white to black values. You know, in theory, what's white is purely in focus and what is black is out of focus. You can change that. For this, it's like middle gray is in focus and white and black are both out. And how dark it is how much blur it's getting or how bright it is. So one thing I like to do with my depth pass is composite it just like I would do the beauty pass, particularly by overlaying it on top of itself. So I'll put it on overlay and I'll just duplicate this up just a boatload of times. You see that really pushes the contrast of this pass. And one thing I thought was particularly interesting about this one is that the displacement map data was in that pass, but I didn't even know it was there from the naked eye. And once you really ratchet up the contrast, you can see that. You could also do this with levels, but I find like selecting the depth pass and mashing Apple D a bunch of times to be pretty rewarding. So that's a good way of getting that out of there. So you can see as I turn that up, like now we have this really shallow depth of field, which is a pretty cool effect, to be honest. It does look good. It wasn't ultimately what the look we wanted, but it is a cool effect. So I want to show you just real quick how I set up these depth passes. They're pretty simple to set up. There's one little technique with the camera that I think helps with the efficiency of it, so I'll just show you how I build that. I'm also going to show you how to set them up in standard render versus redshift. So let's just make a little scene here. You can see the depth. Get some cubes. Cool. Let's create a camera. Turn that on. All right, cool. So in the standard render, if I come to multipass and just add a depth pass, and I just hit render on this, we'll see in the layer, like it's already working, right? More or less. You can see how it gradients back. But with the depth pass, it's only black to white. I want my full scene to be inside of that. And I want as much information in there as possible so that when I go in to pull it in After Effects, I can pick any part of it. Like if I wanted this rear cube to be in focus, that data just isn't in this depth pass currently. So I find the easiest way to set up that depth pass to capture all the data is I like to do it with visual feedback. So if you click to a view where you can see most of your scene, come to the camera and go details and enable this depth of field map front blur, it gives you these handles. So if I drag this to roughly the end of the scene and the start to roughly the beginning, and I run this again, you'll see that now the front object is bright white and the back one is pushing back to gray. And you could dial this in a little bit more, but you get a pretty good spectrum of information this way. And it's really easy to animate if you want to animate the depth of field, and you can just see what you're doing. Worth noting, depth passes, you want to do at least 16-bit, if not 32. There's just not that information. For just a grayscale, 8-bit really struggles to give you the information, the color depth information you want to get good depth passes. Go ahead and show you how to set this up in Redshift if you wanted to do it there. I find the standard render to be a little more intuitive and a little easier. There's actually two passes I still spit out of the standard render just for efficiency. It's the depth pass and the material UVW, just because they kind of work with one click. If you are going to spit these out, you can do them in Redshift too. It's just a little more complicated to set up. But if you're going to do them in standard render, when I set up this, I'll set it up as separate render settings. And the options I like to do is anti-aliasing set to geometry, And then over here, I just turn off everything. I don't need transparency, reflections, shadows, or blurriness. And this will render super, super fast. So anyway, if I wanted to set this up in Redshift, I just want to show this because there is like just a couple little tricks you got to click to get this to work in Redshift. Drag the depth channel in. You want to set this to Z normalized inverted, or normalized work, but Z normalized inverted gives you the same output as the standard render. And then this use camera near far is actually pulling information from the camera clipping, which is a little troublesome to use because it'll actually clip those objects out of the scene. So I uncheck that and I input the values manually. So I'll just copy. I'll still visually measure it in here, and I'll just copy the value from here and paste it into here. And then the Redshift will spit out a depth map that's the same as what we just saw. This is, again, a little less intuitive and can't be animated, where this, you just drop the keyframes if you want to animate it. So that's why I like doing it in standard render. Anyway, that's depth pass. So that's kind of, I would say, a pretty standard composite for us. But like I said, with this project in particular, we needed some way of doing this displacement not in 3D. So we had to up the composite a little bit more. We still definitely wanted to maintain the look, mostly because the client had approved this look, and it's probably too late to change it. But we had to do the whole displacement in After Effects. So I'll show you how we pulled that off, and it's with material UVWs, which actually I think are really powerful. And I again, if I was a betting person, I would say they're going to get a little more traction in the years to come, just because I think there's a lot of post-production flexibility with them. So let me open up the After Effects for that. Don't worry about these missing effects or fonts. Not important. Cool. So this one hates loading that license. It will refresh in a minute and decide it's going to work, but for now it's not going to. So you can see here we have this country outline that's being displaced slightly. It looks like it's raised up from the rest of the cloth background, and I'll show that cloth background just to see what it looks like clean. So this is what, that is not what it is. This one. This is what came out of the render. So it's just a clean piece of cloth, and we added that displacement to it. And like I said, we did that with material UVWs. So what a material UVW pass is, it spits out red-green color information that tells After Effects how the UVs of a particular object are laid out. There's a couple catches with this, though. It has to store all of that 3D information in just the red-green color channel, which is a tall ask, which means you definitely need the full color space for this. If I was to take this project and change it to 8-bit, and I was to go back to the composite, you'll see it gets really jagged. There's just not enough color information for it to know how to map that on that surface. And that displacement waves with the cloth. It's probably a little hard to get it to render in real time, but if I can scrub, as the cloth moves, that displacement moves. So you want to be at 32-bit. In addition, your working color space has to be none, because it needs that pure red-green color value. Now, if your project is built with a color space, this is going to be problematic. So you have to do an override for just this pass. So if I come to this pass and I go to Interpret Footage Main, go to Color Management and click that Preserve RGB, that will strip the color management from just this UVW pass. And again, to set up a UVW pass, actually here, I'll show it on this one. Let's jump this camera back to a good angle. It's really easy. So if I go to the standard render, multi-pass, click UVW. That's it. That's all you have to do. You just click UVW. Oh, it's going to render. Hang on. I don't need the full motion, but it does render pretty fast. Just need the current frame. And you can see here, if I go to single pass, that UVW is spit out. So once you get that spit out, you have to get it mapped on there. Now there is a catch. UVW mapping is not default, does not come default with After Effects. It's third-party plugin only. However, there's a very good free version that works great. There's also a paid version by Revision, the same people who do Real Smart Motion Blur. We use that one just because it has a few extra handles, and we thought it gave us a couple more options. So if I come to the layer where all that is set up, actually here, let me try just, I think if I click this, that might go away. That should refresh now in a minute. Anyway, or not. So the way that this scene is set up, this background layer is clean. We have this pre-comp, which is the texture that's going to be mapped onto our 3D. Although that layer just gets turned off, sits in the scene. And then this is the UVW pass. So if you turn off the effect, you can see it's just our UVW color pass. So we throw this plugin on there. This is the remap UVW, and it will map this on here. Now, by default, if I click reset, well, I have to pick the texture. Wrong texture. You're going to see we get a weird result, like the country's off over there. So you're going to have to dial these settings in about how to repeat it and where to tile it and when to flip it and where to offset it. And it takes just a little bit to dial this in. Now, the reason being is it's using the UVW pass of the 3D, which is pretty complicated. But if you wanted to clean that up in the 3D and make it really simple for the program, you could come in and throw just any material on your object, and you could set the mapping of this tag to just flat. So right now it just it pulls off whatever UV was there. But if you set that to flat and position this flat UVW, it's going to make a really, really clean projection. So if I was to spit this UV back out and like where it's just a plane, that's exactly how it's going to project that on there. And it will still have the curves. It will understand that, but this will give it a really clean start. So some objects I find when I drop the UVW pass in, my material UVWs were set up in a pretty clean way anyway, and it was fine and it just works. But other times I'll just come in here and throw a dummy material on here with a flat projection just to get a nice clean UVW into the program. Anyway, okay. So once you get that there, you set this up, you tweak all your settings. Let's see if I can undo this to back to where it was working. Cool. And then it maps this texture on there. And this puzzle mat just cuts out the garbage we don't need. So once we have this as a mat on here, this is just a guide layer. It doesn't actually get spit out of this. Once we have that mat out here, we really had all the handles we needed to do this displacement. So I'll just show you that composite real quick, but it's pretty simple. All those layers are motion. So here's our base layer. And then the first thing we added was a transform. So this transform is pulling an alpha mat from the mat we just created. And what a transform is doing is it's scaling up that texture image. So it's making it larger anywhere that appears. So if I turn this up, you can see pretty well. There's a cool technique with transform I want to show you real fast for generating glass. It's just really handy. So if I make a solid, send this to very top of the comp, make that solid an adjustment layer. Transform. Throw transform on there, turn that up to like 105. Come to blur, add a fast box blur, turn that up to like 25. I'll rotate this. You can see we get that. It's like a really easy way of doing that like refracted glass technique or blurry glass, and it's pretty much instant, and it renders really fast. It's like a poor man's refraction. But it's a really easy way of setting that up, and of course this could be like a object buffer from a 3D object. That reminds me, I forgot to show Cryptomats. I'll do that at the end as far as object buffer goes. Anyway, so the first step was to add this transform, and that just makes it look like the displaced area is a little bit closer to camera. The next thing we did was add a drop shadow to just make it look like that little bit closer to camera is putting a little shadow on its neighbors. We blurred that drop shadow just a little to help with the composite. We then did the same thing with the outline. We gave it a little push towards the camera, and then we gave the outline a drop shadow. We then took the outline, gave it a bevel alpha, which just gives it this little highlight. I can turn that up and you can probably see that a little better. And that was really most of the composite. The rest of this is just kind of what I did on the other scene to up contrast and all that jazz. But I'll show you how to build one of these so I can show you how to change the color if I wanted to absolutely do the full thing and recolor the flag in the middle. So I'm just going to rebuild this. So first thing is I'm going to duplicate this texture pre-comp. Call it Mexican Displace Color. I'm going to come to this UVW map pre-comp. Turn on the guides. Let's see what we're doing. Duplicate that. Call it Color. Come here. I'm pretty sure it's me, somewhere in there, Cool. All right, so I'm going to come into this channel and throw this flag texture in here and scale it up. And then I'm going to come to this one. I'm going to swap this for the color channel we just made. So you can see it's now mapping the flag onto here, and the flag moves with the cloth because the cloth undulates, and the UVWs tell it all that information. And then come back to this comp. Duplicate this here. I'm going to duplicate this. Actually, I think I want this one. I'm going to duplicate this twice because I'm going to use one as the matte still. So I'm going to drag the color one in here, replace it, and it's pulling a Luma matte from the shape. So cool. Pretty easy to get that on there as color. we can use some blending modes to actually transfer this color. So one of my favorites is, and this is actually a pretty cool technique to recolor anything with texture, is set this to color mode, duplicate this group, and then set the layer above it to overlay. That stack of color to overlay does a really good job of transferring color data to texture while maintaining the like low lights and highlights of the texture. So this is actually, and this is at half res, it looks a little better at full. This did a pretty good job. I'd probably manually tweak that red a little. And one thing that's really appealing about this UVW workflow is that crest isn't quite centered. I can just come back to this one, displace color, and just kind of nudge that over. And then it moves it over. And that's a little easier to dial in post than it is, especially, you know, when like Japan has a really skinny country contour. You have to really get it, you know, placed perfectly in there. I really like that workflow of just being able to update the texture over here. I could add text or anything to here and it'd map onto there. You could actually go as far to retexture the entire scene. Like I could drop a jersey mesh into this UVW and just wipe out that entire. You know, if there was a jersey, actually, I think I have a jersey mesh. Yeah, I did. I brought one. Want it in here. This isn't the highest quality jersey mesh ever. I think I would want something with a lot more density to look good. But I could put a new texture on here. And for look dev, this is a really, really fast way of, and here, let me just turn this off of the mat. If I was like, well, what does this look like? What does this scene look like if it's jersey mesh instead of like the cloth we had? And you can get that result pretty quickly, which is just a cool way to test it. Oh man, you know what drives me crazy? That texture density of that jersey mesh. I would want it like that. But anyway, but you can see you can swap the entire texture of the scene in post. Again, not going to be as good as a real displace or a real bump that you get out of cinema, but if you're just trying to figure out what texture looks good and you want to do it quickly, it's a really good way of getting there. So one last thing I want to show you with this, actually just riding on the heels of this recolor technique I did with the flag here. That overlay mode or that color overlay mode stack works really, really, really well at putting field lines on playing fields, on pitches. So I have this image of grass with a field line painted on it, which I think is just a good example, so we can benchmark against it. Throw this on here, scale it up, pre-comp it to lock in that scale. And then if I take this and I go color, wrong one, color, duplicate it, and go overlay, I mean, right out the door, that's a pretty good, that's a pretty good transfer. But if I was really going to push this, I would do roughen edges. I have done this a million times to put field lines on turfs. Sports graphics is a very popular thing. I'm going to solo this just so I can see what I'm doing. Just add some roughness to this. Sure. I would probably spend 10 minutes dialing in that roughen edges if I was actually doing this. Paste that on here as well. Turn on all the layers. I mean, for 30 seconds, that is not a bad composite of putting field lines on grass. One thing that, to go back to the photo filters I was talking about earlier, you see the shadows down here are cool. They have that little blue tint. If we really, really wanted to push this, duplicate this, tell it to alpha matte, got an adjustment layer here, turn it off, go effects. We could put a photo filter on here and start. I did that wrong. I want this one. There we go. Switch this to a cooling filter. So you can see that blue's a little bit different shade than the blue in the scene. They have a couple options. Yeah, that one's pretty close. And I turned that down to like, I don't know, 15%, still too high. 5%. That's starting to get pretty close. Like it's a pretty close match for a composite. You could dial that in forever, but again, for a minute, that's a pretty quick way of transferring field lines onto a texture. Okay, so I'll show you I think that's kind of it for the AOV compositings. I'll show you Cryptomats really, really fast, the setup on that, and then I think that's it for me. So let me open up the project file for this. I think it's in compositing. Yeah. Okay. So to build a Cryptomat, and actually I probably should explain what a Cryptomat is in case you don't know. A Cryptomat creates object buffers. It selects objects that spits out mats so you can select them individually and color correct them. The old workflow, of course, was to put a tag on every single object, select an object ID for that tag, and assign it. And you do this for everything in your scene so that each one got a different output. Cryptomats do all of that automatically for free with no effort. Delete these out of here and just show you how you set them up. You do have to use Redshift, and they do have to render as EXRs, so there's those limitations, but totally worth it. Over here, you just grab Cryptomat, drag it over. By default, it's set to object name, which means it will spit out a mat for every single object in the scene. Usually, we create 2 mats for every scene. The other one is the material name, and this will create a mat for every different material. So everything that shares a material will share a mat. Hit render on those. I pre-rendered them, but I'll bring them in and show you how to use them. 3D renders, this one, object and material. Cool. Here, we'll do the object one. So if you just look at this pass, it shows up as black. So you do need an effect to pull that out. It's called, aptly named, Cryptomat. If you throw that on here, you see all these different colors represent everything that could be a potential mat. With this effect selected, I just click on what I want, and this becomes the mat. I can hold Shift to add to this if I want to make multiple mats, or I can hold Alt to subtract from it. Come over here and set it to mat only. Now I have a luminance channel that I can clip out just those objects. You can change them on the fly. It updates in real time. I get to pick the mats in my viewport in After Effects in the render. It's so good. This would have saved me so many hours. I think that's it. I think that's everything for me. Yeah, I think that's the whole game. Cool.
Fantastic stuff, Eric. So I'm unsure. Should we be using Cryptomats or not?
The jury's still out. I'll get back to you in a couple of years if it. Yeah.
Absolutely. That was really great advice you said earlier on about a red flag for artists when they're using standard rather than a renderer.
The future is now, man. We've come a little ways. Yeah. Standard render doesn't cut it anymore.
Exactly, because of what you can then do with those multi-passes and Cryptomats.
Yeah, there's no Cryptomats in standard. Absolutely, yeah.
And what was jumping out to me was some really interesting things that you did about the softening passes to make things a little less CGE. And then also that box blur refraction tip.
Sure. Well, I've more or less made a living off that box blur reflection trick for the first few years of my career. We've actually found we've dialed that in even more. You can put like a turbulence displace in there and add a couple other like an animated displacement channel, and you can get that refraction to look completely convincing. Add a little chromatic aberration to that adjustment layer, and like you don't even have to do those in camera. And then for the blur, I think one of the biggest challenges of CG that is getting better is like everything is so rigid and hard by default, and us as CG artists spend so much time trying to add in the little imperfections that actually make things realistic. So and blur just makes it so you don't have to. It's a little more forgiving with a blur on it.
I mean, it's interesting. I was having a series of conversations yesterday with people about the number of passes versus rendering out of cinema and so on. And so I think they need to watch. This should be required viewing, this session for that.
Absolutely.
Because all those small little things you're saying about this is how you bring out the texture, and this is how you actually make like the line fields trick and doing all those things at the last minute as the client changes their mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, with the look development process, some of design is discovery and some of it's intention, and I think you can just sort of set yourself up for success by having all the possible discovery tools, all the pieces laid out on the table, and maybe you find a piece of information in one of those passes that really plays well. So yeah.
And that's interesting also, that color management tip, because this is something that isn't necessarily jumps up on people setting up their projects properly.
I am confident that no one on the planet actually understands color spaces. But through some trial and error, we have found color depth is important. And yeah, that can definitely, that's if your UVW mats are smearing and look weird and you're not getting the results you want, it's probably a color space is like a really good place to start as one of the potential issues.
And that other 16 versus 8 versus 32 bit constantly comes up. Absolutely. So this could you bring up your information about where we can find more about you?
I don't have a slide for my information. I didn't, but I am on the internet.
Well, we have your details on 3dmotionshow.com.
Perfect.
So anyone who wants to link to you more can please go there. And also on 3D Motion Show, you can sign up to find out more information about when the next presentations are coming up. When we invite Eric back to do another one. And
Absolutely.
So on.
Yeah. I'll be back for sure. I'd love to.
Fantastic. That'd be
I'm
amazing.
holding you to that.
Excellent. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
And do stay around because we are only moments away from the final session of the day by the one and only Noseman. And that's coming up just in a couple of minutes. But thanks again, Eric. That was amazing.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Cheers.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up, what up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
So we made it. Here's the final session of Siggraph. And so here is the one and only Noseman. You've been waiting for him. Here he is. I believe you're going to be covering simulation in cinema and some other few tricks and things like that.
Yes, so just simulations. This is the second installment. My name is Athanasios Pozantis, at least as far as my family is concerned. And for everyone else, it's Noseman. If you Google Noseman, I come up first. Yeah, that's, I think, the single most important achievement in my life.
Well, that is something to Google, because Noseman has got some amazing information, not only on this session, but on the many, many, many sessions that you've run before for us. So
yeah, I do.
Take it away.
Thank you very much, Simon. So I work for the training team, Maxon learning and training team, and I'm surrounded by great people, so the standard of my performance has to be really, really high. So anyway, the first presentation, which you can catch online, was talking about certain things about cloth simulations. And we're going to take it, we're going to start from where we left over, where we left off. And what I'm going to do, we have this zombie character, which is just an alembic file that's been cached. And in the previous session, I created a little shirt by getting some of the geometry and changing some things. And now he's wearing a sweater. Zombies wear really nice sweaters. So how are we going to enhance this? Now, in this particular case, I've already done it. So I'm going to remove the stuff I've done. And you can see here that the cloth is rather uniform. It has a particular bendiness and a particular stretchiness. And the bendiness is how soft the cloth is, and the stretchiness is how stretchy it is. So we are going to use vertex maps, which is defining points and polygons on the surface with a value. So it's a very simple thing to do. I'm going to start with a polygon selection, and I'm going to go, I've made these selections already, and I'm going to show you how I did them very quickly. I'm going to select a loop around here. I'm going to select a loop around here. A loop around here. Whoops, undo. Just need to zoom in. There you go. I'm misclicking. There we go. And one around the neck. I would say this one. So what I want to do is select everything between these boundaries. So go to select, fill selection, and there you go. I can just click here and I have these polygons selected. How do I assign a value to these now? Well, if you control click on the point when you're in polygon mode, it converts that selection from one type to the other. And then we have to say, go to the select menu and set the vertex weight to be 100 for the selected points. Now we see this indication of yellow, which is a value of 1, and red, which is a value of 0. And if I want to use this vertex map for something, whatever I do with it is going to indicate, it's sort of a point mask, so to speak, with values from 1 to 0, 0 to 1. Now, I am going to name it, and this is a habit you need to acquire. Because vertex maps are used quite broadly in simulations and many other things, it's good. The way we attach these vertex maps is by name, and the default name is always vertex map. You can cause certain conflicts if you forget to change the name. So I'm going to call this floppy. And what I want to do is make my fabric more floppy where it's a value of 1. So we go to the cloth and we say the bendiness and the stretchiness are those two parameters. Let me delete the previous one. This was the previous one I had, the one I removed. And what we are saying here with this vertex map is that whatever is a value of 1 is going to get the maximum bendiness. Whatever has a value of 0 is not going to get any bendiness, so a value of 0. And you can always go and adjust these by double-clicking. We can go and do adjustments to the values of these. So we're not only constrained to 1s or 0s. We can blur this if you want. We can smooth it. So you can go here and apply smoothing. So we can create a sort of a tapering of the values. And we can use vertex maps in a very large, many areas in Cinema 4D. So we want the main body of the cloth to be floppy, while the rest to be a bit more rigid. Immediately, you will see that these areas here are slightly less floppy, but that's really not enough for the effect I'm trying to do in this particular case, because I want the fabric to sort of stick on my little character. So the way to circumvent that is I'm going to go to the friction, but for the friction I want the opposite. I want the maximum value to be on the sleeves and the waist. So the easiest way to do that is to make a copy of this, invert it, so it will invert the values, and call it something else. For example, friction, and go to the cloth and say I want my friction to be rather high where that value is. Now if we want to visualize vertex maps, this is sort of a side thing without clicking on the tag itself. What you can do, you can create a material, and I'm going to go and remove this material. And in that material, you set a vertex map shader. In that vertex map shader, you can drag any vertex map. Let's put the floppy. And this creates a black and white shader where the ones are indicated as white and the blacks as the zeros as black. But I want to colorize this, so the easiest way to do that is on top of the vertex map shader to go and add a colorizer that's going to remap the left to the blacks, the right to the whites, but in this case nothing has changed because I can always go and remap this to different colors. So now we have the gradation from 0 to 1 mapping to this gradient. So you can use the same information we're going to use for the simulation to do colorization and stuff like that. Let's see what our character looks like. And you can see now that his sleeves are sticking on his forearms. Now you would say, why is he so floppy overall? The reason is, as I explained in my first presentation, which you can catch online on Maxon's YouTube channel, Maxon Training Team YouTube channel, or Maxon, it's the 3D Motion Show, sorry. It's recorded there. When a simulation object, a cloth object, has a lot of polygons, it's by definition more floppy. To counter this, we have to go and increase the settings. It's going to be slower, but we're going to get a bit more rigidity. So now you can see that the sleeves and the waist are a bit more rigid while everything else flops down. And let's see what happens if we increase this to, let's say, 50 and 50. And you will see that it sags even more. Of course, I can destroy it that way, but you can see now the full effect. Now, having said that, let's go and do one more thing. I'm going to just make it a bit more rigid. And let's go to the settings and make a bit faster. So, there we go. Excellent. You can go and apply 2 or 3, any number of layers of cloth. This is not a limit. Many people see a garment over a character and assume that that's sort of the limit. No, you can stack as many as you want. So let's just add one more layer, because you can always wear sort of a t-shirt over another shirt, right? Why not? So I'm going to do the following thing. I'm going to use exactly the same object I used earlier. I'm going to make a copy of this, and I'm going to go and just delete everything from here. And I'm going to hide the other stuff so I can focus on that shirt. First of all, I want to change its density. So let's go and remesh it into something which has a lower polygon density. And it's going to do its little calculations here. And I'm going to go to my remesh and say I want fewer polygons. Give it a second to calculate. And this is what we know as ZRemesher. Perfect. Right click and say current state to object. We have now a fixed baked object with that resolution. Let's turn everything else on. The other one. Let's take this and push it outside slightly. Again, it's very simple. You go to your polygons, you right-click, and you say normal transform. The normal transform will move every polygon in its normal direction. So let's move it. Let's just click and drag. There you go, just slightly bigger. And let's go and remove some parts of this so it's a bit fancier. So let's go to the neckline, and let's go to the arms here and do pretty much what I did earlier. I'm going to use my fill selection to fill this. Then I'm going to invert it so I can delete everything I don't want. This is exactly how a Photoshop mask would work. And there you go. I can take this and right-click and say in my simulation tag cloth, and now I have cloth over cloth. And you can keep stacking and, you know, make a nice little suit and all that nice stuff. Now, just because I could just close down the file, shall I save it? I'm not going to save it. We're good. So let me read my little, these are my notes, my cheats. Let's do one more thing. Let's add some accessories to the zombie, because, you know, zombies love accessories. And for that, we're going to use the rope simulation, which is exactly the same engine as the cloth simulation, but it works on splines. And let's just make a circle. Let's make it rather small, 10. I'm going to get my move tool and move it around. I want to put it right here, so I'm going to use my Shift S to activate my snapping. There we go. Just put this guy somewhere here. Lovely. Turn off my snapping. Don't forget to turn off your snapping. If you want to see what you're doing, press P, click here to undock it. Whenever, this is my preferred workflow, so you can always see if snapping is enabled or disabled. So let's scale this down a bit. Navigate around. There we go. And let's put this here. And just like that, we have a circle. Let's right-click and add a rope tag. And now, he's got a bracelet. And, okay, one bracelet is good. What is better than one bracelet? Many bracelets. So let's go and add a cloner. And I'm actually going to add the cloner exactly as a parent of this circle, because I have the rotations and all that. So add the cloner here. Tell the cloner to be in linear mode. Let's generate 5 of these and move them in the Z direction because it's blue. So there we go, 5 bracelets. There we go. And move the rope on the cloner. Rewind and press play. So now he has many bracelets. And because this is fun, what I'm going to do now, just because I can, this is a great thing about Cinema 4D. You do things because you can do them. At least that's what I do. Sorry. I don't know if other people are like that. I'm going to make a little 2 centimeter sphere. I'm going to add yet another cloner as a parent. I'm going to set this cloner to be in object mode. And as the object, I'm going to use the previous cloner, which is basically these little things here. Now, what I'm doing here is sort of a fake, in the sense that you will see that the simulation is going to work. Well, it ought to work. Let me do this one more time. Yes. I'm going to go to this and put it under a connect object. So it consolidates all these splines into one object. And I'm going to grab it and put the connect object there. Sometimes, just sometimes, you need to do that. Now, what you're seeing here is there's no simulation on the spheres. There's only simulation on the spline. But because the little pearls are on the spline, if you make them small enough, you won't be able to tell the difference. So you can do a very cheap sort of simulation of beads and stuff like that just by simulating the splines. And of course, you can make a necklace, right? That's the highlight of this, and all sorts of other accessories. So there you have it, rope simulations, as simple as just dragging a little tag and then using that spline. In any context, you use splines to begin with. So I think we are done with accessories. And now I want to move to another aspect of our simulation system, which is plastic deformations. And this is, it's something that sounds quite simple, but allows you to do amazing stuff. Let me set it up by creating, and I'm doing everything from scratch so you can see how simple it is. I'm creating a ground plane. Now, this is going to be a collider. So I'm going to right click it from the simulation menu. I'm actually going to bring this simulation. There you go. Just going to have it here so I can use it. So I'm going to set this as a collider. Now there is a little detail in our point-based particle system which sounds counterintuitive, but this is how it works. If you want your simulation to run more efficiently, your colliders need to have a quite dense point mesh, because although you may assume that the fewer points we have, the easier the simulation is, and that, as far as the cloth is concerned, that is correct. When it comes to collisions, the way surfaces are defined for collisions, if we're putting too few points, then the engine needs to search further for points to define the colliding surface. So, can I throw this away? It's annoying me. I'm like an old grumpy cat. Random things just annoy me. So, by increasing the point count, it doesn't need to be enormous. It just has to be pretty close to the other objects, all right? So, it just runs a bit more efficiently, and the overhead is not that big. Especially in this case, it's a procedural object. It won't make your file much larger. What I like to do is make this a bit larger, and then let's hide it. I just need it as a collider. Now the next thing is I want a cube, because everyone wants a cube. And I'm going to go and set this to 50, 50, and 50, and just raise it, let's say 26, so it's slightly above the ground. Let's add some subdivisions, because this is going to be our plastic object. So 10, 10, 10 is good enough. I'm going to set this to be a cloth object, and by default it's going to do its little jello motion and all that. Excellent, because it has quite a bit of bendiness, which allows the edges to fall in, to fold. And if you want more details on that, check the first tutorial, but I do promise that over the next month or so, I'm going to do a very detailed tutorial on simulations, explaining everything in high detail. So let's do this again. We're going to have a jello. There you go. Jello. And the other component is I'm going to create a nice little sphere. Now let's make this a hexahedron, because it's all quads. Let's make it nice and small, lift it up, and I'm going to place it there we go, right here. And right click, set this to cloth as well, and set this to 0 as well. So now we have a jello ball falling on a jello cube. Always rewind if you want your simulation to play. So there we go. That's what we have. We have a jello ball falling on a jello cube. And you can see that by definition, the cloth object wants to retain its original shape. It doesn't, and this is the epitome of an elastic deformation. But we have plastic deformations over here. So I'm going to go to the cube actually, open the plastic deformation. The plastic deformation can work under the influence of the bending or the influence of the stretching, or both. All I have to do here is say I want the object to retain its deformed state after the collision, both using bend and using stretch. Why? Because that's what I want to do. And watch this now. It retains the shape. So this allows us, and we can control it, we can change the strength, we can tell it to deform only. So what these numbers mean is that bend, deform, past in degrees means that when the two polygons, actually it's the constraints, right? I showed in the first presentation, but let's simplify it and say when the polygons bend more than 10 degrees of their original position, take that as a plastic deformation, because there are objects which can bounce, but if you hit them too hard, then they become plastic. And the same for the stretch deform. When the deformation passes the 150% of their original length, that's when it's going to hold its shape. And we have hardening and all that. What the amazing thing about these parameters is that you can drop vertex maps. You can go and art direct which parts of your cloth are going to receive how much of whatever we're doing. The depth in the system and the control is absolutely amazing. So one thing I haven't done yet, and I want to do, is I think you can make a car crash. You can make two objects crash into each other and retain their deformation and all that. I'm sure you can put things together that look really fancy, but the process of making them is fairly simple. So that's all I have to say about plastic deformations. The penultimate thing I'm going to talk about is tearing. Now, has anyone ever used the old cloth system in Cinema 4D? Anyone? Anyone. Right. One of the limitations of that system was that tearing was done using an enormous hack. And the hack was when a polygon became larger than a certain threshold, Cinema 4D would hide it. So if you create a cloth in the old system with tearing and you use a cloner to clone things on it, you will see those things cloning even on the invisible polygons. And that was done so that the mesh, the simulated mesh, would retain its topological integrity. Because if you remove polygons, you change point numbers and polygon numbers, therefore you create inconsistency in the topology. Alas, the magnificent developers at Maxon have solved this problem with a new cloth engine, and we have proper structure, proper tearing that retains the topological integrity of the object. Let's make an exploding pumpkin, or watermelon, or anything you want. So let's get a hexahedron. I'm going to sort of increase the density a bit, and I'm going to make it editable. And what I'm going to do is right click here and say I want to add a vertex map. Now let me add it here. I'm going to use it in a second. I'm going to set this up so that it's a cloth object. If I press play, it's just going to fall down, nothing else. I don't want it to fall down, and I'm just going to remove from my settings my gravity. Right, this is one of many setups you can do. So now it's going to do absolutely nothing. So you can do this if you want to do absolutely nothing. I want this to get a force that's pushing the points outwards. Now, most users have been using from the forces an attractor, because all the forces work, well, most of the forces work with our new simulation system. I don't like the attractor because there are many things you cannot control. It always attracts in one point, or it repulses from one point. I like to use a field force because I can sculpt where the forces are going. And there's a very, very simple thing. Let me just hide this. You can do in the field force inside here, you add fields and it creates forces that are pointing from the larger value to the smaller value, or the opposite. I don't remember. So the higher to the lower, or lower to the higher. You can always go here and change direction. I'm going to show you in a second. I'm going to create a spherical field because that is what makes these vectors, these forces, point to the center. I'm going to set this to set absolute velocity. So the whole of the field force is going to apply those vectors, those forces, to everything it encounters. And let me make this 20 and we'll see what happens. Now, with this here and this here, we should see something happening. So you can see it's going inwards now, everything towards the center. All I have to do is take the spherical field, go to the direction, and invert the direction. So by definition, we go outwards in towards the center. Now we're going to go from inside outwards. Now, why isn't it doing anything? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, it doesn't have enough force. It's trying to do it. What's holding it together? Well, it's the bendiness and the stretchiness. We have zero stretchiness, so it's not going to stretch. So don't forget, if you want things to sort of tear, you need to, and if you go to tearing, you would see that the tearing is a percentage. That means it has to do with the stretching of the object, of the cloth. If there's no stretchiness, it's very hard to tear. So let's go and set this to 20, and let's do that. Let's see if it's going to tear. I have to turn it on. Let's see, is it going to tear? It's trying to. It's trying to. Tear past 101. Let's see first of all if this is going to work. There you go. So it's tearing now. 1% more stretching than what we wanted, and it's going to tear. Good, good. Let's go to 115, and let's go to our field force, and I think it's normalize what I need to do. Yes, it's normalize. So now we have that force pushing from the center of the sphere and tearing everything apart. The great thing about this is because it's a field, I can move it around. I can make things push upwards. So I can use multiple fields. So I can sculpt my force without being constrained to one specific type. And you can do all that within one force. If I add a linear field, it's going to push them in one way. If I add a cylindrical field, it's going to push them this way and that way and whatnot. So, good. So I'm happy with this, but there's one little thing I want to change. I want to be able to tear, I can hide this, we don't need to see it. I want to tear my sphere in very specific points. I want to draw, I want to art direct how this is going to tear. Because, you know, if it's a banana, it will open like this. So let's go and do that. This is where my vertex map comes into play. So with 0, red is 0, I'm going to double click here and I'm going to start painting. So let's just paint. I'm going to do it very, very roughly. I need to keep track of time. And let's go around. So we're just painting values on the points now, nothing else. Good. And I have this, which I'm going to name it. Always get in the habit of naming selections, vertex maps, and so forth, for very good reason. Which camera is looking at me now? For very good reason. So let's call this tearing. And we are going to go back to object mode, make sure I select my cloth tag, and say, I can get rid of these, but I can say that the tearing past is going to be controlled by this. It gives us a minimum tear, so don't tear anything that is stretching up to 20%, and this value needs to be a bit lower than the other one. So I don't want to tear anything up to 5% more than its length. I want to start tearing when things are about 20% longer, the stretchiness of each and every one of the constraints. And look at that. I'm actually controlling where this is tearing. I didn't put too much attention into painting, so a lot of these are going to detach, but you do get the idea. So by making sure that you have nice topology that goes down the lines you want to tear, and by pointing those, making those points the value you want, you can tear this either in very specific places or staggered. I want this to tear first because it has a higher value. I want that to tear second, it has a slightly lower value, and so forth. So the amount of art direction you can do here is absolutely amazing. Now, the one little thing I'm going to say about this, final thing, is that if you do not want to paint your vertices, you can always go and use fields for your vertices. And you can say, here it is. So this now, this vertex map, whatever I'm trying to do here, is going to define how this is going to work. So I can make this smaller. I can go to my field list. I can go to my remapping, and I can say, okay, I'm going to do a contour mode curve, and then down here I'm going to say reset to make it linear. I'm going to pull this here and add another point here. So now I've defined manually a center line down which it should tear. And at any point you can say, I want it a bit sideways. Well, get your linear field and rotate it that way, and now it's going to tear over there. So the amount of control and the ease of use you have to control these otherwise very complex effects, it's outstanding, because The field system is fully integrated in our simulation via vertex maps. So, let me show you that it's surface stable, which was my original point, and I got carried away. Yeah, I've been using this for a long time, and I still get excited. I don't apologize. All right, so let's do a quick test, because there's something I need to tell you about this. I'm going to select the sphere. I'm going to go to my simulate. I'm going to go to my hair object and add some hair. Let's make the hair a bit smaller, and I think this is enough hair. I get triggered by hair. I do not know why. That's a different story. Now, there's one thing you need to remember about applying things on surfaces, especially hair. Currently, we're using polygon vertex. That's a default way of putting hair on an object. The vertex count changes. The polygon count doesn't change. So make sure you go on polygon center to apply that hair, and when you tear this, you can see the hair stays with the cloth. We couldn't do this previously. This is a major, well, we could do it if you followed one of my tutorials, which was extremely hard to follow and it needed a lot of things, but this simplicity, it's a new thing, and it's part of the huge advantages our system offers. So just because we're here and because we can do it, and I'm going to just create a cloner with a sphere. I'm going to make the sphere icosahedron, because not many people can say that word. I am Greek. I can say Greek words. I'm going to put it here and set it to polygon center. Ooh, too many of these, but who cares? I'm going to make it a multi-instance and make it nice and tiny. So now you will see the spheres are stuck on your mesh. No more flickering, no more. So imagine what, you know, the avenues this opens in this particular case. Surface stable. I don't know. I'm going to try something. It may not work. I'm going to go surface. See what happens here. Is it going to flicker around? No, they're stable. Yep. We just have that 1 frame delay, because we haven't said simulate before generators. For anyone that didn't watch the first one, shall I say it? Or shall I tell people, no, go watch the first presentation? Let me think. I'm going to show it. Simulate before generators in the project settings simulation, and this should resolve this particular problem. So I can go here, I can increase my count. It's multi-instances, so I can do as many as I want. And there you go. Not bad. Who didn't like this? And the way I'm phrasing the question like that, no one wants to be singled out as the person that raises their hand. Whereas if I said, who liked that, I would miss that one person. Simon, I can see you. Okay, this is what I have to say about tearing. Good. So this is a dinosaur, right? This is an alembic. Does anyone remember the title of my presentation? Past, present, future simulations. So this is an alembic dinosaur. It's part of our asset manager. If you type here Rex, you will see our lovely T-Rex over here. I've baked it as an alembic file. One of the intrinsic issues with cloth simulations is that, as I explained in my first presentation, the structure of your cloth object is based only on the surface. There's absolutely no consideration about what's inside the object. Therefore, if you want to give it some structure, some internal matter, as stiff as you make the surface, it's just like making a paper sphere. You can always crush it. In order for something not to crush, it needs some sort of medium inside. And this is a well-known issue with cloth simulations. So if I were to take my dinosaur, I'm going to add a floor. I'm going to do the things I need to do, put it down, increase the count, hide it, and make it a collider. So it's in the simulation tag. So I'm going to make it a collider object. And I'm going to go to this body here and make it a cloth object. So this is the result of getting a cloth object that you want it to have substance. So one of the things our amazing developers are working on at Maxon is a way to solve this problem by creating an internal structure this internal structure is what we call poles. These allow the object to retain part of its volume. Now I can change, just like everything else, I can change the softness, I can change. A pole is a new type of constraint that gives an object the appearance of it being full of an elastic medium. Now, we have many other things I will not talk about right now, but this begs the following question. How do I use that and still have my dinosaur walking? Because remember, this guy walks. And this is something that's very much necessary when you're doing complex simulations. You want to allow a duality of art directability in terms of animation and simulation at the same time. You have cells that are pulsating and you want them to move the other ones next to them. You want your Jello dinosaur to walk. You know, everyone that has a child knows the beauty of watching a child walk and stand. And this is me and my dinosaur, okay? So they've added one more thing called the mix animation. And mix animation is magical. I don't know how it works, but it works. You just click this button here, nothing else. Forget about what else you see. Just erase it from your memories. Just look into the light. Look into the light. So, and now we have a dinosaur that is trying to walk at the same time. So let's do some adjustments and have some fun at the expense of dinosaurs. They're dead anyway, who cares, right? You know, too bad, dinosaurs. So let's make this less soft. Let's go and add a few more of these. Look at all these things happening in here. I'm going to change some settings, add a few more of these. I'm putting more structure, right? I'm putting the ability for the object to hold its shape better. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put outside as well. You know, with my ears, they're too floppy. When I'm on my motorbike, they flap. Whereas if I had trusses, they wouldn't. So I'm adding trusses. So this is just a small part of the whole thing. Watch this. That was my friend Chris last night when he came back to the hotel. He drank too much. So as you can see, and I think that I'm not going to say much more. Actually, I'm going to say one more thing. One more thing, just because it's fun. I'm going to take our little dinosaur here. I'm going to make copies of our little dinosaur here. Now, if you want to clone things, I'm going to show you how you can do that. I'm going to go and move this dinosaur up, maybe rotate him a bit, add, let's say, 4 dinosaurs, get this, raise it above the ground. Good. And let's put the simulation on the cloner. And we're going to see that we have a lot of dinosaurs falling on each other. While all the Mograph components of this are still active, I can go and change their color. Random effector, set the random effector to be in effector color. Go set, always do this, go set the min to 0, otherwise it makes dark colors. Now we have random colored dinosaurs falling on each other. I mean, that tops the whole thing. And I think with this, I'm going to close up my presentation and open to questions. I will not answer any questions about anything I've shown you in the last 10 minutes. I will happily take the 5th. But for anything else, I will try my best. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Things are coming. So I hope you enjoyed it. Please, any questions? Simon, that was your cue. Thank you. That was your cue to start clapping.
I have a question about the last 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Was that new stuff you weren't supposed to show?
Yeah, but I told you I'm going to go rebel.
Come on in.
They're working very hard. I mean, when I say I'm not just saying that, I'm personally involved with the team that is doing that stuff. One of them was with us these days, and it's absolutely amazing the amount of work and research they're doing. And again, this is just the tip of the iceberg of what they're. I mean, we've tied them down with shackles and chains, right? They're not going anywhere.
We did actually have one question.
Yes,
Somebody was
please.
asking, when you were doing the sphere, when you were doing tearing it, imagine you wanted to peel a banana. Could you do it one section at a time, one piece at a time like that?
Okay, let me see how I can answer that. You will be able to do things like that using what I showed you, the mix animation. It had some other modes there,
Okay.
which I hope you forgot. But
Good question then.
yeah. It's the whole thing. It's layered in a way where every new feature doesn't just double the power. It's exponential because you can do many more things. And believe me, there's some surprises. I wish I could show them. It's like there some things are happening that are giving me goosebumps, which relate not only to simulations, right? They can be used in simulations extremely well. Anyway,
It's all good. Any questions out physical audience? No? Any more online?
No, that was it.
Oh my goodness, we're at like about 12 minutes to the end of the show.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Great.
It was my pleasure. I love showing the great work that they're doing, the development team and the design team and everyone else.
Oh, we actually have a question. Yes.
Yes, please. So the question was...
Go ahead.
The question was, when you're tearing an object, is there a second level of tearing you can add to that?
We do have one come in on the chat.
Well, so more detailed tearing. That's why I said you have to be careful with your topology. So when you're modeling an object, if you're going to do some art directable tearing, it's good to have an edge that runs close to that. Because imagine if you have sideways polygons like I did, you're going to get those edges. You can't cut anything else other than an edge. So when you're modeling, draw some lines with a knife, cut it where you want it, and set those lines to be part of your vertex map to control that. But a combination of the mesh density, you can go and increase the density where you want the tearing to become, so the cut is less apparent. So there are many ways you can combine these to make it work the way you want. But yeah, the art directability is amazing. Please. If you can render, the question is, can you render this in Redshift? Oh. No. So the question was if we can use the Redshift subdivision to subdivide the model. No, because that happens at render time and is totally after everything else has executed in the scene.
Simulation.
But using our own subdivision surface object does exactly the same thing in the context of your object manager. So instead of, this is one way, if you want to do subdivision at render time, you can use the Redshift tag and subdivide at render time. It's very economical. Everything happens on the GPU. But if you need the mesh for Cinema 4D to do calculations, it has to be done using a subdivision surface object because it's based on the literal mesh you have over here.
There was another question. Instead of using fields, they were wondering if there was how you would approach it if you wanted to use something like an emitter to punch holes, using particles to punch holes through the object.
Yes, fields. Because you use the particle, you drop it in. Let me show that in case people don't know it.
Very cool.
So just a very simple setup here, because people do not understand that fields work with everything, like literally everything. So let me try this. I'm going to very quickly make a matrix object because it's simple. Let's make an emitter. So the emitter now is emitting particles. Good. These green particles here. There we go. And I want these green particles to be the things that are going to change the positions of the points. So what I'm going to do is tell the matrix I'm going to drag the easiest field, the plane field. And in the plane field, I'm going to drop in the field, plane effector, sorry, I'm going to drag the emitter. And it's a particle object. And now when these particles Go. So if you want to read particle data and transfer it to something else, all you have to do is pipe those particles through a field list, and there you go. Now, what exactly it's doing, in this particular case, it's taking the radius of the particles, and it's doing this. You can make it, you can draw lines using a tracer, and use the lines in the field.
Cool.
Yeah, we can sit here for, you know, the extended future until I retire, which is never, and talk about these things. But go to Cineversity, go on Maxon's YouTube channel, Red Giant YouTube channel, ZBrush YouTube channel, 3D Motion Show, and if you have questions, send it to training@maxon.net.
There you go. That's awesome. That was the fastest, easiest answer I've seen. Yeah, we will take all the presentations from the show. We will try to get them in the archive as soon as possible. Did you have another one? No. Okay. We'll try to get those in the archives as soon as possible. Hopefully next week they'll be up. So if you missed one of these presentations, you can catch it on the 3D Motion Show. And you actually illustrated why we need a better events page on the site, because there's too many places to go. So we need to consolidate that into one lovely little channel
Soon.
place. Soon, yeah. Okay, I'll get on that. Thanks everybody for coming to see the show. Thanks interwebs for tuning in. Thank you, Mr. Noseman.
Always my
Awesome
pleasure.
stuff.
Paul.
Thank you,
Always my
Simon.
pleasure. Thank you so much. You make it worth it, right? That's the whole
And
thing.
don't forget to be checking out all the webinars that Simon and his team are doing on a regular basis, on a weekly basis. We will be streaming from IBC in September, and then the next months after that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Introducing Mograph TV from Mograph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. Mograph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
Mograph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
Mograph TV, television for the design community 24/7.